Thank you and good morning, everybody. I want you all to focus on this picture, and we'll go back to understanding as to why is this relevant to inter-audit. And while you're looking at this picture, I think we're going to answer one question today, which is that if inter-audit were to disappear tomorrow, who would miss it? I want all of you all to think about this question, because hopefully at the end of the next 45 minutes, we should have a more clearer answer for this question. How many of you all are football fans and are watching the World Cup right now? Show of hands. Yeah? So am I. So this is a football field that all of us are very familiar with. I want you all to think about a second question that will help us answer the first question, which is that which position do you identify yourself in your professional role? Think about it for a minute, and we'll come back to this answer as well. But it's an important answer that will help us to answer the first question, which is who will miss inter-audit if it's gone today? What is this? Please just shout out. I'm sorry, bowling figures. Okay, fair point. Whose bowling figures do you think these are? IPL, fair enough. Who in IPL had these figures? Come on, there can't be too many such options, right? Of who can bowl. I'm sorry, who said that? Hands up. Yeah, say it out loudly, Ra. Jasprit Bumrah, right? This indeed was Jasprit Bumrah's bowling spell in the 2023 IPLs. This year he had a bad season. We all know that. But this was his spell in 23 after he came back from a back surgery. Yeah. So, I often take the benefit of other people to try and make my point. So I'm going to do the same as well over here. Let's listen to Jasprit Bumrah.
Who gets 5 for 25 or 4. You have to now explain that to us.
See, I am very happy with the outcome, and obviously I will not say that, I had always thought of taking a 5-4. Yes, the wicket was a little sticky for the first 10 overs, and then quickly observed that and trying to use it to my advantage. One of those days where all of those things worked in my favor, all the catches went to hand. So very happy with the contribution.
Another thing, along with the skills that you have, the experience, the other mystery element, which not too many other bowlers who bowl in the death have, is that they have no idea which line you're going to bowl, because you don't bowl the obvious wide outside the off-stump line, or the field is not set in a way where the batter sometimes has, some kind of an idea what line you're going to bowl.
So in this format, it's anyways very harsh on the bowler, so you have to have all kinds of skills. So this is what I train for, that come this situation, I should have different options. I should not be a one-trick pony, or I should just not rely on my Yorker, because there will be days where my execution is off, so I can rely on other delivery. So this is what I had worked on early on in my career as well, that should not be a one-trick pony. Everybody's doing their research, data, and all of that comes in, so people start to line you up. So I wanted to have different skills and different sets, so very happy that I could use it.
Yeah, just looking at the whole event, the Tata IPL on the whole, you have a lot of young fast bowlers, bowling in the death, finding it very tough, and they have certain tactics, doesn't work on the night. I know it's not fair you're playing currently, but is there anything that you would want to suggest some of the other bowlers who don't do the job as well as you do, without being too modest, but be nice for them to get some insight?
Yeah, it's obviously tough, but bowling is tough because you'll have to take a beating, you'll have to have bad days to learn from it. But what I have done in the past is, whenever I've had a bad day, whatever has not worked, next day on the calm mind, I've seen the videos, what has not worked, why did it not work, what is the way I've been playing. So all of these things you have to be with the curve, because nowadays you just cannot come on the day and see, okay, I'll do this, maybe this will work. So you're hoping for success. So for me, preparation is always the key. prepare hard, you put yourself under pressure in the nets, you bowl to batters who can hit big sixes, you bowl to them, you see how you react to stress, you see how you react to pressure, then you start finding answers. So that is very, very important for me, to keep pushing yourself in training. Then in game day, you have answers that, okay, when I had the similar pressure in training, I had answers.
I hate to keep players here for a long time. Final question, given a choice, the line that you would want to bowl in the death, would it be the often used Yorker line outside off stump? You still prefer attacking the stump because of the advantage, and can everyone bowl that line?
No, not like that. It's not like one trick pony, because I do my research. I see where the batter is strong. Sometimes, the wicket is sticky. You don't need to always bowl a Yorker. Sometimes you can use your bouncer. You can use your slower ball. So you don't need to use all tricks on one day. You have to understand where the game is going, what kind of a wicket is. There is no ego in this format. Even if you bowl 145, but the wicket demands you to bowl slow ball, so you have to do that. So all of these things are very important. It's not like the one trick pony that just aim at the stump and go bowl hunting.
Well, thanks very much for that insight, and once again, tremendous performance. Thanks for giving us that.
Yeah, so we heard that all. So let's reflect on what he said. Yeah, he used this word, I do my research. Right, research on the batsman that he's going to face, research on the ground he's going to bowl on, the pitch that's there on that day. I don't want to be a one-trick pony, which means I have multiple skills that I will deploy to make myself effective. Understand the environment, bowl accordingly. Don't rely on hope. I practice. I prepare in pressure situations so that when it actually comes up, I am able to deliver to that. There is no ego. Bowling is tough. He's acknowledging that the role that he's playing is a tough role. He pushes himself during trainings. And after a bad day, I look at my videos with a calm mind. I think this equally applies to all of us. In the roles that we are playing as internet, whether we are from within the corporate functions or as external professional service providers who are delivering internet to our clients, this is very much a part and parcel of how our roles have evolved. And unless we're able to sit back and appreciate the role that we are playing, unless we prepare for the role that we play, unless we reflect on the role that we have played yesterday and how are we going to better ourselves today, that is the whole process of learning, unlearning and relearning which actually comes up. Jasprit Bumrah went through two surgeries in his career so far, one in 2019, one in 2023. Each time he has come back with a different bowling action because he had to protect his back, right? So what worked for him in the 2011 to 2019 time frame didn't work for him after 2019 and hasn't worked for him after 2023. So I have no doubt in my mind that he will reinvent himself and come back stronger next season. And this is exactly the reason why he'll do that. And I think there are great learnings for all of us to take by just listening to what he said in this post-match interview. So as Leonardo said, learning is the only thing that the mind never exhausts, it never fears and never regrets. In our profession, learning is a constant. We have to constantly upgrade ourselves. I mean, look at our regulators as well. ICAI has come out with a new set of inter-auditing standards which it released a few months ago. The IIA did a full refresh of its audit standards in 2024, right? And each of these standards are now being updated not once in 25, 30 years. Each of these are being updated in less than 10 years. So if the regulation itself is changing so quickly, which is in response to what's happening in the business environment, it just falls upon us that we too keep pace with what's happening and what needs to happen for us to be relevant. And for that, the one skill that we have to learn specifically is how to unlearn. I think all of us are caught up in this "hum to aise hi karte hai" sort of phrase, right? And that's worked for me for the past 30 years. Why won't it work for me in the next 5 years? Perhaps it may, but perhaps it might not. So you have to be mindful of the skill sets that have got you here, perhaps aren't the same skill sets which might make you successful going ahead as well. What's this? This is a pit stop. How long do you think this pit stop takes? Sorry, say it out loudly, please. 7 to 8 seconds? 3 to 4 seconds? 2 seconds? The McLaren team in 2023 in the Qatar Grand Prix set a record of 1.8 seconds. In 1.8 seconds, the car came to a halt, the 4 tires were changed, and the car left the spot. Keep in mind, the car is coming in at 80 kilometers per hour in the pit stop lane. He has to first stop exactly where the technicians have crouched and they are standing there. The wheels go off, the new wheels come on, and the guy leaves. What was the time in 2023? It was 1.92 seconds. It took F1 10 years to shave off 0.12 seconds. Right? How did this happen? This happened because the McLaren team and now all F1 teams actually changed the way a tire was built. It changed the way that the tire is affixed to the car. It changed the way the screws behaved. Because you had all the tools, you had all the money, right? There's never a shortage of money in F1. So for 10 years, people tried to make this more and more efficient, and McLaren, finally cracked that in 2023 by doing a full redesign of how the tire fixes to the car. Right? All of us have cars, and all of us have changed the tires of our cars. Well, in the olden days, nowadays with run flats, you rarely do that. Yeah, but has that technology changed? No, it's not. 4 nuts, goes inside, same jack. Nobody's made an attempt to try and reimagine how a wheel fits onto a car. But that is exactly what's needed for our profession as well. Is that in some things, we have to just reimagine the way we were approaching that item and completely change that. This is the F1 start grid. Yeah. This red car in the front is on pole position. What do you think is the time difference between the first car and the 10th car? Again. What's the difference? Sorry? 10 seconds, okay. 1/10 of a second. Wow, that's like huge, okay. Anybody else? The difference is between 0.8 to 1.2 seconds. That is the difference that an F1 car who's first and therefore has a much higher chance of victory in that race has in the qualifying, which also happens multiple rounds of the whole sort of track, right? So you're sort of running for your tens of kilometers, and finally what is separating you as the pole position till the 10th position is about 1 second. And mind you, there are 8 cars in between that. How is this happening? Which means that the team that took pole position in the last Grand Prix has to continuously reinvent itself, keeping in mind the track on which the next race is going to be run, keeping in mind the weather conditions at that location, and they have to continuously modify the car to suit that track. They are making these changes every week, because when the F1 season happens, you have races every week. So on Sunday you finish a race, and on Thursday you start qualifying for the next race. In those 4 days, they have revamped their entire strategy. They have changed the car, they have changed the settings, They have changed the tires. The driver adapts himself to drive now on this new circuit. And that's what makes the difference between winning and losing. So if in a sport like F1, they need to unlearn and relearn on what's going to happen in the next circuit every week, how can we as professionals take it for granted saying that we've done, whatever sort of education that we have, whenever we did, and that's it? And that if we do not keep ourselves continuously abreast of what's happening in our space, we will very soon become redundant. So what should we do? We have to absolutely stop these annual planning cycles. I mean, many of you in both professional services and in corporates, will have this in the month of Feb, March, April. You'll all sit down and make this audit plan for the whole year, and then you'll start executing, and in every audit committee report, you will say, oh, we said quarter 1, we'll do these 5 audits, and we've done these 5, or we said we'll do 50 audits, and we have done 50, and that's how we report, right? But in the last 1 year, the underlying business has undergone a change. AI has been implemented. Some division has been sort of spun off. How often do we go and change our audit plans? How often do we audit emerging risks before the regulators mandate them? Right? We always knew cyber was a risk. Right? Some teams would audit cyber. Some teams would shy away from cyber, saying, I don't understand it, so I can't audit it. But now SEBI has come out with a guidance that says that, you have to have an audit done every year, and results have to be published to SEBI. So the teams that were already doing it didn't have a problem with the SEBI circular because they already were doing it. Right? Same thing with DPDP. All of us knew that our companies are collecting personally identified information and that can be misused. But until the act came and until an audit was warranted, did we pay any attention to it? Same thing with AI. Yeah, we're all saying AI governance, AI governance. Is AI governance anywhere in our audit plans? Until one fine day somebody will come and say that, you have to do a governance audit every quarter, every half year, every year, whatever, and publish those results. So unless we stay ahead of the curve, we will become redundant. A very simple thing that you have to do, which works, is you have an audit plan, you are starting the audit, you have to reassess what is the scope of that audit, reassess the scope of the audit before you start. And when you end it, you have to reassess saying, what did I miss? What was a conversation that I had with the auditee, with the management team, with the audit committee? And what was a question that they asked, which perhaps I had not thought about when I had planned the audit? I think that becomes very, very critical for us to be able to address the acceleration that we are seeing in how the world is changing around us. Okay, what's this? It's very simple, right? Somebody's runs. Whose runs are these? Say it out loudly, yeah, come on. Rahul Dravid, right? These are Rahul Dravid's statistics. This is the Rahul Dravid that we all know. Yeah? The technically perfect batsman. The one guy that we want to have in the middle on day 5. When if we lose the wickets, we will lose the test match. He's the guy that we all feel, okay, theek hai, Dravid aa gaya hai. Now we can go and have a cup of tea. Right? But how many of you all know this side of Dravid and this side of Dravid? Right? Dravid was the coach of the under-19 team that won the World Cup. He was obviously the coach of the men's team that won the World Cup last year. Right? So my question really is that how did Dravid move from being this technically perfect player to a coach of an under 19 team to the coach of the men's team? How did Rahul Dravid evolve his role? As a player, he was playing for himself. Right? He had to worry about his technique, how he approached the game. What was he doing right? What was he doing wrong? To him, taking over as a coach of the under 19 team, where you're a bunch of 17, 19-year-old boys, many of those faces are familiar. You'll see them in both the pictures. And guiding youngsters in terms of how should they play the game. How should a Shubman Gill bat? How should an Arshdeep bowl? And then when he became the senior men's coach, you think he was telling Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli how to bat? No, right? So, if a player like Dravid can evolve through roles of being a technically correct player, to being a guider, to then being a mentor, that's how our roles also have to evolve. In the early part of our career, we actually build our career on our technical expertise. Right? We study, we understand, we experience new things, and we learn and we become good at our craft, which is how do you enter an audit. And then when you get to a managerial role or a director role, is when you start supervising a bunch of youngsters and you're helping them hone their craft, at the same time ensuring that things are under control. And then there comes a time where you're the head of the internal audit, or you're the partner of the firm, right? Where you're essentially guiding your teams towards what they need to do, how they need to do it to be successful. So each one of us, depending on where we are in our careers, also have to think about how we evolve as internal auditors. And what will help us do that? The only way we will continue to be relevant is by continuing to have business acumen. And how will we do that? We have to attend strategy meetings. How many of you all attend strategy meetings of the clients or of your companies? Can I have a show of hands, please? Excellent, right? Because that is what feeds into your audit plan. That is what feeds into your scope. But before you're going to be invited to do that, you have to understand how the business works. So if all of us are going to be stuck up of saying, no, I'm a finance professional, I've done my CA or I've done an MBA or whatever it is, and therefore I only understand numbers and I don't understand how the business itself will be successful, then why should we be invited to that table? So all of us want to be there, but my question is, why should you be there? And why should the board and why should the CEO invite you? Are you just there to warm a seat, or are you going to contribute? And then once you know that, your audit plan needs to be centered around a simple question: what can break our business strategy? It's not ke procurement to karna hi hai, compliance to karna hi hai. How many of us just copy paste last year's plan and change the dates and we say, oh wow, we've done a risk assessment exercise. Risk has stayed the same. It hasn't. Right? Because procurement is now become AI enabled. So the way you audited that last year can't be the way that you audited this year. Right? So your procurement as an area might remain the same, but how you approach that audit has to change. So your last year's work program is irrelevant now this year. And you have to move from being a controls tester into a business strategist. That's the only way out. Do we all agree? Yeah? Okay. What's this? DRS, right? And this is our most beloved captain in the last few years. What do you think is Dhoni's percentage of using DRS? The amount of calls that he gets right to the amount of calls that he gets wrong. What's his percentage? 70%, okay. 90%, wow, that's like that's damn good, yeah. Any other guesses? 85. It's 85.7%. 85.7% has been his record as CSK captain across, I don't know how many ever seasons. All other captains have a range between 50 to 60. So what does Dhoni do differently as compared to the other teams or as compared to the other captains? Your technology is the same, right? It's the ball tracking with the sneakometer, this, that, whatever, all of the combination. It's the same what everybody else has. Yet his percentage is far higher as compared to other captains. And that's only because of his use of his personal judgment. Because if you listen to Dhoni, he says he just doesn't study that itself moment. He has a point of view on who the umpire is. That falls into his equation as to what type of decisions does that umpire take, and therefore what are my chances of getting DRS right or wrong. He knows how a player behaves if there's a suspect decision. He knows how a bowler will behave if the bowler strongly believes that we should take a DRS or not. So here's an example where an individual is using his judgment, not gut feel. He's using a judgment that's been built upon a scientific method of understanding how the environment around him is working, and then using technology to make better decisions. My argument is that all of us are talking about AI and technology and all of that, but AI and technology is not going to make judgment calls. It's going to give us data and insights into that data, but finally the judgment call is ours. So we have to build AI literacy, not necessarily become an expert in how each of these tools work, but you have to understand what that AI is good at and what that AI can't do. Each of the AI engines that we today are there, whether it's Gemini or Grok or Google, ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, right? Each of them has been built with a specific use case. It's not that you can apply whatever you want to whatever situation that you are in. Some are good for legal stuff. Some are good for writing. Some are good for coding. So you have to understand and be AI literate to understand what AI can do for you, not necessarily become an expert at it. I don't think that's our ask. And for all of you who are seniors, hire for judgment and business sense, not just the fact that the individual knows certain tools or techniques or whatever. Tools and techniques in today's day can be easily learned. But judgment takes time to develop. And our use of AI has to be to find patterns and then use judgment to speak about it. If you run an AI engine on, say, your procurement data of lakhs of transactions and you come up with hundreds of exceptions, if you're going to put that into your report and say that we tested 10 lakh transactions and we found like 4,245 exceptions, you think anybody will read that report? But the point is that what's the analysis of those 4,245 exceptions? Why did that happen? What's the trend over there? What's the underlying reason for that to happen? So unless you use judgment to interpret what AI is telling you, just using AI to make your work a little bit more efficient is just 10% of the game. The balance 90% is the use of our judgment layer over and above the AI layer. That's going to make it that much more interesting and useful for all of us. Because we have to combine technology and experience. Neither of the two work alone. They have to overlap, and each one has a role to play at different points in time for you to do a good audit. What is this number? Javelin throw. Whose javelin throw is this? Yeah. So this is Neeraj Chopra's gold medal award winning javelin throw in Tokyo 2020. Yeah, we all saw that. We all applauded that. Yeah. Here's an instance of an individual who has mastered his craft, has reached the top of his game, and has won on the world stage. That's great, right? But I'm more interested to know what happened after that. Because what happened after that was this. India declared a National Javelin Day. Did we know this? That we have a National Javelin Day? And it's declared because on August 7th, Neeraj won the World Cup. The gold medal. After that, we've had at least 4 more international javelin throwers who show up in the top 8 at any competition that you will see. After that, you have seen a resurgence in athletics of several national records being broken as late as last month. Right, where the women's long jump record was broken after 22 years. Where we finally had a man who ran the fastest 100 meters, right? Less than 10.1 seconds. He's the first Indian to ever do that. So the impact of Neeraj Chopra was not that one throw of 87 meters that got him personal glory. He used that to amplify. He used that to influence. He used that to make a point that there's money in athletics, that there's money in track and field. And which is why more and more corporates have come forward to sponsor all these athletes, to sponsor all these tournaments. And that is what is enabling our Indian athletes now to actually think about making athletics a career. We had the women's 4 into 100 meters girls win the Asian champions. They beat China, who have never been beaten in the 4 into 100. We were always good in 4 into 400. But this is spawning a whole new generation where they believe that something can happen. So as auditors, unless we are able to influence the management to do things differently, our job is not done. All of us measure internal audit by saying, I had a plan, I had to do 40 audits, I have done 40 audits, I came out with 100 exceptions, of which 20 were high, 40 were low, 40 were medium. I'll have that bar chart which I'll show, and then sometimes I'll show, okay, how many got implemented. Right? And at times I've seen when we ask the question, what happened about implementation? Oh, we haven't yet seen that yet. So if your joy is only in pointing out a mistake and walking away, there's no joy in that. I would rather have a year-end report that says that I did these audits, as a consequence of which I changed these decisions, I saved this much of money, I preempted this risk. Now, isn't there a much better way to communicate what you have done? Because that's the only way that you will build authenticity. That's the only way you'll build influence. Right? I was a professional for 30 years before I changed and became a CFO and COO, right? And in a lot of those 30 years, I was a hated person to go into the boardroom because they all knew I'm going to sort of say things that will impact them. Yeah, I had a client whose CXOs bonus dependent on what internal audit said or didn't say. It was a point in their evaluation, annual evaluation, therefore the bonus in terms of that your area was audited and what was the quality of your findings. How did we get there? It got there because the CEO and the board believed that internal audit would be relevant and therefore made that a measure on how to evaluate CXOs. How many of your CXOs are evaluated by the number of observations or the quality of observations that you guys put out? That's great. Because if they're not, think about it. Because you're saying something which implies that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And if that's happening, then why should they be rewarded for that? But if internal audit is on one side and your reward mechanism is on the other, then clearly there's no value that management sees in what you're saying. But for you to do that, you have to be consistent in how you report. You have to maintain visibility, not just show up when some things go wrong. You have to speak very, very clearly. All of us use jargon. All of us use acronyms in our reports, in our findings, making it feel, oh wow, the more complex report I wrote, the more important that report might sound. But if you ever go and sit in a board meeting, you will realize that the English that is being spoken over there is very, very plain and very, very simple. And if ever a CEO or a CFO tries to go into jargon, the board members will stop him and say, boss, please tell me in English. So unless we communicate in that language and we are able to influence our stakeholders to change their behaviors as a consequence of what we do, our work honestly is not done. So you have to measure the impact of your reports. You have to measure the outcomes of your reports as opposed to just measuring what didn't work. So if you don't put as much emphasis on the implementation piece of it, if you don't put as much emphasis on the recommendation piece of it, and the recommendation can only come if you've understood the root cause of why that problem occurred, your audit report will never be complete. I have seen hundreds of audit reports where the focus is on the left-hand side of that slide which says what went wrong. We did this, we found so many transactions which were that, and then you give a full breakup of each thing. This was not signed, that was not dated, this was not authorized, blah, 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 whatever. And what's the recommendation? Oh, you must do it. Wonderful. I must do it. So, did the SOP say that this was optional? And you have now changed the SOP to say that you must do it? No. But unless you convince the guy as to why is it important for him to sign and whatever it is that he's not done, you will never be able to influence the outcome of your audit reports. So, if you think about this, I've walked you through 4 elements of it. There's influence, there's judgment, there is understanding the business, and there's the continuous change or the acceleration of change that's happening. And each of these 3 things, or each of these 4 things, should hopefully now help us to answer our second question. Right? What was my second question? Which position? So, which position do you think you want to be on the football field? Goalkeeper. Why do you want to be the goalkeeper? Protect the risk. Okay. Anybody else? I'm sorry? Midfielder. Why you want to be a midfielder? Where you place where you control the game. Okay. You want to be the coach? Sorry, who said coach? Yeah, why do you want to be the coach? You can monitor the whole game. Okay, lovely. So she wants to be the coach. I'm sorry? Mentor football field पे नहीं होता है यार, coach होता है. वो बॉम करता है. Referee. Why do you want to be the referee? You can control the whole game, right? So in my view, all of us should aspire to be this little person on the field, which indeed is the referee. Because as the referee, we are constantly, we have the full view of the game, and we are not directing the game, but we are ensuring that the game is played within the rules. Right? I don't set the rules, but I ensure that the game is being played in accordance with the rules, and if sometimes somebody doesn't, then I'll show him a red card. Which is the same what we do in our audit reports. Right? So, why do I say that you have to be a referee? Because the referee is independent. He's not part of any team. And that's parallel to what we have to be: independent, report to the board, and therefore independent from management pressures. It is there in our guidance. A referee watches the full game. Our role as internal auditors is one that gives us access to everything and everybody in the organization. Right? We can walk in and ask for information. We can walk in and ask for a meeting. So we have the opportunity to know exactly what's happening across the entire organization. But we have to know the rules with which the game is being played, which means you have to understand the business strategy, you have to understand what's important to management, you have to understand why they're making certain calls, the way they're making certain calls, because that's the only way that you will be able to control that everybody is playing within those rules. And they have authority because they have earned the credibility. It's not that some random person becomes a referee, especially in the World Cup. It is somebody whom the players will trust, not because he's wearing black clothes, but because they have respect for the individual's experience and judgment, and he's built that up because he has become credible. He's always present on the field, right? Players can be sort of substituted, but a referee is never substituted. I was shocked. Do you know how much a referee runs in a game? Right, referee is running around on the field. Yeah, this is 90 yards. How much do you think a referee runs in the 90 minutes? Because he has to be both sides, right? I mean, like a player can be a defender, stay in his half. You once in a while go there. Ronaldo is always at the other end only. He never comes back. But how much do you think a referee runs? He runs between 13 to 15 kilometers in 90 minutes. Right? At the FIFA World Cup, there are 52 referees. These referees were chosen 4 years ago. Before every match, their preparation starts 4 days before, where they undergo mass simulations and they understand the players of the team that they are going to officiate, of how they behave when they fall, when they shout, when they make all these tamasha that you feel, oh my god, the guy's got hurt, and boom, the referee's gone, the guy gets up and starts running. Right? They have their own physios. They have 10 physios. They have their own nutritionists. And they're all monitored for peak physical fitness. Which leads me to my point. That if all of us want to be in referees, we have to be at our peak physical fitness for our mental fitness to work, for us to be good referees. So please do take care of your health, right? Despite whatever pressures that might be there in terms of work hours and whatever else, eating habits, no exercise, in all of that. Because if we want to be good referees, we have to be able to run those 13 to 15 kilometers in the 90 minutes. And we have to have our minds very sharp to be able to make those decisions. Right? Because lots of, careers are either made or broken based on the outcomes of these games. So it better be correct. And finally, which you're seeing nowadays, when the referee uses the VAR and he comes out and he sort of says what his decision is, he has to speak very plainly and cleanly, such that he's understood. In many cases, both teams might not even speak the same language as what the referee is speaking, right? Because they're all from different nationalities. It's even worse when you're playing in the European leagues, because there you've got a mix match of all languages. So how does the referee communicate? Which is the same as what we are doing, right? Because we are communicating to a bunch of stakeholders, right? Who are marketing, who are finance, who are sales, who are R&D, many of whom might not appreciate the point that we're trying to make, of what the risk is and therefore what we should be doing to mitigate that risk. So unless we speak plainly in simple languages and make ourselves be heard, we will not be heard. So let's go and answer our first question. That's not me. So something's come here. Okay. So what is our first question? If internal auditor was to disappear, who would miss it? So first let's ask this question, right? Why do you think I have this graphic up here? I mean, you guys have figured out by now I love sports, right? So what's the relevance of this graphic? Okay, systems. What else? Sorry? Monitoring. Okay, fine. Towards a goal. Okay. How many of you all follow cycling? If at all? Yeah? Who's the guy in the front? This first guy. He's actually called a domestique. He's riding in the front because this is the Tour de France, right? He is not going to win. Even though he's in the front, he's in the front to stop the wind resistance coming on the guy behind him, who's riding exactly behind him. So the second guy is actually conserving his energy, and the first guy in the front is actually using more energy. Right? The Tour de France will come right now. I encourage you to watch it more as a game of strategy, because the race happens over 21 days. Right? It is not the fastest guy who wins. It's the guy who cycles the most smartest who wins. And it's never because of him alone. Each team is of 9 cyclists. The other 8 are there to support that one guy who is meant to win the race. Who is their captain? Right? That's the F1. These are the guys who are sitting behind, often many miles away. They don't need, they don't need to be at the track. Who are monitoring the car's performance in real time and are giving inputs to the race director, who is then transferring those inputs into driver. And then the driver is making real-time changes with the buttons on his wheel in terms of adjusting his suspension and whatever else. Right? We've all seen VR happen, and therefore is these guys behind the scenes, who are making key decisions in this World Cup, including disallowing goals, etc. And countries' sort of fortunes have swayed because of what the VAR has done or not done. And the last one, sport that is not very common in India, which is rowing. If you see in rowing, including in Kerala, where you have those big boats that do the rowing, is that you'll have this one guy in the front who's facing the rowers. He's ensuring that all the rowers are actually keeping in sync. He's known as a coxswain. This is an Olympic sport. He's the guy who is actually steering the boat, and he's the guy who's ensuring that the other, 6, 8, 10, 25, 30 rowers who are there in the canoe or in the boat are actually rowing in harmony. He is not the rower. So in a way, our role is a combination of all these roles. We are ensuring that everybody is in sync in terms of what the strategy is everybody implementing the strategy appropriately. Yeah, we have a behind the scenes look through the data that we have of seeing, is it really happening as it should be intended? At times, we need to be the front runner to understand new risks that might be developing in the ecosystem, and how should the company react to that. And in those situations, we are the domestique in that cycling race to ensure that we take the brunt of that entire research before we present that to our management. So in my view, if internal audit were to disappear tomorrow, the board would lose its early warning signal. Leadership will lose its translator between strategy and risk. And the organization will lose the only function that pairs data with judgment. So if this is the role, and if we are not there, then the referee will be gone. The independent function who watched the whole game is gone. The one who called it fair and kept it honest is gone. And therefore think about it. Are we really a compliance role? Or are we a governance advantage? And I will argue 10 or 10 times that if we play our role right, we will be the governance advantage at our companies, at our clients. Thank you.
Friends, what a fantastic keynote address it was from the trailblazer and grandmaster of our profession, none other than CA Burzin Dubash sir. So friends, it's not the strongest who survive, nor the most intelligent, but those most responsive to change. So sir has explained us how to evolve ourselves, how to stay relevant, how to reinvent rather, keeping the 4 challenges in mind. So with this, sir, thank you so much for your session and making it here today. And friends, now it's time for inauguration. To come forward and take the charge as a MOC. Rakesh Shah is taking the charge. And we have learned speaker, CA Rachana Parikh madam, who also contributed while drafting of standards. So next is overview of revised standards on internal audit by CA Rachana Parikh madam.
So I request Jyoti Aya and Grivita and my chairman to escort the speaker, next speaker, CA Rachana Parikh. So I request my chairman to escort the speaker, Rachana Parikh. Saurabh? No? Okay. So I request Jyoti to introduce the speaker.
Good morning once again, everyone. It's my pleasure today to introduce CA Rachana Parikh. CA Rachana Parikh is a partner at Parikh Shah Chotalia and Associates with over 20 years of experience in internal audit, GRC and IFC. She has led audit and governance engagement for leading corporates, financial institutions and government organizations with expertise in M&A corporate structuring, valuation and IFC implementation. She is a recipient of the Star Woman of WIRC Award and an independent director. And she also actively contributes to ICI. A big round of applause for Rachana madam, please.
So I request my chairman Saurabh Azmeera to present the memento to the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. The only thing standing between your lunch is me and this 1 hour, 15 minutes of the presentation that I have. So please, you'll have to bear with me for this next 1 hour. Geenal called me a month back and talked about this thing. And since I was a part of the study group on review of the internal standards, internal audit standards, I felt it was a pleasure that I'll be able to share the overview of standards on internal audit with all of you. This will be my session at a glance. The first 4 segments are devoted to the context, the global perspective, the evolution of the standards from the 2000 standards to the 2026 revised compendium. The segments 5 to 9 are the working core, where I am going to run you through all the standards quickly with help of case, because as such standards are going to be very dry to read through. So I'm going to take help of some cases which all of you will be aware, and will quickly run through which standard could have been applied at which stage of that case. So that may make it more interesting for all of us. And the 10 to 11 segment is the implementation and the challenges that we'll have in the implementation of these standards, which we have to overcome to get into a better practice of internal audit. And 12th is the closing standard, the closing part. So when we talk about the global versus the Indian perspective of the standards on internal audit, I will want to start somewhere in New York, where the standards on the IIA framed the standards on internal audit, and in January 2024, IIA came out with the revised the global standards of internal audit, and this was the IIA's most significant revision since 1978. And basically it addressed 5 domains: the purpose of internal audit, the ethics and the professionalism, governing the internal audit function, managing the internal audit function, and performing internal audit services. Now 15 principles are laid under this 5 domains of the internal audit standards issued by IIA, and each standard has a principle and each has a requirement. Now this IIA global standards are applicable to the internal audit practitioners globally. So there was something which was needed for Indian internal auditors specifically, and that is why ICI came up with the revised SIAs in February 2026. Now let me quickly run you through the convergence between both the standards, both the IIA standards and the Indian SIAs. Both frameworks are principle based, both cover risk-based audit planning, both require structural independence, both insist on functional level quality. The IIA has QAIP program, the Quality Assurance and Improvement Program, whereas the new SIAs are coming up with the new SIAs that have been rolled out. We have specifically 2 standards addressing that, QSIA 1 and 2. One is the functional level quality improvement program, and QSI 2 is similar to the peer review, which was till date applicable only to stat audit. Now we have a QSI 2 which is applicable to internal audit as well. Both covers fraud risk and both covers reporting requirements, the communication standards as we talk about. The SIs, the ICA SIs have specifically 3 standards allotted to reporting requirements, which was I think as internal audit practitioners we were lacking in, because we were doing our function properly. We had the data in place, we were able to find out exceptions. The only thing that we were lacking was in the communication of those to the board, and I think these 3 standards are going to address that now. So yes, that is that. Now let's come to the divergence points. We saw the convergence points, now we go to the divergence. The IIA and the ICA SIs differ only on the regulatory embeddedness, because ICA SIs are specific to Indian regulators such as the SEBI, the Companies Act, the LODR requirements, the RBI, IRDAI, which IIA cannot, because it is going to be applicable to the global internal auditors. So it cannot suit, it has to be jurisdiction agnostic, it cannot be specific to a country. The applicability, as I mentioned earlier, it is II is applicable to global practitioners, ICI is applicable to members. The QSI 2 peer review, which was modeled on the similar lines of the Stat Audit peer review, and the SIA 330. Now, internal audit standards issued by IIA, they have this concept in their standards, but here in ICI SIA, we have a special standard devoted to special purpose report. Now, as regular practitioners of internal audit, we do have some request from the board and the management to conduct some special assignments during the span of 1 year, or maybe say the asset review, or maybe the data ranging review. So these are maybe one of fraud examination. So this standard is specifically dedicated to those kind of requests, where how to go about this request from the board, what is the mode of communication that we should receive, what is the communication that we give to the board, and what are the working paper requirements. This standard addresses all those requirements for special purpose engagement that we have. And IIA is mandatory now, but ICI is recommendatory in nature. Once the council approves it, it may become mandatory, but as of now, it is recommendatory since 1st April 2026. So this is the basic difference between the two. Now, from New York, let me bring you closer to home, and let me tell you how the story of the revised SIS came into picture. Sorry? II is mandatory if you are a CIA, or you have to follow the standards, yes. The basic concepts of the IIA, I'm going to come to that point, that whether we have to follow IIA or we have to follow the ICI SIS. I'll cover that in one of the slides later. Yeah. So, no, not all the companies. Where if we are in India, then wherever internal audit is mandatory, then yes, we'll have to follow the standards. It is recommendatory in nature, yes. II is mandatory. Yeah, for certified internal auditors.
So II is mandatory only for who are certified internal auditor, correct?
Yes.
CII. But let's say I'm an auditor of I'm doing internal audit.
Yes, you have to take it as a base. The standard will work for you as a base when you do your practice. But if you are a CIA, yes, you will have to follow the standards.
So as I'm a practicing chartered accountant, I am not a CIA, I am doing an internal audit, so it's not mandatory for me to...
No.
It's a recommendatory.
No, recommendatory. And why recommendatory? I would suggest you to follow the standards, because it is for our own professional defense also.
Understood. But
because as and when the laws are getting stringent, the day is not far where stat auditors are already being called for investigation. There will be a day when internal auditors also will be called for investigation.
But anyways, we are following our institute standards. So anyways, we are in line with what we are doing in the audit.
Sorry?
Anyways, we are following the institute internal audit standards, no?
Huh.
So we are complying with the laws, basically. Means
Yeah, we are. But institute is again, see, that is what I'm going to, but I'll cover it right now. It's like whether breakfast is important or vitamins are important. So we have to have a combination of both to do our work properly or to function properly. Our body needs both to function properly. In the same way, we have to have IIA and ICI SIS if we are in India. And I think we should have the common points of both the standards and do our practice according to that.
Thank you.
It is in our professional interest at the end of the day. So the old framework had 22 standards, 38 were originally planned, but only 22 were issued, 16 never saw the light of the day. So this was which was a flat list. Again, if you talk about the old standards, the standards came as and when the requirement, it was never structured. It was a very flat list. There was no sequence to it. So if you see, the terms of engagement is SIA 8, whereas reporting is SIA 4. So ideally, the terms of engagement should precede it. But this was the lacking of the earlier standards, which has now been taken care of in the new compendium. So there were 5 structural gaps between the old SIAs and the revised SIAs, which were addressed in the 2026 compendium. The first being the logical sequencing that I talked about. There was no sequence, which now we have a series format similar to IIA, where the 100 series takes care of the why and what. The 200 is about how to function the internal audit, and the 300 series talks about the quality standards. And quality standard is actually the kitchen fit, whether the kitchen is fit for the purpose of what we are. The internal audit is fit for the function that we are. The purpose is defined, but as an internal auditor, are we justifying the function of the internal audit? Yes, that is what QSIA will tell us about. There was no technology standard in the earlier SIAs, which we now have. There was a brief mention in SIA 14, but SIA 240 is purely dedicated to AI. That means the computer-aided audit techniques, the AI, ML, the Python, the how to use the robot, BI, everything. So that is what SIA 240 is now taking care of in the new compendium. SIS 7, it was only for engagement. It never mentioned on how to frame the engagement letter and everything. So now QSIA 1 and 2 functional quality framework plus mandatory peer review is into picture. No special purpose framework, as we talked about earlier. Special purpose engagements were not covered in the earlier standards, which now we have SIA 330. Which gives us the full planning, execution and reporting for special engagements. And before, SIA 315 existed only for statutory audits since years. Now SIA 210 gives formal comprehensive knowledge of entity as a prerequisite and not as a one-off scenario. We have to have the knowledge, comprehensive knowledge of the entity before we start the internal audit, which is a prerequisite for us as an internal auditor. And why that is a prerequisite, we'll cover it in a later slide. The 5 forces that drove the revision of the new standards was, 1, the digital transformation that was happening in a huge way. The cloud, the ERP, the earlier standards were not able to address the new AI tools and everything that we are having right now. So the cyber security risks and everything. So these standards are taking care of that. The regulatory density, which was not this stringent earlier, now being so many regulators being into picture. Yes, we have to have some standards which give us an idea on how to go about dealing with the regulatory density. The governance failures, the famous cases that are been listed, and we'll also cover these cases in the form of examples in the standards later. The international alignment, where IIS 2024 revision moved to principle-based structure, substance over form. That was the criteria that II is based on, and we had to follow a similar one because that was more senseful, more impactful for our purpose. And the expanded mandate that is happening these days, the ESG assurance, the cyber security, which I think Mr. Patwa addressed that, the cyber security, the data privacy, the related party certifications, these were never into picture in the earlier years. Now this is a mandatory thing that the clients or the companies expect from us as internal auditors. कि मैडम आपने third party RPTs check किए? मैंने बोला like these are the questions that we usually get. So the expanded mandate became a necessity for the revised compendium of the standards. So this is the old framework versus the 2026 compendium at a glance. 38 were originally planned and 22 were issued. We now have 20 standards in the 100, 200 and 300 series. The key changes being the flat SIA 122, 1 to 22 becomes the QSIA 1 plus 100 plus 200. SIA 14 becomes now SIA 240, and no standard for special engagements is now SIA 330. So this is a brief glance at what is happening in the new compendium. Now we have seen what is the standards and how it happened. Let us see the architecture of the 2026 compendium. The QSIA 1 and 2 sits at the top because it's the apex. It controls all the other series of standards. The 100 series comes next, which is the SIA 100 to 160, which gives us the core concepts of why and what. 200 series gives us SIA 210 to 280 gives us the audit execution modes, that is the how, and the 300 series gives us the reporting thing, which is the so what. So one rule that goes through all the 4 layers is the substance over form rule, which applies in all the 4 of the part of the pyramid. So Hyderabad 2009, India's 4th largest IT company, and a fraud of 7,000 crore of rupees of fictitious asset. And how did this come to light? It was not through stat auditor, it was not through internal auditor. It was because the chairman confessed to the board in an email dated January 9, 2009 that he had fabricated the assets, the datas, the receivables. So this is how it came to light. So that is why I'm going to take you through cases and take you through the standards so we exactly know where the standards can be helpful in our practice and why they are important to adopt and to practice them even though they are recommendatory in nature. So in case of Satyam, there were internal audits as I talked about, reports were filed, but reporting lines ran in substance to the management whose numbers were being audited. So that was the major drawback of the Satyam computer fraud that happened. If I'll let you know about the, quickly I'll take you to the key facts of that case because everyone knows about this case. 5,040 crore in fake bank balances were confirmed by fabricated bank statements. Non-existent invoices raised to show revenues that did not exist. A standard practice to inflate revenues. How discovered? Yes, by an email. Internal audit role. Function existed. Reports filed. Reporting line ran in substance to the management. And the core failure was independence was a checkbox, not an organizational design choice. So this was the very quickly the facts of the case. So if you just read this line, you will understand why the standard came into picture. The remuneration of the internal auditor, the engagement letter of the internal auditor, and the numbers whom you are testing. You are an internal auditor. So in that case, and you are reporting to the same person. So in that case, are you an internal auditor or are you a well-paid witness of what is happening in the company? Huh. Yes, yes. Yes.
I don't have access to these event directors in any way. I don't have a correct direct line with them. And when I'm doing the internal audit planning, so functionally, the either external internal or internal auditors have to roll up to the chairman of the audit committee with CEO and CFO have got no business to be there.
Correct.
But exactly the opposite happens.
Exactly.
That's one. Second thing is, you've done your report, about 50 observations. Now the real thing comes. ओके आप इसको मैनेजमेंट रिपोर्ट में लेके जाइए, इसको आप प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए.
Yes.
Now how we deal with this as an institute?
I'll tell you this because this I also come across in my area, my practice and in my clients, and that is I'm not talking only about listed companies where there are formal audit committees and everything, but this is more difficult in case of a private company, large private companies where there are no formal audit committees where we can go and talk about, right? So what is the ideal way to deal with it, or how I would deal with it is that in a recent case where we observed it was a EPC company, so there is a lot of material which goes on the site and then it is returned, the stores material or consumable material or even high value raw material. So it is returned once the project is over. So we found during the stock verification in one of the internal audit run, we found there was almost a 1.39 crore of stock lying in the premises of the company which was not taken in the books. So either the treatment should have been, should have been returned to the vendors if within that window, or it should have been scrapped. These are the ideal two windows, or you can use it for another project. So because it was not usable for another project, because it was a very specific project requirement material, so the only thing was to scrap it or return to the vendors. Now when this was highlighted in the draft audit report, I immediately, as you said, I immediately got a feedback from the CFO that madam ye to nahi le ja payenge hum log board mein. I said it was a private limited company, okay, around 700 crores of turnover. So it's a large private company. So of course I could not overrule the CFO because I don't have that capacity. So what I did in those cases that I said, okay, if you don't want me to take it to the board where independent directors are also there, what I'll do is I will mark a mail to all the board of directors and sensitize them about the observation, provided you give me an assurance in that mail that this will be taken care of and all the necessary compliance for rectifying this situation that happened will be taken care of in the next audit run, and subject I'll also verify it. My team will also will be verifying it. Then I can close this matter. So this is the best way we can do. The best governance practice that we have very limited role when we are representing to the board, but this is the maximum we can do to bring it to the notice of the board that such a thing has happened. At least it will come to their light. So in that case, at least I was not a witness to what happened. There
was a scenario where I faced companies planning for an IPO.
Right?
Now, you have independent directors for which we discovered a contract on commissions. Independent directors. Then second thing is, there is a person who's a private equity, who's invested, who's looking for his forex. There's a statutory auditor who's looking for a fee increase. The internal auditors come up with an observation that scrap sale is actually funding the incentives of the CEOs. Right? And all this thing is resulting into major non-compliances. Then even the invoicing and the pricing is also kind of, there are elements of charges which are doing to the foreign vendors where the charges cannot be explained. The production cannot be traced back to the cost because there are certain standard elements which are not, rolling back to the actual cost. When all this was put on the table, they totally brushed it aside. And nobody spoke. Nobody. And within the next 6 months or to 1 year, you lost the audit.
So that is
and the IPO happened. The statutory auditor took his fees increase.
The internal auditor was kicked out.
And the investor got his forex. The directors got their money. Now, in this whole scenario, the money is being run on public money. So where is the probity and propriety? So in that situation, as an institute and as the legal framework, how do you stop this?
See, as a practitioner, what I would do in such a case, or I would suggest to all of you, because these, as stat audit, there is no formal structure where we are covered, right? Once the standards become mandatory, yes, we'll be covered under that structure. But till then, the best practice would be that we build a rapport. That is what I think Mr. Dubash addressed that how many of us are a part of the strategy meetings of the board? How many of us? Very few. Why? One reason is the board also does not welcome us. The promoters also don't want the internal auditors to be a part of the strategy meeting. But that is why when we conduct internal audit assignments, what I have observed is when we send our team for the first time, instead of that, we go for the first time, sit with the promoters, sit with the management, the CFO, CEO, and the board members. That makes a huge difference in the confidence that is built up between us and the promoters. And that gives us that leverage when such kind of observations are coming to light, that they are also relying on us for the better management of the company. They take our inputs that, okay, and the best, another thing that I also do is every quarter when we start off the internal audit, in case of larger companies, of course, because I'm not able to go everywhere, but in case of larger companies, what I make it a point is, do you want us to include any area in the already defined scope? Because usually the scopes are defined for the entire year in 4 quarters. But there are one-off scopes with the management had it in mind, but because the scope is defined, they don't want to they don't want to address it, or they're hesitating to address. In such cases, these kind of meetings, building up rapport with the board, with the promoters, helps in a big way in private limited, large private companies. That is what I have observed, and it has been very helpful to me. And that is why how they understand the value addition that we do to their company. Because unless we explain them, it's like selling our own goods. Unless we don't sell our goods, nobody else is going to come and sell it for us. So we have to make them understand, sitting across the table. You have to have that meeting. Let them give us 15 minutes. If they are busy, let them give us 15 minutes. We only give them the highlights. We already have the financials with us. We have past reports. We can bring out the crucial matters for them, critical matters, the sensitive matters for them, bring it to their light. They will themselves understand our importance. And that is the only way we can address the issue that we are talking about.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, SIA 110 talks about the basic principles of internal audit. Again, I'll take you through the Satyam link. In this case, the independence was existing as a designation. SIA 110 makes the structural text explicit. Independence is achieved through organizational positioning and not titles or not conditions. So one line to remember is that a control that is perfectly designed on an organizational chart but not lived in practice is a paper control, and so is our independence. So this is what we need to take home from the Satyam case for the first SIA 110 is that a control which is there on the organizational chart but which is not being practiced, then does it ensure our independence or is it just a paper control? So this is what SIA 110 talks about. Please feel free to ask questions whenever, because there are a lot of standards and I have to finish by 1:15, so maybe I'll be a little bit quick in some standards and a little bit slow where I need more time. But in case we have questions, we can take it up. Yes, sir, please. Yeah, size and type. Depends on which is applicable to the client that we are auditing. Maybe it's in a closely held private company. All the standards might not be applicable. But the basic substance over form is prevailing, that the engagement letter should now be in place, the functioning, the scope, the planning of the audit, the scope sharing with the promoters, the reporting requirements. The documentation, yes, we have to follow for all companies, even if it's a small client. We should follow. I will not say we have to follow, we should follow. We can tweak it to the requirement, because in all cases there might not be an authority matrix. In small companies there are no authority matrix, so how would you apply that? In that case, we just ensure the control in substance is being followed or not. see, all the vouchers being signed by one director and who is micromanaging the company, that is okay. But at least the authenticity of the vouchers being placed in front of him for signatures are whether they are correct or not, that we have to ensure as internal auditor. So SIA 120 talks about the terms of internal audit engagement. So there was a charter which was given to us as internal auditors. Charter meaning the role of internal auditor, the scope of internal auditor, which was defined in 2016. So these are maybe, in case of a real estate developer, I'm giving you an example and taking you through this standard. There was a charter which was not reviewed since 2016. Okay, so in 2016 there were maybe 10 different projects which were going on. So at that point of time, the internal auditor had to focus more on project management rather than revenue recognition. But now sitting in 2024, if we follow the same charter, that is not going to suffice, because in 2024, the income recognition, the rental income recognition was the main criteria of the audit. So that is why we have to go on reviewing the internal terms of the internal audit engagement every year, and in some cases even every quarter. So let's not have a charter which is a historical document. That is the crux of this standard that is being given to us. SIA 130 talks about managing the internal audit function. Sorry, section 138. They outsource? Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's precisely what is being done.
This is in case of where mandatory internal audit are applicable, and
Yes.
in case of non-mandatory internal audits, because there are a lot of companies who are also into internal audit voluntarily. So in that case, what will happen is we'll have to give them a terms of engagement, we'll have to understand the scope from them, and then have a formal engagement letter to be signed by them and us.
Right, that's for voluntary ones. But the ones which are compulsory, you have that setup where they give you the scope and you basically.
Yes, yes. But again, modification in the scope is always possible.
Generally, after the first meeting we do with the management, the proposal goes to them. On the basis of proposal, they confirm these areas to be audited, or this you can skip or can do in the year 2 or year in 3 as per their priority.
Yes.
So again, this keeps on changing and majorly coming from the management itself. How can we say that this keeps on changing, or this interval we need to change the scope and all?
I am not getting you. So you are saying they keep on shuffling the scope, like the one which was supposed to be taken in Q1 is now being taken in Q4.
No, I am saying when we decide the scope, it is generally the management will take a call in which priority we want to go ahead.
Okay.
So when you say for example, you said in 2016 something was the priority and 2024 some different is the priority.
Correct.
Again, that comes normally with the discussion, and after the management will decide in which hierarchy they want to go in general. That is how the revision will be done,
That
right?
is how it will be always. See, as internal auditors, let me tell you one thing is that we don't have a defined scope as stat audit, right? Stat audit has everything in place. Schedule 3 gives us what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. In case of internal audit, we cannot define our scope, and especially from client to client, it will keep on changing. So in such cases, the best way to do it is every year. The fair practice, or the one that we adopt, is that every year we sit with the management, we review that what new laws have been made applicable to them. Say in a pharma industry, there are a lot of other laws which also applies. So in that case, we usually have a discussion with the management and sit down with them and say that, okay, this needs to be addressed in the first quarter, and maybe this you can take it in the fourth quarter. And I will say that I think they are very receptive when we sit across the table and do this one-to-one discussion. They are very receptive. And then you define the scope, put it down on paper in the terms of engagement and the engagement letter, and get it signed, right? So in case of a 6,000 crore loan book of an NBFC, there was only 2-person team who was handling the entire function of internal audit and reporting to the CFO. Now in this case, can a 2-person team justify the verification of a 6,000 crore loan book? No. So this is where this standard comes in, managing the internal audit function. If I am short of resources, then I need to tell this is how, I'm going to come to that later, but this is how you can now even justify the cost of the internal audit. There are a lot of companies where the internal audit fees are more than the stat audit. Now
Now, how do you justify that? This is how you justify that. You have a 6,000 crore loan book. I cannot have a two-person team verifying the entire book. I need to deploy more resources, and that is why I need to increase the cost. So this also helps us in justifying the service that we are giving, the standards. So this is the institute, the ICI has given us a base on justifying the fees that we have been charging till date with proper evidence, backed by proper evidence. So this is why the standards are useful. So resource adequacy, the lesson that we take home from SIA 130 is that the resource adequacy is a standards obligation, not a budget conversation. So you can always say that the standards require us to deploy proper resources to a function, and two people team cannot do this, so we need to deploy more resources, right? SIF 140 talks about internal controls. In a manufacturing unit, there were dual controls on cash disbursements, documented and laminated on the wall, but there was a 38 lakh rupees fraud which was discovered, where it was later emerged that there were verbal approvals also. So there are controls but which are on paper, they don't actually function. So in that case we have to verify that. This is what that standard talks about. It's as good as what we have been doing, nothing new in that. So this is the more formal structure of internal audit when we talk about risk as risk management. Most of the companies till date do not define their risk universe. They do not define their risk appetite. So in that case, this is risk management talks all about that and more. Now the key question that SI 150 forces on us is governance actually overseeing risk, or it is just on paper. See, all this risk may be defined in some of the companies, but there is no function of internal audit which is aligned to address those risks. So that is where risk management is coming into picture. So we have to ensure that our internal audit is also aligned to the risk that their company has defined. Now, all companies might not have defined their risk. They might not have a risk architecture. In those cases, in short, we can give them a presentation on the risk of the industry they are working in, and whether their controls, the existing controls, are addressing those risks, or whether as internal auditors we can give them suggestion to address those gaps. So that is where our value addition will come. Sorry? Yes, yes. See, IFC, a person designing and implementing IFC cannot do the internal audit for the same controls, because he himself has designed and implemented the internal financial controls. So IFC has this restriction principally, that if I am designing the IFC, I am designing the risk and control matrix for a company, I am also handholding them for implementing those internal financial controls, then yes, I cannot be the one auditing them as well. But as internal auditors, you can give them the gap. This is as good as giving the taking the ATR from the company, that whether whatever observations that were given in the previous quarter, what actions have been taken, and whether, so that is as good as strengthening the controls. Whatever gaps had been identified in those observations, we will always give a suggested or recommended control for it. So in the next quarter, we are going back to see whether that had been implemented or not. So this is as good as strengthening the internal controls. So yes, we can have that dual role as internal auditor. Framing and then auditing, yes, it will not be a good idea. No, it will not be a good idea. Yeah. Year end, the other agency is doing what? Year end review of what? ERM. Okay, okay. Huh.
Audit for ERM.
Okay.
Risk
Huh.
management.
Huh.
Should internal auditor also to review the ERM again, or they can?
No, see, our role is not to review the ERM as internal auditor, but yes, we definitely have to take ERM into consideration while designing our scope. Because ERM gives us the risk architecture of that risk appetite, risk architecture. Entire risk management framework is being shared by the ERM. So as internal auditors, it actually gives us a groundwork ready for us. I would say it in that way. So if they are reviewing the ERM, the other agency is reviewing the ERM every year at year end, then yes, we should take the observations into consideration. Maybe we can have some additional independent verification if they have given an observation, but we just cannot sit on it and not see it. Yeah. Sorry? The CIA himself is part, but he is not designing the risk management framework. So no, the standard does not specifically restrict this, but in those cases, do they have a outside agency? I think that's a dangerous situation to be in. Yeah, that is a practical situation. There is no standard addressing that risk. I think it itself is a risk, where the CIA is designing the framework and also taking charge of the functioning of that framework. Yeah, I think the segregation of duties concept should apply to that also. Yeah. They know, if they have designed, they know the loopholes of the procedure, whatever process transaction flow is happening, or process flow is happening, or operational flow is happening. They know where the risks lies, how to address those risks. They have defined everything. Yes, but they also have a key to manipulate those controls in that case. That is why it's a dangerous situation.
But we can get it reviewed by third party.
That is exactly what I asked. Do they have an outside agency reviewing his function? But sir, ultimately, see, somewhere, maybe not this year, but maybe in 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, it is going to come to light. And at that point of time, his incentives, his bonus, his KPIs are going to be affected. So ultimately, it's going to come out in maybe not immediate. It may not come out immediately, but it may come out 2 or 3 years down the line. But wherever there is a lapse happening, whenever or wherever there is a lapse happening, it will come out in some time. That principal lapse has happened. Now, if you talk about the operational lapse, which might happen because of this, that will come out in some way or on some day. That is when he will be in a problem, or he will be answerable. Yes, but there is no standard address. So that is why he'll make a mistake Sir, he'll make a mistake someday, no? Because he's handling all this together. I think in that case, if somebody, the audit, sorry? But who will make that disclosure in such cases? Because see, as internal or outside third party or consulting internal auditor, we can do that. We can bring it to the notice of the board. This is as good as what we talked about when we talked about whether the internal audit, if I am designing controls, I can audit controls or not. Or if I am designing IFC, I can audit IFCs or not. No, SIA does not. Yes, so but see again what I said was we have to follow both. So in such cases, now who will insist on this disclosure, that will also become a question. Maybe some professional coming on the board might ask for such a disclosure, and maybe they can take some corrective action on it at a later point of time. So that is why it becomes important to follow both the standards. The IIA, to the extent they are applicable to Indian working style, and ICI SIS, of course, yes. So this we already did. So compliance with laws and regulations, the SIA 160 talks about it. This is as similar to industry. The laws will be, the regulatory agencies governing the companies will be different. So in a checklist of a pharma company which covered almost everything, GST, TDS, PF, ESIs, Factories Act, all acts whichever are applicable, there was the DPCO drug pricing amendment from 18 months earlier was affecting 15 scheduled drugs which was not verified. So in such cases it becomes important that we have a review every year or in between also. So whatever industry that we are auditing, we have to ensure that as internal auditor, as a practitioner, or as a part of the company, whoever, we are representing the corporate or you are representing the practicing firm, you have to ensure that we have complete knowledge of what is being updated, what new laws are being applicable to that industry. So then only we'll be able to give justice to the assignment that we are doing, we'll be able to add value to it. See, and before, if all these acts, usually as our standards, they are rolled out for feedback and then rolled out completely or becomes mandatory. In such cases, it becomes important that we bring it to the notice of the promoters before it is being applicable. Then it will be even more fruitful to us as an exercise. So compliance frameworks must be living documents and not redundant documents. It has to be updated every now and then, depends on the applicability of the industry that we are auditing. So we now go to the new case, the I11FS, where this case is more based on the 100+ subsidiaries that it had and what went wrong in this case. So briefly, what happened in this, the asset liability mismatch happened. There were 100+ subsidiaries and SPVs funding long-term projects by short-term borrowings. This was the basic crux of this issue in this case. The 20-30 year toll roads and power plants were being funded by short-term commercial papers. The collapse happened in September 18 and it affected the entire NBFC sector. The risk framework existed. Risk management committee was also meeting on regular intervals. Risk dashboards were presented quarterly. Then why the gap? The governors actually overseeing risk or acknowledging it in the minutes. So all these things were only in the minutes or they were also being followed. So this was the major problem of this case, and the next standards that we'll go through will take ILNFS as base. Knowledge of the entity and its environment. This is a new standard in the 2026 compendium, SIA 210. It talks about why the knowledge, I just talked about it in the last slide, that why knowledge of the entity or the industry that we are auditing becomes important. So in this, the take home,
would say that the consolidating understanding is a precondition. It's not a requirement, it's a precondition that if I am doing a particular audit for a particular company, I have to understand there are 3 other subsidiaries of the company, and the 3 other subsidiaries, what kind of business they are having. So when I give report for the parent company, I have to ensure that I'm covering doing a holistic view and not a limited view of the parent company. Yes, all the verification exercise might not be applicable because we are not doing the audit for the subsidiary, we are doing it for the parent company, but whatever is happening is also affecting the parent at the last in the consolidation. So yes, as internal auditor, it becomes our duty that we have knowledge of the entity and whatever subsidiaries or other associations it is having. Section 220 talks about internal audit planning. This standard talks about the risk-based scoping, resource allocation, timelines documented and updated when risks change materially. Plan is not a calendar, it's an evidence-based response to assessed risks. So in a conglomerate, which the audit plan which was there in 23-24 cannot be made applicable in 24-25 as well. We have, I think we have covered this earlier also, so I'm not going into detail in this. We already had a lot of discussion in this. Internal audit evidence. Now this is where I think we had one issue one of the delegates had talked about. Why internal audit evidence? We have a standard audit, 230 is the standard. So there were, in case of a company and a practitioner was doing audit of receivables, internal audit of receivables, wherein 7 of 12 observations were supported by confirmation from management. This is, I think in smaller companies, this is the usual practice that we take an MR, we rely on it without any further verification, and this is where we are going wrong, and this is why this, so whatever evidence we are taking for our internal audit exercise, that has to be sufficient and appropriate in quality and quantity. This is what we are taking home from this standard, that observations have to be backed by sufficient evidence in terms of quantity and quality. So in the example that I have given, there was a forensic review later where 12 crores of data were fictitious. Now why? Because we did not go for third-party verifications. We only relied on the MRs, which was the only drawback that we had. So that is why internal audit evidence becomes important. Now this is a new standard and a landmark standard also, the use of tools. Standard 240, which talks about the use of AI tools. The first dedicated standard for CAAT is that data analytics, Power BI, Python, IDEA, ACL, professional judgment over. So this is why standard was introduced for, because a lot of us have started using AI for data analytics, where we used to do only 1% of the sample of a entire population. Now we are also doing 100% of analysis, we are doing 100% checking. Yes, AI tools are helping us a lot in doing our verification, but at the end of the day, we also have to review the output of the AI, and that is what this standard talks about, that if you are using AI tools, yes, we should use, because that is making our practice easier and more efficient, but at the end of the day, we have to also ensure that the output that these AI tools are giving, that is also correct or not, or whether it is justifying or efficient, or whether we need to tweak the prompt that was given for the output. See, that is what we are supposed to check. We say that we upload an Excel sheet on Claude, and then we say that give me an analysis of the data's aging in that. Now, we have to go and check whether the entry of the data has been done correctly or not. The receivable entries have been done correctly or not. So that is where our role comes in. The data analysis is done. We got a good report, beautiful report of the data's aging and everything. But if the problem was lying in the entry part, that Claude will not able to tell us. So that is where our verification comes in. So we pick up a sample of, say, whatever data is outstanding from more than 180 or 365 days. We pick up through 3 or 4 data, go to the ledger and check whether the entries have been done or correctly or not. So this is where our role comes in. Yes, we got a
platform. Okay, there are 10 daters who are outstanding more than 365 days. So out of that, pick up 2 and go and verify the entries, and we'll have a fair idea of the correctness or the accurateness of the entries. So this is how we should use AI tools, and this is what the standard talks about. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, standard practice. Standard practice.
Now, there is one aspect called data quality.
Hmm.
Now, and data is an end game of a process ensures performance.
Hmm.
Now, how, as an internal auditor, wouldn't we be having a procedure or some sort of activity or some sort of thing we do where we somehow check that the data which we are using is of appropriate quality or not?
We usually face this, as you rightly said, they don't allow us to have the access to, they don't allow us to sit on the system. They said, okay, what do you need? We'll give you the dump of the data. This is what usually happens. In those cases, what we usually do is I ask one of my team members to sit when he's generating the report. He's giving us the dump. We ensure that he's giving the same dump that is being generated, or the same report that is being generated is also emailed to us without any cleaning up exercise. So this is how we see. We don't have a power to say that you have to do this and you have not to do this. But the only power that we have is we can ask our team member to sit with them and ensure whatever report is being generated is being mailed to us as is. That is where we can rectify that. Yeah, we can even do that. In the report, we can, but sir, that would be as good as taking an MR from the company and then doing an exercise which might not be even fruitful. Huh. Yes. Yes. We can do that. We can definitely do that. And we have done it in past for some of the cases where we are not able to form an opinion because of the data quality. We clearly mention it that we'll not be able to come to a conclusion unless this data is being provided to us without being sanitized. Sir, usually this thing is also matching with the trial balance. It is completely, they do their homework very properly, you know, like these accountants are very smart. They do their homework very properly. Yeah.
Each time you take the trial balance out of the system, howsoever high or big company would be, and the entire balance sheet is built out of it.
Hmm.
So
there is no, I mean, live balance sheet, I think it cannot even work because there is a lot of other provisioning thing that needs to be done once the entry part is done. So practically also it might not be, yes, we might get a fair idea about the position of assets and liabilities, but a live balance sheet per se cannot be possible because of the practical issues also, where a lot of closing entries needs to happen once the statutory audit is. Yeah, what is practical, yeah. So this is how I address that issue which you talked about about data quality. We ask one of our team members to sit with there. The best way to do is to take a auditor login and ID of the ERP without any editing rights. Be very specific to them that whichever IT person gives us the auditor login and password for the ERP, please ensure you go into the controls and see that we don't have any editing rights, because it can land us up in trouble in future. So please, as a fair practice, don't take editing right wala login ID and password for our exercise. Please ensure that. We have had a bad example for that, so please, I am sharing that. So section SIA 250 talks about internal audit documentation. There was a procurement irregularity which was observed in one of the reports. which was raised in a meeting, it was disputed by the management, and it was settled with after mutual discussion. The work paper read, matter discussed with management and closed. Now after 3 years, there was no email trail. We did not have any email trail, no record of management's position or why the auditor accepted the stand of the management. The same irregularity surfaced 2 years later at 3 times the scale. So this is why documentation is important in internal audit exercise, that we should have some paper. If the management is asking us to take some conclusion or some stand as an internal auditor, please ask them to give you an email on that. Please be very clear, sir, आप मेरे को एक mail भेज दो please, and we'll put it in the draft report or the final report. But we should have some documentation or some evidence of that discussion that has happened. That is why it is very, and this will help us when we have to defend ourselves at a future point of time, where the management might come up and say, internal auditor had done this exercise, why was it not brought to our notice? Now at that point of time, the CEO or the MD is not going to take a stand for us. It is us who will have to take a stand for ourselves. So that is why documentation is important. SIA 260 talks about review and supervision of audit assignments. If we look at the example in this case, a partner had signed off a pharma client's quality control report. The field team had completed only 15% of the audited planned audit steps. Gaps were noticed in the working papers but not escalated. The partner reviewed the draft report, not the audit program. So this is why the review of audit assignment, there always has to be a one layer in between us and the audit report. So what is the fair way to do it is, the executing team drafts the report, the team leader verifies it, and then the partner reviews it. This is the ideal way to do an internal audit, finalizing an internal audit report, because this is where such case situations can be taken care of. The third case that we are talking about is the PNB case, the Brady House branch case, which is very famous again. There was an 11,400 crores of fraud that happened, which the crux of the case is the letter of undertakings were visible in the SWIFT messaging, but they were not visible in the CBS of the core banking system of the bank. And that was the, now if I quickly explain you the mechanism of the fraud, there were fraudulent LOUs issued of worth rupees 11,400. There was a core banking system. There was a control that whatever goes through the SWIFT messaging has to be recorded in the CBS. But it did not happen. So the control was there that the reconciliation has to happen, but that control never got performed. So SIA 280, the next that we'll talk about, is it addresses that, the gap between the expected control performance and the actual performance. So this is where SIA 240, the audit tool, the AI tools that we are using can also be of help, is that now we have data analysis at our help, the AI tools at help. All the transaction could have been reconciled in a matter of minutes, and this could have been avoided at that point of time. SIA 270 talks about experts and third-party engagements when we are relying on the work of an expert, outside expert. See,
In some case of EPC companies, we are not professional engineers, so we have to take help of engineers. In case of vetting of legal documents, we have to take help of a lawyer in our internal audit assignments. So in this such cases, SIA 270 talks about that in case where you are using help of outside experts, don't take it verbatim. You also have your inputs, review what he has said, and then put it in the report. Before, maybe he's right, maybe he's missed out on some points, but before that, that review has to happen. Highly technical, then yes, we cannot, but at least we'll come to know that whether we have to ensure that he has done his. See, there are experts. When we hire experts, we have faced this, that when we hire experts, there are people who just give us a report for the sake of giving it, and there are experts who actually go and verify and then give us the report. So at least we'll have a fair idea of what they are giving us, whether they have done the homework properly or not, before relying on their opinion. SIA 280 talks about the irregularities and fraud. In this case, the PNB, if we take the example, the gap that nobody identified and owned, the SWIFT to CBS reconciliation, it was nobody's explicit job. The expected output was the LOIs issued should have been entered in the CBS, which did not happen. So SIA 280 names this as exactly the expected versus, which we already discussed when we talked about the PNB case. And 240 could have taken, the data analytics could have helped us in doing it, surfacing the fraud much earlier. So we cannot go by good faith that two systems who are supposed to communicate with each other are also talking to each other. We have to ensure that they are making clear communications. Yes, they are two different IT platforms and they are not integrated. Yeah. Some ERP, yeah. There's standard in case of small private companies, that they are on two different interfaces and integration is not done. So our role becomes more difficult in such cases.
Not only this, based on the experience of this IndusInd Bank, where you have two different departments and both are party to two different legs of the same transaction. Then whether they are in coordination with each other or not, that also one has to see.
That is exactly what we saw in the PNB case, where both the systems were supposed to communicate with each other.
Yeah, but that is.
In this case, you are talking about departments. So yes, whatever, there is a reason that role was assigned to two different departments. And if those two are not communicating with each other, then definitely there is some lapse that is happening. Otherwise, it would not have been designed in that manner. So now we go to the 300 series, which talks about the reporting part. I will quickly run you through that because we already discussed in the earlier standards also. 310 talks about the presentation and communication of internal audit report, the content, the tone, and the structure of the report. Ideally, an internal audit report should have observation, followed by the root cause, followed by the recommendation, and followed by the management response. Unless we have the management response, we do not give the final audit report to them. That has to be a ground rule for all of us, because that is what is making them owner of the observation that has happened or owner of the exception that has happened. So please be very clear on this format of the report, and I think we can evolve. See, till now we might not be following this method of issuing reports, but we can evolve. And it is a better way of handing it over to the management also for clear understanding that if we structure it in this manner, this was the observation, this was the root cause, why it happened. And this is the recommendation from our side to address that gap. And this is the response. Management response has to be in two parts. The owner of the task that is supposed to be done and the timeline of the task.
If he's saying that, okay, I'm going to implement this control, then there also has to be a timeline to that control. By 1st July 2026, it will be implemented. So please ensure that you have this structure in the report. Huh. But if it is backed by evidence, there is no point they will not agree. See, our observation will form a part of the final report only if it is backed by evidence, right? We will not be giving observation without any root cause or without any evidence. Huh. So in that case, in the management response part, you can easily mention the management has stayed away from commenting on it. Or maybe the control will be implemented in future. Sorry? That is what exactly. As auditor, we can clearly make a disclaimer that this observation was not accepted. Whatever evidence we have, we'll be presenting it in the report in form of annexures. So in spite of being evidenced by documentation, this observation is not being accepted by the management as of now. As of now, we should write that as of now, because in future they might also accept it.
So further to what sir said, it's a 1200 crore company to be listed very soon. We reported one observation, basic observation of CF. Was presented in audit committee. Now management has given that, okay, here is expert opinion, 2-line email forwarded to us that PF is not applicable. It's a no-brainer observation, but they don't want to do that compliance.
So in that case, we just conclude by taking that on record. Whatever expert opinion there, because see, as internal auditor, I cannot investigate into something. My basic duty is to bring an observation to the notice of the board, right? Now, if we also observe a fraud that is happening, but our duty, say in case of such a case, PF, or in case of a fraud, our duty is concluded by reporting it to the management. Our duty is not to investigate that fraud. For that, they will have to bring an external agency. So in your case also, we conclude by taking the expert opinion of a lawyer, because we are not lawyers, right? So we conclude that matter. We conclude that matter over there. We take the opinion on record. We keep it in our back working papers also, that this is the opinion given by an expert. So in future, in the case there is an issue, we always have that email to show to them.
So yeah, so in future if they ask that you are also professional.
But you will also have your draft report where you are bringing it to the light of the management. Yes. So then your case, the case is rested then.
We have presented the final audit report. I am saying in ATR. Now we are supposed to close it as an ATR point because we have got the
opinion. Yes.
I was just thinking whether we should still.
No, but then we are restricted to that. We cannot go further once we are given a legal opinion which is beyond our expertise area, and if an expert in that matter is giving an opinion, we cannot go beyond that. Sorry? That suggestion that we give will be, of course, backed by the regulatory, the laws that are applicable to that company, right? Because we'll also do our homework before.
Like what we have been doing is, like when we're putting anything as suggestion, the idea is that it's not kind of mandatory or something that we believe should be implemented by the company. Right. So these are like kind of suggestions that we are giving and we are putting it in the report.
See, if it's generic in kind, the suggestions are generic in kind.
Yeah.
In that case, you are not backing it by any law, right? So in that case, you are not going to be held responsible for that. But in case you are quoting a act, say for in case of a pharma company, if you are quoting a medical act or any other particular act, or in case of banking industry, if you are quoting RBI, then you have to ensure that whatever opinion or whatever suggestion that you are giving is also covered under RBI before giving it.
Right, and that format also has to be the same, like observation, root cause, everything has to be the same.
Yes. So see, now in case of PSUs, they have this format of standard checklist wala format where they have this n number of pages listing lot of points. We just have to see whether it has been followed, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no wala format hota hai. So in those cases, this kind of format becomes difficult. Right. In that case, what we usually do is, suppose we were doing internal audit for NHAI. Now NHAI has this style of giving us checklist and we have to put in our remarks against it. We give a 2 or 3 or 4 page or whatever observations where we need to give subjective remarks. We put it in a separate annexure to the report. Yeah. Because nowhere it is restricting us to give an annexure. Right? Yes, writing, yes, we have to give written audit reports, of course. So report itself means that we are giving something in writing, right? No, it does not mandate, but report itself means we are giving something in writing. Otherwise, it will become a note. That is what? No, it does not. But report, when we talk about report, it means we are giving something in writing. Otherwise, it will become a note. So, no, standard don't mandate. But that is what we are hired for, right? We are going to sign off on a report. No, but now SIS, since we have 3 specific standards on report, yes, it means that we have a mandate on issuing reports for an internal audit assignment. Substance over form, yeah. So I have been given a note by Jinal that I am on the last 10 minutes. Yeah. That is again a very grey area because since now the new definition covers assurance. See, earlier the definition was not covering assurance. Now the definition is covering assurance. So it is still a debatable topic whether we should generate UDIN for internal audit reports or not. I myself am of an opinion that we should not, because we are not giving an assurance. That is what, it's a grey area. That is what I am telling you. Stock audits, yes. Stock audits, yes.
Madam, for that practically even UDIN has option of internal audit, and when we fill MEF, we are asked internal audits and everything. In fact, there was one unintentional error in UDIN number. We got query from ICI that this report you have quoted XYZ UDIN is not matching database. So we are practicing that UDIN is mandatory.
Yes, that is what, but I think it's a good practice to have generate UDIN. Why not? Yeah, that came in the new SIS. So now we should. For the mandatory 138 wala audits that we have to do, we have to generate UDIN. In those cases, yes, in that we can opt out of it generating UDIN. Yeah. Private and?
Private companies and not a CA firm.
Huh.
They are also doing internal audit for listed entities.
There they are not required to generate a UDIN at all because they are not a CA firm. Yes, the consulting firms. Because internal audit is not restricted to only CA members. Yeah. The special purpose reports we have already talked about, so I'm not getting into it. The pattern beneath all 3 scandals, I will skip that. We just quickly run through the quality standards, internal audit quality aspects, the function level gap. There are excellent individual auditors, well-documented work papers, strong engagement quality, but no formal training program. See, we have our team, but we also have to ensure that our team is equipped enough to handle the audit. So, sending freshers for audit, yes, it may be a good idea, but only after proper training. because ultimately we also have to justify the service that we are giving. The clients will also raise a hue and cry if we every quarter they have new people to make them sit down and make them understand the ERP. So for us also it becomes very important that we train our team properly before sending them out on assignments. This is what the functional level quality that the standard talks about. The peer review, yes, this is similar to the stat audit, which will come into picture once the standards are mandatory, that internal auditors will also be peer reviewed. The last part I'll quickly, so we, what is happening? Okay, so we are somewhere in 1 and 2 as of now. The ad hoc way of practicing and the structured way of practicing. The 2026 compendium is taking us to the standardized and the value adding part. So this is the practical implementation roadmap is draft a charter, risk-based audit plan should be there, the tools deployment should be there, a plan should be there, the documentation standards and the report architecture for reform that we talked about, how the reports should be structured. I think the challenges that we'll face is the resource and scale, the technology gap. So this is I think my last slide. The next time management says, do you need a bigger team, better tools? The answer is no longer, because I think it's a good idea. The answer is now because SI 130, 240 and 110 says so. Yeah.
Is there any standard which defines risk, high, medium, low, on what parameters?
No. Because industry to industry it will vary. So there cannot be a perfect definition of high, medium and low. Client to client it will be different. A high risk can be a low risk item for me. A low risk item for me can be a high risk item for somebody else. So we cannot have a definition of high, medium and low.
There is a compendium of ICI and RTI, explicit allowance.
Sorry?
There is a compendium by ICI for risk-based allowance.
Okay.
So we should have.
Yes. I think ICI has a lot of compendium on in the industry specific, and they are beautifully drafted. So we should go back and I think this is done. So that's me signing off, Rachana Parikh, and I thank WRC for this opportunity to me. Thank you, Jinal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you all are just waiting to go for lunch. I'll just take 30 seconds of your time. I would like to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to CA Rachana Parikh ma'am for her insightful presentation, for updating us on the latest revisions and additions to the internal audit standards. As our esteemed leadership and chairperson of Internal Audit Committee, CA Jinal Savla ma'am rightly emphasized, our institute is known for keeping pace with the ever-evolving corporate and regulatory world. Ma'am has ensured that our members are well informed and important changes and their practical implications. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable knowledge and expertise with us. We truly appreciate the time and effort you have devoted in making this session informative and making us aware of the importance of independence of the internal auditor as well. Thank you once again, and thank you everyone. Please join us for lunch. The post-lunch session will start at 2:15. Thank you.
AIE की, risk and ethical consideration की, and fireside chat. So please give the round of applause all the panelists, moderator, contributor, members. With this, I invite my council colleague, the chairman of this committee, to moving tech forward, CA Jinal Savla. Welcome you, madam, to give the brief introduction of all the panelists.
Thank you, Vice Chairman of the committee. So, friends, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce all the panelists and the moderator for AI session. What we understood from keynote address was, the theme of keynote was based on 4 pillars. Acceleration challenge, that internal audit function is no longer rear view mirror function, but a forward-looking strategic partner. The business acumen gap. So internal audit not only sees controls and compliance, but also now participate in strategy, technologies, investment, so on and so forth. The AI as an opportunity, not a disruptor, but a tremendous enabler. And last but not least, the influence imperative. So friends, now influence is no longer optional, it is imperative, and leadership is influence. When it comes to internal audit, we need to influence audit committee, boards, CXOs, process owners, so on and so forth. So let us now have a brief introduction of all the panelists, beginning from CA Murtuza Kachwala sir, who is past chairman of WIRC and past secretary of WIRC, and a fellow chartered accountant with nearly 3 decades of experience in business technology, consulting, governance, risk, and digital transformation. Currently serving as the managing director and market leader of India at Protivity. He has previously held leadership roles with AF Ferguson and Company, Vodafone, and Hinduja Group. A regular speaker and thought leader, he is widely recognized for his expertise in governance, risk management, and technology advisory. May I request all of you to get a round of applause for Murtuza Kachwala. Coming to our second panelist, CA Kashyap Vaidya sir, who is a fellow chartered accountant with over 39 years of experience in internal audits, concurrent audits, and risk assurance for public and private sector organizations, including banks. He is a partner leading audit engagements across manufacturing and service industries, and is driving the digitization of internal audit through BOT and RPA-based solutions. A member of the Board of Governance of IIA Bombay chapter, where he serves as treasurer. He is widely recognized for his expertise in audit transformation, governance, and technology-driven assurance. So let us welcome Kashyap sir with a round of applause. And coming to Shrikrishna Dikshit, who is a partner in digital and cyber security with over 20 years of consulting experience in cyber security, information security, business continuity, and cyber risk management. He has successfully led 250 plus cyber security projects across industries, specializing in security operations centers, cloud and AI security, regulatory compliance, incident response, and cyber governance. A holder of globally recognized certifications including CISA, CISM, CEH, CBCP, and CDPSC. He is trusted advisor and sought after speaker on cyber security, digital resilience, and emerging technology risks. So friends, welcome him with a round of applause. And with this, we have our moderator in a form of CA Parul Shah, who is seasoned internal audit and assurance professional with over 15 years of experience, currently associated with JSW Group, Infrastructure and Ports. She has extensive experience in internal audit, IFC risk assessment and assurance services across manufacturing, financial institutions, insurance and asset management company. A member of, again, internal audit committees of WIRC and BCA's or HRD committee. She is actively involved in advancing the internal audit profession, and she is always around. So with this, let us have a round of applause for our learned panel. And before embarking to the panel discussion, may I request to felicitate them. May I request Vice Chairman of the committee to come forward and felicitate our today's panelist and moderator.
So thank you, Jinal Madam. Now before starting this session, the panel, I think members, you are aware the profile of the speakers. The one moderated by the JSW, passed from the CNK, Glenmark, the experience of more than the decades and decades. Then the 80 years firm, T.R. Chadda and Company, senior partner among us, with us. One is past chairman, then representing Protivity, 120 partners plus experience of the internal audit, one from the Baker Tilly. So great round of applause with this fire mark session. And I believe एक बार शानदार तालियां आपके लिए और panelists के लिए. With this, over to the moderator.
So good afternoon, everyone. So after lunch session is always difficult. Like we have to awake the audience also and the speakers also. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and respected members of our profession and my fellow auditors. It gives me the immense pleasure to welcome you for the insightful panel discussion related to the AI in internal audit, role of technology, AI and digital transformation. We are witnessing, our generation has witnessed the internet when the internet has developed. So I recollect my college days, we used to go to the cyber cafe. So we have to pay for 1 hour, we used to pay for the internet. But now the internet is readily available within few seconds, or it's 24/7. And our generation is a witnessing of the AI, artificial intelligence also. So there is lots of transformation. So it gives the auditor not only, it's an opportunity, it's an opportunity also and the responsibility also. So AI is not only analyze the vast volume of the data in seconds, but it also identify the anomalies that may escape the human observation. Sometimes we cannot find out each and every observation. But with the help of AI, within a few seconds, we can easily analyze. So today's discussion is therefore not merely about the technology, it's about the future of our profession. It is about understanding how auditors can leverage AI responsible while continuing to exercise the profession's skepticism, judgments, ethics, and business insights. So we are privileged to have an eminent speaker, so CA Kashyap ji, CA Murtuza ji, and Mr. Shrikrishna Dikshit. So each of our panelists is bring a unique perspective. So Kashyap ji is from the T.R. Chadda, it's a mid-sized firm. Murtuza, everyone knows him. He's from Protivity. And this Krishna ji is from the forensic background. So let's quickly understand our audience. So I will ask 3 questions to the audience first. How many of you have used ChatGPT, Cloud, or Gemini, or any AI tool in last 1 week? Every day.
Excellent.
Great, excellent. So you all should be the speaker here. You all know. So how many have you actually used the AI for audit documentation, analytics, or risk assessment? Great. And how many organizations have formed formal AI policy in place?
3, 4, 5.
4.
6.
Very few. Yeah, less than 5. So let us move beyond the hype and focus on the practical actionable insights that we can all take back to our organization. So my first question is related to where is AI actually being used today? So first question is to Kashyap ji. So working with small and mid-sized firms, where is AI actually being used in internal audit today? Not just like the conference brochure, but where it is actually used.
Sure. So before I come to the answer, thank you so much, Jinal, for kind introduction. And then the second by Vijendra, and then the third by Parul. So 3 introductions make me, and the first answer to the questions I can't sleep after the lunch. 110% out of the audience knows what ChatGPT is. But coming to the question, where the mid-sized firm use this as of now, and if there is a different view, please raise your hand. When I'm here to share my experience, I'm here also to learn, because learning is every day, that you know. Yeah. So where we exactly use? We use for now mainly for data analytics, to read the agreements and do the risk assessment. These are the three major areas where the AI is used. But more than AI, I think more of a, I would say, automation. It started with that, and we are using more as an automation than the AI. Where we use, we look at the GL or AP, AR, and then put it into the kind of a script, which may be in Idea Caseware of any other embedded AI software, to find out the outliners, right? These are not the answers or which is given by this platform, but they give the outliners. Okay. Like if I look at the procurement, then they will tell me that whether there is something is procured where already in the stock for more than 180 days, or there is no PO but invoice is there, or there are all exceptions. We know we do internal audit, we were doing it, but we were doing it on a sample, right? So we were selecting a sample, and then on sample we were doing the exercise. Okay. And if we get the kind of a majority of answer in negative, then we were to extend the sample. This automation or the AI is allowing us to do 100% verification of the data. Here we can tell that how many POs are issued where there was no PR, or what are the other outliners which tell us where we have to focus. So this is where we use. Then on the agreement side, if we look at the agreements and if we push the agreements to the ChatGPT, AI, ICI ChatGPT is very good in that. And if you use that, that tells us whether they are agreements which are no more valid, there are terms and conditions which are not consistent, and then many of the outliners again looking at that. And if I push my 2 or 3 years audit reports, it will tell me that what are the repetitive observations which were coming in, and allow me to do a kind of a risk-based internal audit, identifying the risks which are coming in, and then tell me that how should I devise my audit program for the next year. This is where we are actually using it.
So
I hope I've answered the question.
So you have told like ICI GPT you are using
we are using Idea Caseware, we are using Claude, we are using Copilot, but then there are questions which may come for this also, but we'll answer whenever it comes. Okay. But yeah.
So the next question is like, so you are the Murtuza, you are handling the large audit firms. So where has AI genuinely moved from pilot project to business as usual, and where it is still more talk than practice?
Thank you, Parul, for that question. And before I answer that, a big thank you to Jinal for such a beautiful program, and the Vice Chairman Vijendra, and of course Ravi Patwa and Saurabh Ajmera. See, like if I were to talk about my own firm, I think we've gone way beyond experimentation, okay? And I'm mindful of the time also. We'll take only 2 minutes for each question. But like say, risk-based IA plan. So we have our own risk sensing tool. And the risk sensing tool helps you in going into the public domain, identifying for a particular process or a sub-process, what is the risk that is happening today. And depending on what you configure, today for me, whether it is a print, whether it is a Facebook, LinkedIn, social media, whatever it goes and it stretches and it tells me, okay, oil price is today so-and-so or so-and-so, or logistic cost is going in so-and-so way. So first is that, risk assessment. Before you, on your audit universe, and of course, audit universe, if you want, you can put a prompt and you can get it. We generally use this risk sensing tool, and we have audit universe industry-wise for our firm. The second thing is then going into the planning. So we have detailed checklist industry-wise for manufacturing, procure to pay, order to cash, fixed asset, inventory, etc., which have been defined, which are put into a portal, and as people go and do audits for multiple organization clients, they keep on updating. And for each of these processes within that industry, there is a process owner to whom the updates come and they go and update. So checklist is available. If I go on to audit analytics, in my organization at least we got 350 queries ready for a manufacturing organization, which means it is for everyone else also. And we take these queries into the client's environment. For that particular process which we are doing audit, deploy the queries, get the data from the various tables or wherever it is lying, okay. It can be like a POS system, it can be an inventory management system, it can be a CRM, and something can be lying in the ERP. So from where does it come? How does it get pushed into a place, and how does the query run? We configure, run the queries, get the exception, do the audit, and then move out. Now, coming to the observation, documentation. Again, each and every document is PDF, and it is being put into a common drive, okay, which we have something called as a knowledge leader. So for each client, for that year, for that particular process, documents will be available. Whenever they want for the QAIP, they will seek and will give it to you. For our internal peer review also, firms peer review also will need. And for whatever reason, in today's day and time, if a litigation happens, I may need to again seek permission from my client and present those documents to the regulatory or law enforcing agency. So we need to keep it. So we keep those documentation also. And report writing, again, we've got a unique bot which recognizes the voice and converts into text and gives it to us. The biggest pain was writing report. The young kids do not know, the grammar is wanting, the English is not good, they can't bring out the exceptions properly, and then the managers don't have time and the directors don't do anything. And then the partner has to sit and review the report, that too 1 day before the audit committee. That is a fact in every firm and every organization. So what we have now said is people can speak in either English, Hindi, Marathi, and that chatbot recognizes that whatever you say, it reads and it makes it a good grammar-free, proper English and gives you an observation, tuck. And that we use, okay. Now analytics, I'm not going ahead, maybe when she gets to her next question or I'll at the appropriate time, but again there is internal analytics, like I said, we use the internal analytics data to analyze with the external data like a Parivahan portal, a GST and etc. And one example, will your client like that one of his employees running a parallel business? Get the PAN number of all the employees, map it with the GSTN portal, we know whether the employee is running has got a business, what is the nature of business, what is the turnover. And map that with the vendor master and see whether employee's company is supplying to a client organization or not. So similar type of lot of data is available, we'll have to go one step ahead and do that. Now, the last thing before I stop, but here, again, how many are from industry? Many. So sorry my friends, see, the thing is we've invested in like technology, we're doing so much, we're trying to add value, but then it comes at the right fees. Okay, don't squeeze us on the fees, right? अगर एक चीज इतना सब मेहनत करने का, इतना वैल्यू ऐड देने का, सेविंग भी निकाल के देने का है, तो फिर उसके लिए एक ढंग से 4-5 लाख रुपया तो एक प्रोसेस का बनता है. अगर क्लाइंट मेरे को बोलते 2 लाख ही दूंगा, तो फिर मैं बोलता हूँ बस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं होएगा, फिर जैसा अपना नॉर्मल ऑडिट चलता था वैसा होएगा. See, I am being honest, okay, so that my friends who are in practice, they also know कि लाइक इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट किधर से करूं सर, 1.5 लाख की फीस में या 2 लाख की फीस में, कितने लोग तो 1 लाख रुपए में ऑडिट कर रहे हैं, प्रोसेस ऑडिट. So then this cannot be done. I have answered some other question which you did not ask, sorry.
But Murtuza, I think that applies to mid-size firm also.
All.
So Murtuza sir is indirectly telling us, so he is our internal auditor of GSW Group. So I will definitely pass your message to the senior person.
Thank you.
And my boss is sitting here only, Mr. Chetan Thakkar. So the next question, Shrikant sir, from a forensic point of view, where does the AI actually show up in your investigation today? Is it central to how you work now or still a tool to reach for occasionally?
Okay. So I'd like to thank three. Right? One is Mr. John Turner, Mr. Alan Turner and Mr. John, who invented the concept of AI in 1950, right? And we are currently speaking about it in the 3rd generation. Probably we'll start using actual AI in the 4th generation, right? Institute of Chartered Accountants and a committee for inviting a non-chartered accountant and a non-engineer to sit on the dais and speak on AI, or to speak on forensics and cyber security. By profession, I am a certified ethical hacker. Okay, that's what my profession is.
Sir, you have done CISA.
Yeah, that is the secondary qualification, right? So to answer your question perfectly, yes, AI is being used, but right AI is never been thought of. AI needs to be used, like Kashyap sir said, for analytics. Use of AI for conducting any forensic investigation, right, is nothing but a foul play. Because unless and until you know what you want to derive, you cannot use AI, right? You need to know what the right prompts are. AI is not a mechanic or a tool to give you or to derive a report. It is termed as a flawed report, right? AI can be used for doing analysis, for doing analytics, right? Simply writing the prompt based on this report, do you feel has management conducted some wrongdoings, right? AI is going to send wrong answers, because here you are telling AI that I have already done my analysis. This is a judgmental decision that there is a wrongdoing by management. And AI is going to share the reports based on that, or derived based on that understanding. Ideally, the right prompt should be that this is the data, right? Based on this data, let me know, based on 4 or 5 key parameters, are there any inconsistencies which has been identified? Probably looking at millions of data, AI can throw the right 100 outputs, right? Now, these 100 outputs can be false positives as well. 50% will definitely be false positive, right? Rest 50% still you need to manually review it. So
can you give one example where the old traditional method has failed and you have used the new techniques?
Okay.
One example, any of your client?
Old traditional system stays, right? You cannot remove the traditional system. What you can do is you can use the automated techniques, right? The tool which will save time in doing analysis, right? Original system still remains the same. Indian Evidence Act specifically says, right, that first you need to follow a proper chain of custody. Chain of custody itself is a traditional system, right? To change the system, you need to change the law. Okay? Having an AI policy doesn't work, I'm sorry. You need to have a governance framework first. Right? That is the right way. I will tell you why in later part.
Thank you, thank you. So the next question is related to the prompt. So how much of the answer you get depends upon how well the question is asked. So can you brief about it, Kashyap ji?
I think the earlier speaker already touched upon that. Yeah. It's garbage in, garbage out. Like you were saying that in automation also, whatever you give and whatever you tell the automation to do, they will do like that. If I put a prompt, right, that I'm going to reach late home, please give me some good reasons, because my wife fully believes what I say and she has a full faith in me. Is it a right prompt? It will not give me a right answer, because what I gave was an incorrect prompt. Prompt should be such that it should be defined very properly. When I know, and everybody is using the cloud and everything, so there is a limitation to token also, and the prompt, if you lavishly use, may also not allow you to give more prompts at a particular time. But there are certain basic things which you should mention in the prompt which will give you a right answer. Otherwise, there will be something called hallucination. You must have all heard about it, right? Yeah. So it will be like that. So if I want to say, if I want to tell that please give me a particular answer, I have to be very clear that I am an internal auditor for a mid-sized company with a turnover of say 500 crores. Those it is into manufacturing using SAP, and now I want to know whether this particular data is giving some outliners which are exceptions, and then I give what I want. But you need to be very clear, otherwise it may not take you as what you are is the first thing that you have to ask to the prompt, so that you can expect a good answer. Am I clear, or you need further answer? Yeah.
So I will add in this. So in ChatGPT, there is an option in the setting, wherever you are, like your designation you should mention, your profile you should mention, and which act you want to refer. Like I want to Companies Act, Income Tax Act, the list of numbers of that, then accordingly he will give the reference of that act whenever your answer. So we need like supports also, which we sometimes in the audit report we have to mention which act we are referring. So this will benefit. Just go to the ChatGPT settings.
How many of you are into practicing tax? Yeah. So there is a very famous case, very recent, where the commissioner went through the submission made by the appellant, and he mentioned certain citations of case laws, right? Because the prompt was written that I want a favorable reply where I can sustain my argument. And then it designed an answer which was actually beneficial to that person. And that commissioner was having some doubt, so he went to that citation, went to the book, and found that there is no case like that, right? So this is what the prompt is. If you want that I want a particular thing, make it very clear that it will give, as I said, garbage in, garbage out, it will give you what you want. You have to be ethical, you want to be correct, and you want to be right, right? This is what the prompt is, I think.
Thank you. So, Murtuza ji, how much like training goes into the teaching for the perfect prompt writing in your large firm or to your colleagues?
So I think most of it is on the job. And like both of them said, we all experienced. When we ask the exact same thing also, at times we get different responses. And if you tweak it a little, and English is a funny language, you change a comma or this thing, and again the meaning changes and the prompt will give a different answer. So of course, everyone in the organization goes through a training for writing prompt, but then training is again one-time type of a thing, and then like it is lot more of learning within the group, discussion, sharing each other's this thing, and on the job they keep writing, they keep learning. And I think the writing a prompt, a good prompt, is like a very essential skill today. It is like learning Excel 10 years back possibly, or 20 years back. So which will have to be done. And it will have to be regular, I think, and depending on what we are using, we'll have to keep learning.
Yeah, exactly. So the next question is related to the technology for small and mid-sized practices. So Kashyap ji, most internal audit team does not have the data scientist on staff and never will. How did a traditional audit team even begin with the AI without a large budget? Suppose if you, like someone has given you a budget of 50,000 rupees. So where would you invest? In which AI tool you will invest?
My question would be to Murtuza that with the fees what we get, can we afford? No, that was on the lighter side. But see, you don't need a data scientist to start with. Start with what you have. You don't need a 50 lakh paid or 20 lakh paid data scientist to do that, because you are not going to do wonder over a period of time, overnight, right? It's a gradual process. Start with whatever you have. We have our idea software, we have another software. Use that to the best scripts that you want to write. and make your auditor trained to use this program rather than hiring a new. Because in any case, this AI is not so common now. Whomsoever has learned AI is over a period of last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And again, there is no rocket science in that. What automation can do would be what is going to be told to the that automation to do, and who knows better than the auditor. So train your auditor rather than again hiring an expert professional. Gradually, once you are comfortable with that, go ahead, go for a kind of a professional Claude, Opus 4.8, do that, but not overnight. It's a gradual process. See that whatever you have now achieved is going to the next level. At that point of time, you can actually execute.
Okay. So the next question, Murtuza ji. So you are doing internal audit of like 2,000 crore company, 5,000 crores company client. So what would you actually tell them to buy for exception testing, continuous monitoring and documentation? Any 3 tools?
For large companies?
Large companies.
See, process mining tools are available, like a Celonis, PAFNow, etc. And if the company can afford, they are costly. If the company can afford, and if you want to implement process mining tools, then like what should be the standard process and what is the process being followed for every PR, PO, GRN, invoice, etc. It will pick up and it will start throwing exceptions and tell you, okay, like there are so many cases where there is no purchase requisition but there is a purchase order. Or there is no purchase order and this is without this thing, whatever, okay. Or if there are no 3 quotations, it can pick up those also. It will go ahead to even tell you, okay, like if a particular raw material is purchased and there are 10 vendors in the vendor master, 90% has gone to one vendor. And it can even compare the rates of the 3 vendors and tell you that you bought from a higher price vendor. So things like that will come out from the process mining tool directly. Okay. And I can go on. So like if a PO is going for approval to a CFO and the CFO is taking 7 days and the authority metrics limit is 50 lakh rupees, you may just want to tell the management to tweak the limit and make it 1 crore so that lesser POs go to CFO because he's a bottleneck. It can be done by someone else. So all of those can happen. This is one part of it. Now if you don't want to go for a process mining tool, then I think you will have to go for data analytics solutions. And there are so many of them, okay. But I would suggest that if it is a really large organization, then use SQL, write your own queries and put it into your own environment. That is much better instead of doing something or going in for something. But there are a lot of tools available. You can evaluate, do this thing and do it. And no need to go big bang. Start with one process and the best is to start with procurement. And then go to maybe payroll, HR, and then go to one more and do it. And ultimately see, the moment you do a lot of queries you write, you start doing analytics and you do an audit report, then the obvious next question from the management is, कि तुम आओगे 2 साल बाद और वापस वही query run करोगे, उससे अच्छा better है, why don't you give it to the second line or to the first line, so that we keep running on a regular basis and keep correcting whatever errors keep on coming. No GRN, high price vendor, and it is obvious and it is very natural. So technically, continuous control will have to move to the first line of defense. And we as auditors will have to look at lot more process gaps, control gaps, compliances, etc., all of those. If those also get automated, no worries. And I think today, with the definition, global definition and even India's definition, and I think Burzin mentioned or Rachana mentioned, I don't remember, that giving, Burzin said, 200 observations and then walk away. That does not work. So there are some audit heads who have now started saying, like, I'll bring a solution also. And I'll help you in automating and making the process a lot more efficient. So I think there are a lot of those. Before I close and hand it back to you, see, for smaller firms, I think Kashyap Bhai said, बहुत छोटा firm है, so IDEA is a good tool. ICS signed a like MOU with Castware Canada, 60,000 one time with firm registration number, and then every year renewal is 20,000, and you can use multiple queries, multiple clients, etc. that way. Then there are audit documentation solution also, but again, one last sentence and I'll stop. See, even if you don't want to invest in idea, the best is Power BI and Power Query.
BI.
Start with that, take one audit, one client, start writing queries, run the same thing in the second, third client, keep on. There is no need for a 10 crores, 20 crores, 50 crores budget, not required. I think we can start wherever we want. And documentation, before I end, so Kashyap Bhai and I think Shrikrishna also mentioned ChatGPT. थोड़ा अच्छे से प्रॉम्प्ट दे दिया तो चेकलिस्ट देता है, प्रोसीजर देता है, इंटरनल प्रोसेस देता है, जो चाहिए मिल जाता है, RCM दे देता है पूरा का पूरा, procure to pay manufacturing company, procure to pay insurance company, this that it gives you. But again, don't blindly use it. If someone downloads it in your team, please look at it, read it कि क्या दे रहा है, because it is like it gives you some foolish outputs at time, and then tell your team कि हाँ this is good, now you can start using it. Sorry. Kashyap bhai, you wanted to add something?
No, I just wanted to add that what Murtuza says is very right. There is no off-the-shelf tools which are available which can be used by any company, because you need to make it tailor-made. I know a few CFOs of a very large company who have the BI, Power BI, using BI, and they come out with about 20 queries by 3rd of the next month, and they work on that, right? So this is again homegrown. They have their own engineers, data analytics, and all those who are in the industry also would, I would say, confirm that using a bought-out tool will not help unless you have your own homegrown, which takes care of your own requirements. I think that's what it should be.
Sorry, I may not get the opportunity, so I am touching this again. Compliance. There are compliance tools which are sold as a SaaS solution. Now companies buy the user license and then the users go and upload across factories, across depots, etc. some evidences. And then a report gets published that PF bar diya, TDS bar diya. Now, whether the challan which was uploaded on 7th of the month, that was a TDS challan or a ESIC challan, no one knows. Right? And there was an input, and there was no maker or checker, or maker and checker both were like hand in glove. So now these compliance solutions are also introduced an AI level and this thing enablement, where the bot reads whether it is a TDS challan and TDS on professional fees or contract or X or Y, or a PF and PF for the month of April. So the bot reads all the document is uploaded, it will read everything, and then accordingly it will say like whether it is complied or not. So I think a lot of those updates are keeping on happening, and there are so many compliance tools also. So I think tools are multiple, lot of products are available, depending on our size, like I said, tailor-made. अपने जेब में कितना पैसा है, whether I'm a corporate, small or big, whether I'm a firm, small or big, कितना पैसा है, क्या करने का, accordingly plan and go ahead with that. Okay. Sorry.
So for in the JSW, we are like following this LLCS software for the compliance, like number of wherever like it says complied, delay complied or not complied. It comes automatically from the system. The user has to just upload the document. And wherever they have like, suppose PF they have submitted, ESIC, wages paid on time, and then the automatically systems, whether it's a due date, within a due date or delayed. So the top management can easily find out wherever there is a delay. So Krishna ji, for your question.
One question I have on this. Can I say?
Yeah.
So, like you mentioned that one tool is AI tool is already available who can either compatible with the existing tool which provides you compliance user. So how can this tool, is it one tool or we can make another tool compatible with them? How can we get these things as you mentioned? So suppose I have already one tool for compliance which is using by the company. User can put the documents and it is stored and saved, right?
Which tool are you talking?
Compliance, right? So like you sir rightly mentioned that AI, through AI base we can check the documents, which month, either PF, ESIC, TCS, whatever it is. So this tool is separate from the tool which we have already, or how we can link it?
You want to answer? I should answer.
Yeah.
You answer.
So see, I think your vendor, you have to push your vendor and say that other product is available जो ये सब कर रहा है, unstructured document reading करके उसका भी analysis करके वो check कर रहा है, आपका नहीं कर रहा है. तो भाई आप upgrade करो, नहीं तो otherwise I'll have to move to someone else. Because your vendor, whether he is making that investment in updating that product to make it much more better as we are moving ahead in the technology. It is vendor based, no? You bought licenses from that vendor.
Understood.
But that everything can happen in one. There are massive, I'm not giving you any names, but there are a lot of tools available.
Understood.
And if that vendor says he cannot do, appoint an auditor.
Nice.
Shrikrishna ji,
He has a question, sorry.
we can ask at the end questions, please. Yeah, thank you. So Krishna ji, one like a smarter toolkit for the small size firm who give the digital forensic and fraud analytics.
Okay, I'll say don't waste money on tools. Invest money on smart resources or knowledge. There are plenty of open source tools available. Say if I have to start my own company today, right, I am not going to spend a penny in purchasing any tools. There are multiple open source tools available who are deriving the same results, right? Just an example of it, for database management to do right analytics. Murtuza sir said, why don't you have your own SQL version installed in an office? Perfect, it requires cost, right? Since I started small, or it's my startup, right? I don't have clients, or I don't have that huge data. So rather than SQL, I'll use MongoDB, right? A cheap freeware, not a cheap, but a freeware, wherein only I need computing resource powers, that's it, right? Cheap because, okay, now rather than learning SQL, I have to learn MongoDB. For doing any forensic imaging, I use FTK, again a freeware. Problem why big companies like us, or why professionals, they don't use FTK, is how to derive the output of FTK. Okay, there is no automation for it. You need to do it manually. But a smart investigator, he spends time in deriving the output manually for this, right? For mobile device, you don't need to buy UFED. There are multiple options available who are going to perform the same results. Yeah, as you grow, you start investing in tools are there to reduce your time, right? The commercials tools are there to reduce your time. Trust me, like how your federation keeps on amending act, right? Just to say that we are alive, we need more fees. Even we, right, our profession, we call it technology mafia. We keep on updating. There is a freeware, we will say that, okay, you should buy this license one. These are the benefits which will give it to you. It is nothing but an automation, right? It is all derived from open source models. That's it.
So how many of you already purchase in your organization any AI subscription? Or if it's practice that any software you are using? Great. Name, can we just quickly say the names, which AI tool you are using? Okay. Genspa, okay. So I think Copilot is more user friendly. So the next question is tools, training and ICI roles. So how many of you have attended ICI AI training? Level 1 and 2? Very few have attended one. आपको मिला नहीं मतलब कि always कभी भी full हो जाता है.
अभी भी one batch is going on.
हाँ, one batch 6th floor पे अभी भी चालू है. Kashyap ji, for you questions. So where have you actually found tool like ChatGPT, Copilot useful in day-to-day and audit work, and where they have fallen short?
So I think I have answered in the first question that where we have used this like Copilot or Claude 4.8 to do the analytics on the data which is available of GL, AP, AR or HR, to find out the outliners, to look at contracts where the terms are not in sync with what it should be, whether they are valid or not valid. So this is where the tools are used. And coming back to ICAI level 1, level 2, I think this is something, and I attended level 1 and it's absolutely necessary for all those who would like to practice AI in future, right? And in that I understood that somebody in that class, a colleague, had written a tool. Would you imagine? He had written a tool that tool will give him that when would be the seat free for next level. And it was giving him the prompt or the trigger. So that is where the use of this level 1, level 2 is. Level 1 will tell you all about what all platforms are available, whether it is Perplexity or Copilot or Claude or LLM, and which one is good for what kind of application, right? If you want to do contracts, then they might say that a particular LLM would be good, or if you want to draw I would say flow chart, then this is the one. We were talking about prompt, and there are prompts which can be made out of this AI also. What prompt I have to give to get a particular output, that also can be made. So this all would be a 3-day course. I would request everybody try to catch whenever you get it and do it. I think this is what.
Yes, I totally agree. So in the large audit firms, like in ICI was already doing its job. So what other training you do for upscaling your staff?
So, of course, I agree with Kashyap bhai that ICIs, I have not attended up till now, but the level 1, I have not met a single person who would have said, can you isme maja nahi hai. It is a very good course, and I think I also am looking at it to attend. We should attend, it gives us a lot of this thing. But the regular training to our teams is required. ChatGPT, etc., writing prompts, the young kids, they keep on doing on their own. When we come to us, as we speak, we have acquired a complete organization which is into AI training. And that organization is called Inside Verge. And there are 12-member team, all PhD doctors, and they were all professors in US universities. And as we speak, and you will see in some time, we are even thinking of coming up with an AI university of our own. Of course, it will be a separate entity, but we are thinking of doing that. So we have started, we are into the business now of even doing AI training for large corporate clients. So that similar AI training is happening for all our team members internally, but will we be able to repeat this again and again, because we have 4,000 people now. And the batch size is again small, it is not a very, very big batches. So I think one time you need to give them some training on what, we have an internal AI product. So we tell them how to use it, and then they go ahead and do it. So that way, and then they keep on learning as they experiment. I think that is what it is.
Yeah, thank you. So Shrikrishna ji, you have a like IT audit and security lens from the point of view. What governance do you put around the staff using this AI models like access control, approved tool list, monitoring, or what's being typed into them?
Okay. So when we speak about IT security, right, or IT audit, gone are the days when network was only a risk, right, or your LAN or your IP addresses were only the risk. The biggest risk which everyone carries, right, is the data. With the launch of DPDPA in India, right, we speak about data minimization. It focuses more on monitoring. We need to focus more on monitoring what actually is happening, right? And what is happening within the organization, is it monitored well? Because there was a time when IT Act was referred where for any wrongdoing, the CEO of the company was being penalized. With the launch of DPDPA in India, it is no more the CEO's responsibility. it is an individual or an end user's responsibility. So more focus on auditing is on what is being monitored, how it is being monitored, right? How it is being controlled, and how are you ensuring that whatever you are monitoring is being reported rightly, right? Say everyone has bare minimum or basic security safeguards within the organization, right? I was happy to see that everyone is using AI, to be honest, right? I'm really happy to see. Have you tried putting the same prompt 4 times in that same AI, right? What results it gives? It is a disaster. It is a disaster. It is a different results, right? Have anyone, okay, don't raise hands. Let's keep it confidential. Have anyone actually uploaded any of the client data, okay, any of the client data on AI? Trust me, you are lying to yourself. Don't answer this question. खुद के मन में ही बोलो. Trust me, you are lying to yourself if the answer is no, right? अगर आपने किया है तो याद करो which client data you have put in. A simple prompt is, say, for an XYZ company, right? Is this particular data available with you? अगर आपने chat GPT में डाला है तो ये prompt डालो. It will give you the right data, right output. You will be surprised to see the right file coming in front of you with a source. If you click on the source, right, then you need an enterprise license. If you click on the source, it will show you your user ID, your timing, and your MAC ID and your IP address from where this was being used. Oh. Right? So this is what the output is.
There is something called memory in all this. Even if you turn it off, they say that they keep it for training purposes, because these are all module. If you use ChatGPT, that is updated up to say 15th of October 2025. If you put any question which needs an answer for data beyond that, it may not give you. But why I'm saying this, because whatever data you put, whatever privacy, you have to keep it with you. Don't put the name of the client, don't put the data, because this is something which is the risk of AI. When we are talk of risk in internal audit, this is the biggest risk that one has to address. This is all we are facing. You keep it by training, by entering into a kind of an agreement with the employee, or whatever way you do it, but ensure that the privacy is maintained. Otherwise, DPDP has a penalty which is not less than 50 crore. Yeah?
250 crore.
250 crore. I was giving discount of 50%. No, but it is very critical. One is, there are two major risks of AI. One is privacy, two is bias. So please keep this in mind while using AI. I think that is what the message Parul wanted to say.
Yes, totally agree with you. Totally. So the next question is related to the shadow AI. How many of you know what is the shadow AI? No one? So let's hear from the speaker.
Okay. Now, everyone is using AI. With a raise of hands, are you using AI applications in your mobile phone sitting here today? Right? If answer is yes, are you using your corporate license or it is a freeware? It's a freeware, right? What is, okay, it's a corporate, impressed, but it is only one AI, or you are using parallel as well? No, or are you using parallel as well? Because even if you are typing something in Google, it is taking you to Gemini, right? So what is shadow AI is something which is outside the governance framework. AI governance framework. What is governance framework? Is something like parenting, right? There is a AI policy, but prior to this is a governance framework. It is called parenting. Like our parents used to say, "Yaar, cigarette mat piyo, daru mat piyo, ye kharab cheez hai." Right? Governance framework is using the right AI by right people, right? having the right committee in place. You as an internal auditors, right, who are working in corporates, is anyone from your team part of AI governance or AI team in your company? If answer is yes, impressed. If answer is no, right, it is not you don't have a strong AI governance, because AI is not a technology responsibility. It is an organization's responsibility. Technology person understands technology. You as an internal auditor, you are the best person who understands the business of internal audit. You are the people who are going to decide which are the right tools, which suffices the needs. Right? Today people are using AI not to get the right output, but to ensure that they are doing it quick, they are doing it fast, right? And the reports or the language is rightly being used. So once you have a AI governance, you have a AI policy in place, you have something like a corporate license. Organizations, they say that we will use AI, right? And we will use only this part of AI. The reason why they go for this licensing is lot of LLMs which has public access, it gets disabled. Right? It gets disabled. Like people say that, okay, we use Copilot, we use ChatGPT, we use Claude. It is not bad. But having a corporate license, it disables public access LLMs. So whatever you are, whatever inputs are being inserted in your AI module, right, those results are not publicly shared, or neither they are being shared for industry research by these AI companies. Now I will say that, okay, Baker Tilly, we have a policy of using Copilot globally across. Right? So when we are putting it, when we are using Copilot on our mobile phones, when we are using Copilot on our laptops, it works good. But at the same time, I type something in Google regarding the same business, or unfortunately I upload any particular document, right, in Google, it is shadow AI, it goes outside, right? Also your mobile phone settings, sir, right, you need to disable. There are certain mobile phone settings which you need to disable, because nothing in this world comes for free, right? You need to pay for every single penny, every single technology. So you need to ensure that whatever access has been given on your storage media, those access or those file access is not available to these AI tools. Else, it is nothing but a shadow AI.
So, if I may just add, see, I think sharing client data on a public platform is a breach of code of conduct as well, right? When the client, breach of confidentiality, so the client gives me data in my professional capacity, and I was till now either taking my queries into the client environment and using it, or bringing the data on my laptops, computers, running my queries and getting a result and doing the audit. Now if I were to start, every kid in the office starts uploading the data on ChatGPT, gone, right? And you can take a letter signed from him, but what is the point? So I think what is important is within each of our organization, even CA firms, we have to put those governance framework, okay, around. जैसे लाइक पहले कंप्यूटर में अपने लैपटॉप्स और कंप्यूटर्स में ये होता था कि क्या डाउनलोड कर सकते हो, क्या नहीं कर सकते हो. Similarly, now you have to bring those, the governance which we are talking about, we have to bring those restrictions that data cannot be uploaded on ChatGPT, etc. And of course, we'll have to subscribe to or build our own AI tool somewhere which our organization can use, or otherwise then download checklists, download queries, and then run those queries, but don't upload the data. Okay, that is what all of those cares will have to be taken. Sorry, I thought.
So just to conclude, I think you ask about what training you give. More training, I think, would be required to keep privacy, how to keep it privacy. Yeah, I think it's more required than how to use AI. I think this is the game in the future.
Yeah, so in short, I will say that wherever like organization you are using this AI, you take the former approval, okay, this AI tool we are using. So at the end, it should not be your responsibility also. So the next question.
Maybe I'll just add two more things, okay, and maybe. So one is like, see, a couple of questions were there on training. We don't want to make our people AI expert, right? We just want to make them AI-enabled auditors.
Yes, yes.
So I think that limited, whatever is experience, whatever training is required, that will have to be given. And the second thing, see, I think Burzin mentioned in the morning that ultimately whatever output comes, we are responsible for that output. Even if we put it as a working paper in a file, he just mentioned about the income tax case, okay? So we'll have to apply that judgment, we'll have to review all the document, whatever output comes from that AI will have to be reviewed, basis our so many years experience, and then only we'll have to proceed ahead. It cannot become a working paper just like that. And which essentially I would say AI will have to be used like a junior auditor in the team. You cannot do everything you upload on ChatGPT, get a result, give a report, it only drafts and then you just sign and say, okay, done. That will not work. AI is only a junior assistant in my team, which will do a lot of routine work much faster. And it will give me a lot of exception. And then I'll have to analyze, look at, do whatever, draft properly, put it up, evaluate, and then go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, totally agree. And we have to discuss to the audit also. Discussions, HOD. So the next question is related to the audit committee. So AI sounds great, but the audit committee wants answers, not algorithms. How do you actually explain an AI-driven finding to an audit committee?
Absolutely right. I think time has come where audit committee will definitely ask that how you come to this conclusion, and what Murtuza said that there this working paper will come into play. Don't tell that I have done 100% of this data analytics and then did this. What we need to tell audit committee is that this is the method that I have used. I have come across these outliners. We went into the detail to find out the accuracy of the same. And after that, we have come to a conclusion out of these 100, there are 20 cases where there are issues. If you explain them, the method in which you have used AI, number one, and how you have validated that. I think the more thrust should be on the validation rather than outliners. I think that's how it should be explained.
Yes, yes. Looking 2 or 3 years ahead, how do you think the audit committee's own expectations of internal audit is going to change because of AI?
So see, today also the audit committee is asking, if you look at any survey, recent surveys, the biggest risk which the audit committee feels is the data safe and secured? The customer data, the vendor data, and whatever data relating to organization. The audit committee is going to ask that question more often now. And we'll have to be looking at like where the data resides, how is it being utilized, and whether it is safe. That is number one. Number two, every department, every function is going to use some model, like I said, or agent. AI agent, AI model, whatever. Now, audit committee will obviously ask, and we as auditors should ask, was it required? What was the business logic for this agent? Why did you invest in this? What was the need? Yeah, business case. Then, is it working fine? Second, and once the output comes, is someone reviewing that output? Ke nahi, aise hi ja raha hai. Someone in the organization will have to review the output, whether whatever that agent is giving is correct, right, wrong, or not. And the audit committee will ask us, did you review that during the course of the audit? If there was within that process, if there was an agent working, did you review that? So I think all of these questions will be asked, and I just will close, like say, see, we will have to understand. We may not be, or we may have to create an agent on our own. I think Kashyap Bhai said some time back, there is a brain. So like, what is that you coded in the brain for each of this model or agent? You should be able to at least look at that. Okay, what is it going to do? Again, everything, an agent, module, whatever AI, is going to go to a public domain and get some data from somewhere. So what is the search engine which is going to use? Is it going to use a XYZ search engine? Is it complete? Is it not complete? So I think that logic, like earlier also we were saying, garbage in, garbage out, तो formula क्या है, उसको देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा. And there is some alternate way of reviewing. So we'll have to review all of those. I think audit committee is going to ask us all of those questions.
So I am like visualizing after 5 years, like we are sitting in the audit committee and we are telling Alexa or Siri, please present the report. So Alexa, he is like present kar rahi hai report, and the internal like independent director, they are asking some questions, and Alexa is not unable to answer. What he will reply, Alexa?
I hope the audit committee also don't use Alexa.
Definitely not. So our role is very safe. Alexa cannot present the audit committee, and like Alexa cannot give all the answers. So our internal auditor's role is very safe, so don't worry. So AI is itself, when we like ulta kare AI ka, to it's IA, internal auditor.
I think the auditors will not be replaced. The auditors who are not using AI will be replaced.
Yes, definitely. So this audit committee, one last question to you. So from your seat, what's the one thing about the AI related risk that audit committees still don't understand well enough?
Okay, like everyone is speaking, Kashyap sir, Murtuza sir, they are speaking about awareness on training, right, for AI. Like you said, auditor's job is safe. Ideally, yes, auditor's job is safe, because there has to be an awareness and training to audit committee members as well. Right. So we do a lot of systems audit. A typical question which audit committee asks us is, did you notice or did you evidence AI policy, right, being documented in the company? Right? Did you see AI being implemented in a company? To which answer is yes. Right. Head of internal audit, who's our project sponsor, he laughs, thanks us, we go out. Ideally, what question I will expect from an audit committee is, did you see or did you evidence an implemented AI within process within the organization, and as part of conducting an IT audit, did you check what is the continuity if AI fails? What is the continuity of the process if AI fails? Right? This is the right question which an audit committee member should ask me. Right? Again, then I'll say thank you, Murtuza sir, for raising the question. Probably if I have to look at all these, then audit fee has to increase. Right?
So the skills come at a higher price, unfortunately. A simple auditor and an auditor with the data analytics or data science skills, or if the auditor has to undergo that training and do all of those, then it will become that way. Of course, if we take much lesser time and we do it efficiently, that is good, but the licenses are also still today. If you want to use licensed version of all of these, then they are very, very costly as of today. So I think all of those factors come into play.
So the now rapid questions, all of three, yeah. So one AI tool every internal auditor should start using from Monday morning.
Copilot.
Claude.
Any which company officially says yes, do it.
So in one world, what will we define the internal auditor of 2030?
The one who understands AI.
I think process and technology savvy.
Okay. Knowledgeable for usage of know your role and shut your mouth. Right? If you are an internal auditor, understand AI only to perform internal audit. Right? Don't kill our jobs. Don't learn to create any AI tools. You are not going to achieve anything. Right? Educate yourself only for internal audit.
Yeah, but everyone expects us to be now bloodhound, not watchdog. So we'll have to take your job. They expect us to come work like a fraud investigator, not like an internal auditor. Internal auditor क्या करता था?
I will put it like this. Always you don't need AI. Just think, if you can prepare an Excel formula, automation. If you want to explain something like to a junior article clerk how to do it, AI. Use this. If you can make an Excel formula, use automation. You don't need AI. But if you have to explain that how it is going to be work, then only you need AI.
So श्री कृष्णा जी का कहना है अपने core business पे ध्यान दो, बाकी वो बैठे हैं. So the last question, what is the biggest AI risk that keeps you awake at night?
Whether my client's data is put to the cloud.
Same, uploading personal stuff or client data on a global platform or open platform.
Okay. Do I have the right AI inventory of my team members? Right? Is the biggest risk, trust me. Like I said, organization has approved Copilot, what my team members are using on their mobile phones. Copilot, enterprise-wide Copilot will only work on enterprise network. The moment they are connected to Mukesh Bhai's Jio dongles, which is dirt cheap, right? They have access to everything. Now, what are they using and where?
So very good, very good. 3 of the panelist speaker we have like thoroughly enjoyed. I hope audience has also enjoyed. So let us remember, AI can process the data, identify the patterns and generate the insight, but trust, ethics, judgments and accountability still remain with the internal auditor. So thank you very much, audience. Now we can take the questions. So you were having one question. So
First row cannot ask questions.
Hello, sir. So as we have started using AI in the internal audit, so how the sampling method is going to change now? Because earlier the sampling method was limited to based on our judgment and other factor, but now as AI has been introduced, so it will be applied on the entire population. So how should we move forward with this?
So there is a something called Benford's law that is inbuilt in idea software, or in Benford's law you can apply on Excel also. So Benford's is something which is very I would say safe to apply, and you can even say that this I have applied and that simple you can use. Have I answered that question?
So, but that will respect to where I use that for the data analytics, but for other than data analytics,
no, this is applicable to all, because this takes out the, I would say, inconsistent data. If anything which ends with 4, 5 repeatedly, or if there is something which is not in line with normal, I would say it is skewed, it will come out with that kind of a sample, not only for analytics.
Thank you.
So I'll just to add to what Kashyap Bhai said, see today if you look at in India also, both the SIAs are still there. The new SIA which Rachana showed, so you take the whole population, you like see the PR date versus PO date ke requisition tha kya nahi order ke pehla, GRN quantity versus PO quantity, you do for the whole population, if it is possible to do it, right? But if you find there were no 3 quotations, in like say 200 cases, will you go and check all 200 cases? Answer is no. Then you go to the sampling standard. Minimum 25, maximum 40. 30 samples select karo, uske andar 3 quotation check karo, and then if you feel the process, the compliance is not good and you want to increase the sample, then you increase. But otherwise, if you document those, how did you select those 25 or 30, you will be safe according to me. Because that's standard. Although all are recommendatory, but if I go by the standards, we'll have to do something like that. You cannot do 100% checking of each and every document, ke har PR, har PO, har invoice, har contract padhne ke liye. वो possible नहीं है. And contract may be in a PDF form, in a paper document form. And the organization or your firm is not capable to convert their unstructured data into structured. So what will you do? Then you will go to the sample. Okay, sampling standard is still there in both global as well as India. Sorry. Okay. I think there was one more question.
We all spoke about privacy, we all spoke about data confidentiality for the client. You guys have been using the softwares and the AI, as well as we have somebody from cyber who understands how the data is being shared online. So if I have let us say Copilot, a lot of people answered about Copilot. I I recently got an NDA from my prospective client that you won't be uploading any of our documents or data on the OpenAI, what do you say, environment or any other environment. So here, one thing I understand, Copilot is being used because lot of us are using licensed Microsoft things, which gives a Copilot together. So is it safe? And as you said, audit committee is also, you said how the audit committee will ask how you interpreted the data of AI which through to you. But a lot of people are asking, how are you using AI? Okay. A lot of people are asking, pushing their corporates to use AI. So here, of course, as a firm, we have taken a stand where we'll put it in the NDA that is it fine if we use our enterprise-based AI, and then only we'll be able to give you that output. Otherwise, as Murtuza, he said, the traditional manual way or maybe idea software would be gaining the momentum there. So how do you direct us on these things?
Sure, I'll take it. So be it Copilot, be it ChatGPT, I will be here platform agnostic, right? A simplest way is to buy an enterprise license, right? You subscribe, you pay, you start using it. Don't start using it, right? Because there are certain features, again, you need to go to settings. There are certain features which is being provided to you. To disable, like I said, you need to disable. Biggest advantage of enterprise licenses for AI tools is you can disable the LLMs which are throwing data to public, right? Make sure you do that.
If I can interrupt here. So if my Copilot, which I have got along with Office 365, is it enterprise?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
There is an additional 3,200 rupees ka. If your organization is less than 500 employees, 3,200 rupees ka additional license which you need to subscribe. If your organization is more than 500, it is 2,500 or 2,000.
Anyways, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Right, so it is not basically enterprise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And yeah. So there are certain security features which you need to disable. Right? Unfortunately, what result it will not give you is it will not give you any structured format, because here you need to create your LLMs first, then only it will give you the right format, the right result. Like everyone said here, that your prompt has to be that this is the data, you need to provide reference to the income tax or to various acts, right? Then it will throw you the output in a right format. Once you disable all these settings, right, you need to educate again that what income tax act is or what various acts are, right? आपको educate करना पड़ेगा. You have to redesign these LLMs, then only it will throw you the right output.
Okay, and so since you guys have implemented certain AIs and discussed with the client, what do you put in the paperwork for NDA kind of a thing? Or engagement letter if there are any certain clauses which are already put in?
So see, I think we have our own standard engagement letter, okay? And once, like whatever data we take, like I said, we have our own risk sensing tool, etc. And we don't allow guys to upload anything on an open AI platform, okay? So we use our own analytics tool in our environment or in the client environment. So that way then there is nothing which I am taking a risk which I'll write, okay? But ultimately then again I say like it is due professional care will be taken, and if it is beyond my control then I can't do anything. I'll not be responsible for that. Say like if a guy is carrying a laptop, he has some data and he loses a laptop in the bus and someone competition gets it, what will I do? They will file a crores of rupees case. So I say like my liability will be restricted to the amount of fee received till the date of happening. That's it. That is the contract he has signed, I have signed. 10 lakh rupees fees, 10 lakh rupees is my liability. I don't take 2x also as a liability, no. Then I'll give up the client. I'll not do the work. You cannot claim 10,000 crore rupees from me for losing the data and giving me 10 lakh rupees fees, no. True. That does not work like that. And both the legal will keep on fighting, but then sometimes you need to leave a job. You don't worry about that. Give that up assignment, don't worry. But don't take unnecessary liability. Once you have signed it, you are responsible. You will be pulled to the court of law, and you will be responsible to pay that money as any type of organization, LLP, whatever form. Okay.
Okay. No, so I was just understanding the.
So my AI says that my time is up, sir.
Oh, okay. Sure, sir. Thank you very much.
So with this, thank you so much. Please give the great round of applause for all the panelists, moderator, and participants. I think after the lunch, it's very tough, but you make it very easy. So none other than as a senior partner and speaker, CA Kashyap sir. Thank you, sir. And the past chairman of WRC of ICI, the power of the internal audit globally, none other than Murtuza Kachwala sir and Shrikrishna Dikshit sir. So thank you, sir. I believe reimagining the internal audit with AI is not just about adapting the technology, it's about empowering chartered accountant to become more insightful, proactive future ahead. With this, let me call to give the formal vote of thanks by the CA Piyush Chaturvedi.
Thank you, WIRC, Saurabh ji, Vijendra ji, and Jinal, for giving me the opportunity for the vote of thanks. Shrikrishna ji, Murtuza ji, and Kashyap ji, and Parul, thank you for this insightful session, which was really invigorating for all of us. And post-lunch session, we all were absolutely right awake, so full marks for that. As I conclude this, I would like to make some 2-3 points out of this discussion. One, out of people, process, and technology. Process and technology will always be the enablers. It's always the people who drive it. Second, HI will always be bigger than AI. That's human intelligence will always be bigger than AI. Then process ensures performance. What numbers or whatever output you get is a function of a process. If process is not right, whatever comes out is a piece of whatever. You want to name whatever you wanted. And it's always for us, as Krishna said, it's for all of us, it's always domain plus AI. So don't leave the domain. Thank you.
Hey, what about the Shairi, man? You cannot go off the stage without a Shairi, na? Chetan bhai,
Okay. If that's the case, then...
So with this, may I request Forum to come forward, Gravita to come forward and introduce today's our learned speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gravita here. So I'll take this opportunity to introduce our panelist. CA Milan Mody is the managing partner of NA Shah Associate LLP and an All India rank holder in both CA intermediate and final examinations with over 28 years of experience in statutory audit, management audit, due diligence, and India's IFRS. A prolific speaker and author, he has delivered 70+ technical sessions at Forum, including the ICI, WIRC, Bombay Chartered Accountant Society, and Chamber of Tax Consultant. He is widely recognized for his contribution to audit, financial reporting, corporate governance, and professional literature. CA Akhilesh Thakur is a partner and advisory leader as SW India with over 22 years of experience in risk advisory, internal audit, IFC, SOX implementation, and operational consultancy. A chartered accountant and certified internal auditor, he has held leadership roles with Big Four firms and led complex transformation engagement across North America, Europe, Middle East, Asia. He is also active leader in the profession, having served as president of Institute of Internal Auditor, Bombay chapter, contributing significantly to the internal audit and risk management community. CA Chetan Thakkar is a fellow chartered accountant, certified internal auditor, and certified risk management professional with over 25 years of experience in internal audit, risk management, governance, and financial controls. Currently serving as head audit and risk management at JSW Steel Limited for the ports and paints businesses. He has previously led audit functions at Ambuja Cement and Prison Johnson Limited, a regular speaker at the ICI, Institute of Internal Auditor India, and other professional forums. He is widely recognized for his expertise in internal audit, risk management, fraud investigation, governance, and compliance. Thank you, and welcome to all our panelists.
So with this, may I request Vijendra Jain to come on the dais and felicitate our today's panelist and a moderator. Friends, again, we are having fantastic panel. We are having an expert from industry when it comes to internal audit in form of Chetan Thakkar. We have Milan Mody from firms and also Rachana bin. So we are going to have a super session. Looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So I really thank ICI, WRC, and GNL for inviting us here for this session. So we'll try to cover the topic, and this is something very close to our heart. We have done this day in and day out for donkey's years now. And if I say the way profession has evolved, we are like dinosaurs who started when we were in the era of manual vouching, and we used to tally, reconcile various balances. That era has gone. We came into computerization, and then we started looking at, we typically work for a lot of companies from all the segments, from startups to large organization, and more for the large corporates. And in past, when we used to go to the board, what were our parameters to evaluate the performance of auditors? These were typically, okay, how many number of audits have been done? What are number of observations? What is the ATR? How many action plan has been completed? So those were the discussions which used to happen at the board. And they used to ask in terms of, okay, do you have repeat observation which were there in past? That was something which was very common. And I'm talking about maybe something around 10 years back. Then things changed, and we started getting a lot of new flavors. So it's more like an ERM. And also many of these evolutions have happened because of certain events which happened. So for example, we had Satyam. And Satyam actually resulted in a lot of corporate governance issues coming out. Board role was actually discussed a lot after Satyam. And people were trying to understand what has gone wrong. And after Satyam, we got our own SOX, which is Internal Financial Control. So globally, Enron did it. For us, it was Satyam which did it. And post that, there were a lot of changes, not only in internal audit, but statutory audit as well, and audit as a profession. So how do you look at risk which are coming up? How do you look at enterprise-wide risk? And then we had a lot of new technology coming in. We had data analytics which took over, and then we used to do sampling in past, and now we were expected to do 100% review. And people were not expecting answer that, okay, we have selected 30 or 40 sample. And then based on that, we are giving an assertion, because tools are available. You have the technology, so why can't you do 100% validation and provide us assurance whether those are working or controls are working or not? And that is something which went on. And now we are in an era where we are now talking about AI, right? So a lot of new developments are happening around that. People are using AI day in and day out. So if you look at it till last year, AI was hardly being used by people, and companies were telling employees, have you used AI today? Now, companies are asking employees, have you used AI? So they want you to control the uses of AI now. While 1 year back, they wanted everyone to use AI. This is also driven by fact that if people are not controlled, so lot of organizations like Microsoft, they burned their entire annual budget in 3.5 months for use of AI. So what is it which we are looking at it? If I look at it, new risks which are coming in, I mean, you have digital transformation, you have ERP implementation, you have AI-related risk coming in, you have ESG. So all these are actually things which board is concerned with. So if today board asks you a question, it will not be in terms of regular risk monitoring framework. It will be something which they want you to add value to the organization. And when they say add value, what role have you played when organization is transforming itself? And that is something which will make you relevant. So if you are not there in that, well, the chances of them not appreciating your work is very less. So they are talking a certain language, and as an auditor, as a service provider, they expect you to understand that, add to that, give them assurance that whatever is happening at a broader level is being done appropriately. And if there are concerns around that, then those concerns are being addressed to the board. And that is something which plays out a lot. Now, I think most of us here would have done some audit or internal audit. Now, I want to understand in terms of, and our topic is basically assurance versus advisory. So how many of you are actually doing assurance work as part of internal audit? Can we have show of hands? Okay, we have 5, 6. How many of you are doing the advisory work as part of internal audit? I think we have more hands on the advisory side. So that's good. If I look at the global data, and this was a study which was done by IIA, Institute of Internal Auditors, globally last year in 2025. And result of that survey said that around 75% of work in internal audit is assurance and 25% is advisory. So while we talk about, okay, advisory taking a front seat, the majority of work which is happening is still in the nature of assurance. So, and it is more like saying that, okay, this is a selling point for us and we always talk about advisory and value addition is fine, but end of the day, what is important, what is board, expectation, what company requires, and what regulators require. So, the largest set of internal auditors are there in NBFC and banking sector. And there, value addition takes a backseat. So you have advisory, which is, assurance, which is something being praised, and people are expected to do their job considering assurance in place. So I would request Milan Bhai to share his point of view before we move ahead, and then we can go to Chetan.
Yeah, thank you, Akhilesh. Good evening, all of you. So what will pay you more fees? Isn't that the answer? Will internal audit pay you more fees or assurance will pay you more fees? And I think the unanimous view would be that the advisory will pay you more fees. But the data said 75-25, which means there is no correct answer to this question itself. And the reason is that it is dependent on various other things to decide whether assurance is more relevant or advisory is more relevant. As Akhilesh did mention that in an NBFC, the assurance would take a front seat, whereas advisory would take a back seat. It also depends on the size of the organization and the maturity level at which it is. So whether it is a startup, whether it is an established company, or whether it is a large conglomerate, whether it is listed, whether it is unlisted. So all these factors do determine whether what is more relevant. I think presently, obviously, the tilting or the weightage is more towards assurance. And there is one more reason I think there is more weightage to assurance is that do internal auditors have the skill sets for providing advisory services? We can talk about the balance, but if they do not have the necessary skill sets. So for example, if a client comes to you and he says, okay, you have talked about internal control effectiveness, you have done the assessment. Now can you help me assess my readiness for an IPO? The capability of the internal auditor would determine whether he will get that assignment or not, because the skill sets which are required or the competency which are required are quite different. It also depends on who is the audit committee, and within audit committee, let me tell you, each independent director also thinks very differently. So you will have different types of independent directors. The chairman obviously has a larger say, but within chairman, it's not necessary that all chairmen of audit committee will have a uniform view. So for discharging their function, they would obviously want that the controls are in place or not. But when there are projects which are rolled out, internal auditor becomes a choice, the first choice. For example, if you are rolling out a new ERP package, okay, the management as well as the committee, whoever is the governing body, would decide that it is possible that internal auditor is little better suited to provide the advice that whether should we go for SAP, should we go for Zoho, should we go for the Microsoft Navision, looking at the business and looking at the way the organization is. So I think there cannot be a one single answer. It depends on your own capability as internal auditor, your team's capability, the organization which you are trying to deal with, and obviously the governing body. So I think, Akhilesh, let it evolve over the period, but I would say that if you want more profits, if you want more fees, then obviously the shift has to happen more from assurance to advisory.
Thank you. Chetan bhai.
Hi, good evening all. Chetan this side. Before we dwell more into this topic, I wanted to hear from our audience. Can I have some example? What do you understand as an assurance service as an internal auditor, and what all when come to consulting and advisory? Some example. What comes to your mind? Assurance service, what all things we do? Let's understand the subject in a greater detail before we dwell into that with the finer aspects. You are doing audit of a revenue assurance. That's an example of assurance audit. That's great. So one of the process audit as a billing sales. Anything else I can hear? That's what all about the assurance you understand? Any other example? Yeah, please. Audit of? I am to hear you.
Shared service.
Yeah, so that's fine. That's one of the part of the business center. One of the services that what company deals. So this is what at all. Anything else comes to your mind when you call assurance?
I think when we talk about revenue assurance, it can even be advisory. So you can actually, one is you are trying and telling that, okay, you have to build certain things, whether you have built, not built.
Absolutely.
But if you are able to tell client that, okay, look, this is something where, let's say competitor is doing billing in a particular way and there are areas where you can improve your billing, that kind of insight will turn that from an assurance to an advisory work.
Excellent, sir. So what I'm trying to say, let's first understand, when we're dwelling on this topic next 60 minutes, let's understand what do you mean by assurance service for we as an internal auditor. Any other answer, or you want me to come back? Yeah, I'm happy to hear from you, please. That's fine. You are getting into scope. I'm just asking what all things come under our umbrella as an assurance service. My question is as simple as that. Yeah, please. Okay. Sure. So now let's make a long story short, make it very simple. Assurance service by internal audit means we as the internal auditor, that has to be done independently, objectively. We give assurance on any business process, may it be P2P, O2C, payroll, HR, anything and everything that comes under business. So you are giving assurance. Or may that get, if we do IFC testing, that's again a classic example of assurance. You do ITGC audit, that is again an example of assurance audit. Am I clear? Basically, it's a process, business process audit, any process. You give assurance as independent and objective. We as an internal audit, we play a role of the business partner to our management. It's as simple as that. Can I hear from you? What do you understand? We talk about advisory and consulting. See, understand, assurance is our primary role, we as the internal auditor. That's again my personal view, having all this experience in internal audit. And our secondary, the primary objective is assurance service providing. Secondary is to offer on the consulting and advisory, and rightfully concluded by Modi ji, you should have that skill set to do that. It looks very fancy. We are giving consulting, we are giving advisory. But do we, whether we as a person, we as a team, we as a firm, even we as an internal team in even corporate, do we have that skill set? Then only you will be able to offer those advisory service. So let's quickly understand, before you dwell into the topic with the greater finer aspects, what do you understand advisory service? What kind of advisory service you have done all these times, or you propose to do it? Can I hear from you? Let's understand basics from people, because I'm saying that is still missing from, let's make our basics strong before we dwell more into topic. Yeah, please, sir. Okay, okay. Okay. Anybody else? Thank you for sharing your, yeah, please, sir. Yeah, BPR re-engineering that we call. Perfect, perfect. Yeah. So this again requires a specialized skill. When you reinvent the business processes, you look at the re-engineering process. That's again a good example. Any other example comes to your mind, please? Okay, great. Again, a good example. Anybody else want to contribute? Or should I come back on the answers to this? See, it's very clear. Advisory or consulting that is not doing anything on assurance. I talk to you about anything you do independently or which is objectively. When you come to advisory, you are mostly stepping into the shoes of your management. Examples, if company is getting into new product development and you are advising the controls there, that's not a routine assurance activity. You are getting into business advisory. If company is getting into new ERP, even for that sake called Parul Shah, they are getting into compliance software, and they ask we as an internal auditor to evaluate those controls. So again, this is a specialized advisory. Company is getting into, say, SAP implementation, and you have been asked as a subject matter expert. That's an advisory. So anything which is not assurance and a specialized thing, but you are not stepping into the shoes of the management. So make that embarkation has to be very clear. Otherwise, their objectivity get compromised. So these are a few final examples of advisory. Yeah, please. I thought let's make clear so everybody will enjoy the further session.
No, great, thank you. But let me ask, maybe I think I'll ask Rachana. So if you have to describe internal audit in 1 or 2 sentences, what will it be?
In the current scenario, I would describe it as that we are the business partners to the management.
Yeah, I think that is what is expected from most of us. Yeah. And I mean, if I look at business environment, and maybe I will come to you, Chetan. Typically, we used to do, review of transactions once it has occurred. Okay, but management want us to be involved, and they want us to identify issues before they occur, right? As an internal auditor, how do we handle that kind of scenario? Considering that the moment you get into that kind of role, your independence may get hampered some or the other way.
So it is always good idea. There are a couple of three set of controls: preventive control, corrective control, and detective control. Everybody would like to have preventive control. I think that is where our strength comes as an internal auditors. May it be management, may it be board. Whatever control you suggest, everybody appreciate preventive. Detective, that's our, by and large, that is a role what is pursued by everyone, right? Internal auditors do a post-mortem most of time. Very few get into the predictive analysis. That's a way of life. We talk about agility, right? So that's very important.
So let me take this question a step ahead. And when you gave example of, getting involved in implementation. So if let's say there is a project implementation happening and management want you to help them on that, will you do it? And if you do it, what kind of guardrails you will have?
See, we do project audit in our company as well. It's not only the routine business process, business operation audit, because we do a lot of merger acquisition. And we have a lot of even, for that sake, broadly all the projects are divided into two, brownfield and greenfield. So we both set of the projects review is part of our scope. Okay? For that, definitely not only our internal chartered accountants, we do have a civil engineers, essentially part of that, because doing such type of things, we are not the real subject matter expert, barring some compliance, we dwell into some financial analysis or some accounting, or maybe for that compliance. And to review those RA bills, to understand the, those progression or civil progression, I think we are not the right set of competent people, we as a chartered accountant, or we as a certified internal auditor. We have to hire a part of the team, such subject matter expert as a civil engineer. So now coming to your question on
independence.
Yeah, independence. Say independence. That is all depend on the kind of the scope what you agreed with the management. See, we are not like in statutory auditors, right? For us, who decide our scope? Any answer? Absolutely. So practically, statutory audit has his own restriction. He has to follow on the CARO reporting, a special set of questions he has to answer. For internal audit, sky is the limit. So anything which comes under umbrella is your scope. You may please decide with consultation with the management. So if scope is not compromising my independence, as long as that is fine with we as the internal auditor. Okay? Because tomorrow I am going to do operation audit once that plant or that site is going to be get operated. So we have to make it very clear with the scope, and even there is a scope limitation which is outside our intelligence or our scope of work, we should make it very clear as an audit limitation.
Okay, thank you. Milan bhai, I mean, if I have to look at your experience from client and the kind of services they are expecting from you. So what are the demand, what kind of services are being demanded nowadays by the clients?
Yeah. So I think coming to the independence part, which was there in the earlier question, one of the thing is that if you are involved in the designing of a system and then the audit of the system, you may choose to have different team members. Sometimes that may work. You may try to do that, especially for a smaller client. And I'm talking more from a mid-sized client or a smaller client where the bandwidth obviously is an issue. See, what are the new things which the client is asking? See, one of the largest thing according to me is the implementation of internal audit observation. You have given 50 observations, you have given 100 observations, whether it is a small organization, whether it is a mid-size or whether it is large, helping them to have a practical solution and implementing, helping them in implementing how they should go about is one of the largest requirement, at least which I have seen. And for that, the internal auditor should have both a macro and a micro perspective. When he's giving a suggestion or when he's giving a recommendation, it should not be non-practical or theoretical suggestions. These should be suggestions which are actually implementable. And if the management says, okay, since you are suggesting this now, why don't you implement it? They should be able to do it to a large extent. improvement in any processes is an ongoing thing, and I think the process improvement opportunity, identifying that, is another area where there is a lot of demand. ERP is obviously one area, whether the ERP is being optimally utilized or not utilized. And if it is not utilized, what is the reason why it is not utilized? That's very important. Because you have a SAP, but if you're using it more like an accounting software, that's not the way the MIS and the business intelligence is going to help decision making. The questions have moved over the years from how and what are the controls to what are the new risks which we will be saddled with. So what do you see in terms of future where the company needs to further strengthen so that its overall end objective of growth does not get compromised? Again, we have had assignments about providing strategic inputs on key arrangements. So if there is an arrangement which is happening, it could be any type of arrangement. It is a legal arrangement which is key in nature. Then reviewing those agreements is something which once in a while we look at. Again, from the perspective that whether the clauses and terms are favorable to the company or they are unfavorable to the company. For example, if you have a contract and you have a subcontract, okay? Now the initial contract, the first primary contract has a warranty provision or a liquidated damages provision, but it is not carried forward in the back-to-back subcontract. Now those are the issues which you identify, you deliberate with the management. Is it a conscious decision to take this risk and ensure that the profitability is better, or it is a lapse when it comes to one-to-one correlationship between the primary contract and the subcontract? Monitoring implementation is action taken report still has a lot of value for a lot of independent directors. So I think all in all, the change is that besides the basic controls, you try to add an element which will help that controls remain intact, identify new areas where control need to be introduced in advance, and whether there is a better way of operating as compared to the way it is done today.
Yeah, thank you, Milan bhai. Rachana, from a service provider point of view, do you want to add anything in this?
In regards to the services that
yeah,
are expected
what kind of
from
services
us?
are being expected from the service provider now in this domain?
This also addresses your previous question on preventive controls. There are a lot of companies who wants us to do pre-audit, and that also divides our independence. The independence factor is also taken care of because pre-audit becomes a different assignment rather than internal audit. We have a separate team dedicated who sits in the company and verifies each and every voucher and stamps it for okay for booking the expense or the journal entry. So that becomes a separate assignment. It also becomes a preventive control, and it also does not hamper our independence. So that is one service that is expected from us. Then there is the vetting of the contracts that Mr. Milan talked about. I'm sorry, I'm a wildcard entry to this panel discussion, so so I'm sorry if I'm underprepared for it. So that is another service that is expected, the vetting of the contracts. Then one very interesting service that we were expected was during the transition from Tally to ERP, say the migration that happens from a normal accounting software to some high-ended ERP, whether all the entries have been booked correctly or not. I don't know. I mean, it
That's
can
data
be
migration.
Huh?
Data migration.
Data migration, yes. So that was a very interesting assignment. It's of course it also involves a lot of financial experts on the panel when we do this kind of work. But yes, that internal auditor are also approached for this kind of assignments. Yeah.
Yep, thank you. I think, I think what Milan bhai spoke about, earlier about IPO advisory. A lot of companies are going into IPO. And we should not just look at our services from a plain vanilla point that, okay, we'll go and work as internal auditor and sit with management, understand what is it which they are trying to do. And that's where this advisory piece comes in. So whether it is about IPO or whether we are talking about data migration or ERP implementation support, or we spoke a lot about today morning on the AI side, right? So can we work on the AI governance aspect with some of our clients? Now a lot of companies today are facing challenge even on the AI space. So can we help them on that? Now companies are building their own models. Now are we equipped to actually, do we understand how to audit that model, how to look at data poisoning and data theft, which can actually impact the value which they are expected from that project? So we have to think about it, we have to see what is coming out, I mean what is going to come out, because if you ask me 6 months down the line, if I go to the board, these questions will start coming up. And they would like to understand from internal auditors as to what is it which you have done to address these issues, because some of the other major incidents might have already taken place. And when an incident happens, the first questions comes are the auditors, either stat auditor or internal auditor. So when Satyam happened, internal auditor went inside the jail, right? So we have to think about what is it which is happening and be prepared for that.
Akhilesh, just 1 second. So 3 more areas where a lot of demand has arisen is, one is the new labor code, the internal auditor being asked in terms of the way in which the new labor code has been implemented or the compliance has been ensured. The second area for listed company is the related party transactions, where also internal auditors are being asked to get involved. And the third, which is a little more upcoming, is your DPDP Act, data privacy. So these are the 3 additional areas besides what I mentioned earlier,
I agree.
which are really very hot in terms of, and if you are able to devise as a practitioner or as a firm, if you are able to devise a proper template in terms of what you are going to do and how you are going to give the your views, it would really be a good revenue generating area.
And it will add value to the organization and yourself as well.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, next I think Milan bhai, now we talk about internal auditors being strategic partner, right? And typically what happens is internal auditors are not part of that group of people who are very high in rank in the organization. So how can they add value if they are not part of the management?
So you will have to first earn the trust, and that trust will come from the work which you do. And if you are able to bring things on table. See, I have always said that when an internal auditor does the work, and if the governing person is sitting on a chair, he either has to push it back and relax, okay, everything is fine now, I can relax, or he has to get up and say, I need to take action. Yeah. So if you are able to give that level of assurance or that level of confidence to the governing council, okay, everything is fine, don't worry, or there is a fire in these 3 areas, please get up and take action immediately. So you have won the trust. Once you have won the trust, again it would depend on your skill sets, how much research are you doing in terms of the peer. See, a lot of information is available in terms of the peer who are there. And if you are able to bring out your clients versus the peer, what is good that you are doing, what is not so good that you are doing, and what is the bad which you are doing. Obviously, then where is the reason for that governing council to not involve you in other strategic decisions? You know, they will, and you are a sounding board. You are dispassionate. Somebody spoke about the project. Let's say if a project is going on, you can challenge the assumptions. Okay, you are saying these are the assumptions. Tell me, where did you get the source? How did you find out that the payback period is 5 years or 3 years? How did you find the demand? How are you going to penetrate the existing players? So you can always play the role where you can be a sounding board. You may not have the answers, but you can ask the right questions.
Thank you. Chetan bhai, I will just come to you. And I want you to throw some example or some scenarios where an advisory project either help prevent major risk or control failure or added value to in any tangible way for the company?
I think that's a great question. For we as an industry, say our KPI, KRA every year not only include the number of project completed, whether completed in time, the scope coverage, the quality of observation, but one of the crucial KPI for us is the cost saving. We have 200 crore target actual cost saving, not the potential saving or potential suggestion. This could be potential. We do actual cost saving, and to my experience in the last 11 years, whatever the cost saving target we have given, we have always done 1.5x or 2x to what is target given to each of us. I will take you through, be with me another 2 to 5 minutes quickly. I will take you through some real life case studies, which what work, at least what I have done along with my team. I will take you through few examples. You know that I'm from Jindal, so we are into steel, power, cement, paints, power. A long list of, we are close to around 3 trillion company when it comes to revenue, and 5 trillion company when it comes to the market cap. I will take one example quickly, take a couple of examples. So we are in power industry. You understand thermal based power plant is based on the pumping of the coal. So we have one power plant in Ratnagiri, that is in Maharashtra. And we have another cement plant based out at Panvel. We call Dolvi plant, where we have a steel and cement plant. So we all know that energy being a business per se is exempted from GST. First understand the arrangement, what was there existing, what we challenge as an internal auditor. So my Ratnagiri power plant used to supply through grid power to my cement plant as a sale of power through PPA, power plant agreement. PPA agreement, we all understand what energy plant does it. So when we review this arrangement and knowing the fact that energy is exempted from GST, so the final selling price which goes from my energy company to my cement company has, and as told you, thermal plant is based on this coal. So essentially energy company has to procure that coal and they end up paying 5% GST. But they don't have output liability, as output liability is exempted. I said this 5% of the coal, what they use it to generate that energy is going wasted. Neither energy will be able to claim it and neither cement is able to claim it because they send a composite PPA price. So we challenged this arrangement as a advisory role. We said, boss, can we change supply of energy to this arrangement as a job work? So now what suggestion has been given, and this is now, just let me come to the example continued. So what we suggested, now cement plant, in spite of coal which is used for generating energy, which will be now procured by the cement company, and cement will give as a job work, they will give this coal procured by cement. So cement has an output liability, they sell the cement, so they will get input credit of this 5% of the what coal they purchase. So now this coal, they will supply to my energy plant will generate energy, and now cement is able to claim that 5%. In the earlier arrangement of supply of energy, we changed it to job work. So I went to my taxation head. Initially the plant has resisted, boss, don't change the practice. Tomorrow, there may a last set of penalty come. This is what we are doing over the years. So try and challenge it. So we pursue with the tax team, HOD, we came here, we spoke to our people, we spoke to a CFO, and we got finally opinion also, a formal opinion, and this arrangement was going very good. So this was happen at Dolvi plant. We have 8 plants. So since we are in the era of the enterprise risk management, we replicated and we see this arrangement was, older arrangement was happening everywhere. This is PPA. So we suggested everyone to convert that into job work. So all those arrangement, wherever this was feasible at the enterprise level, we used to, the cement company is now able to claim GST input tax credit, which was earlier arrangement, the PPA arrangement is being ruled out. And this practice is followed now across entire plant wherever this arrangement is there. And we are making at least 20 to 22 crore recurring saving year on year. So this has become a new norm for a company. So this is purely inputs came from my team. I hope you all are with me. Anybody want to understand, or I think I try to make it very simple way. So this is the cost saving, not only for that 1 year and not only for the one plant of Dolvi. Now this is applicable. We evaluated all 8 plants. Fortunately, out of 8 plants, 5 plants, this arrangement is being done and exactly with the same set of condition. So we could able to say 22 to 25 crore as an input tax GST credit on year and different plants. Are you all with me? I hope I made the example of cost saving very clear to you, the practical example. Yeah? I will come to a very simple example and then I will have one more example. See, we all are using the travel service. Most of us at our level, senior level, we go by the flight, right? So what we observe when we were doing HR payroll audit, we observe that most of, we have a habit, maybe for 2 days advance or 4 days advance, or max a week advance, we book the tickets. If normally if I have to go Bangalore or Chennai, it takes 6,000 to 8,000 rupees. If I book a ticket at least 15 days advance, if I do it immediately 2 days before, what cost I end up paying it? 15,000, 16,000, 12,000 minimum. So at least to my knowledge, what analysis we done it, I assumed it at least 1.5 to 2x cost we end up paying if you do booking within 7 days of your travel plan. So we had a detailed discussion with our admin and HR at CHRO boss. I said, why don't you make a mandate, new norm saying that no urgent, unless urgent travel, which is approved by the one level above the DOP, unless they approve it, we will not allow if you book ticket just for 2 days, 5 days or within a week. You have to essentially plan your travel in advance and make sure that at least 12 to 15 days before it has been done. See, I know, I'm going to do audit Bangalore, I'm going to go Chennai. It doesn't happen overnight, but we people have habit. We're doing it a couple of days or max a week before. So this has resulted in a cost. We have our what we call Darwin box. We have a travel Darwin box. Where now last 2-3 months we made it a very clear rule. If I try to book the ticket within 7 days, my travel plan, I will not able to process my travel. The pop-up will come. You need is it an emergency plan? You have to give the reason, and that should be not only approved by my HOD, a level above that. So my case, if I am reporting to the group chief internal auditor, it will go to CFO. So my boss will never approve that. He said, boss, for this, because of inefficiency of yours or your team, I will not end up going. COP will not sign that. So we made that as a new rule now. So now the discipline is coming in last 3 to 4 months, and there is a saving of 6 to 8 crore. So slowly, gradually, automatic with the help of small pop-up coming in our travel portal. Now everybody slowly, this is a cultural difference also coming in. Now people are booking the travel now 10 to 15 days before and not the habit of 2 to 5 days before. So 6 to 8 crore per month saving is coming in. A company like us, the kind of expense what we do it. So this is a big saving. First we replicated this in a corporate office and we have almost 64 plants. So I don't know what saving will accrue the way forward, company as a whole, group as a whole. I'm just saying what we calculated the saving, which actual saving came of around 6 to 7 crore a month at corporate office. So please understand the kind of implication it will have company as a whole, group as a whole. I have already discussed about the company. We are 3 trillion company, that's what I discussed about. It is such an expenditure is a big number. I don't want to disclose all in a greater detail in the forum like this, but try to understand the kind of cost saving, what a suggestion we improve, and on the bottom line, how it's going to help you. You can also go back to, I'm sure this is not only applicable to JHW, it will be applicable to each one of you, either you as a firm or you as a company. I'm sure go and see that. May not be 6 crore, even 50 lakh, 10 lakh would be a great saving to your company and your firm. Am I with you? I hope I made it the second example very clear on the cost saving. Is it all are with you, me? I hope it making sense to you. Is it convincing, practical? Come to the third example. I was taking, we have one more power plant in Barmer. Barmer is a place, it's a part of Rajasthan. And essentially, actually, I am coming from a cement industry. Here I handle cement for 10 years. And before that, I had done ACC Ambuja, I was in Ultratech. So I am essentially more of technically strong hand on my cement as well, apart from me as a control subject expert in internal audit. So when I was checking around, I understand when my team was there and I was taking a closing meeting, I had been there. So to generate that energy, we have to use coal. And when coal, after that usage of pumping coal to your boiler, so what comes is a flash. Flash means rakka tukada in a simple language. So rakka tukada is the major raw material for your cement plant. So in the north, there are many companies like ACC, Ambuja, Shri Cement, Wonder Cement. So what was happening, I observed, I said, every day we used to generate that one plant. I'm repeating that one plant of my thermal plant, energy plant, used to generate 3,500 tons of fly ash every day after pumping that coal and which convert into fly ash for a boiler. I said, what happened to that? What happened to this such a big volume every day? They say, boss, this we used to dumping into ground because otherwise this will create a environment issue. Or we used to sell free of charge to all the cement company, otherwise this will create an environment issue. So option we thought of selling it either free of charge to all the cement company. I said, no boss, for every cement, just quick to get into technicality, every 1 kilogram of cement, you need 2 kg of fly ash. So cement company cannot manufacture cement without fly ash. You call OPC, PPC, what all name you call. These are the two grade which is there in the market. OPC is a higher grade, PPC is a lower grade. So I said, boss, why are you selling them free of charge? I am coming from ACC Ambuja. We used to pay a good cost for this fly ash purchase. Why we are giving free of charge is this region. So planted said, boss, you are a new auditor, you don't understand business. If I don't sell them free of charge, where do I dump 3,500 per day, which is equal to 13 lakhs per annum? You may take your calculator. This will exactly come to 13 lakhs. So they said, if we don't give free of charge, if I try and dump it, this will create an environment issue, and we have a challenge from our local authority as well. So I talked to the plant head. He said, boss, you are a new, you don't understand business, and don't try and give your all theoretical suggestion to us. We will sell them free of charge, otherwise create a problem. So I came back to my boss. Boss also said, boss, I am before you this is not done, don't give him practical. Somehow I couldn't get convinced. I gone to my technical director. I said, boss, sir, you heard me out. I explained the entire case to him, and I explained what is happening in ACC Ambuja. We used to pay at least 50 to 60 rupees per ton of the fly ash. Well, if you try and charging all these companies, sir, if you do that, even you do a charge 25 rupees, it will give you 13 to 14 crore per annum saving for that one plant, and we have again 8 thermal plant in the company. What saving? I think we all are chartered accountant. I don't do this. I'm saying one plant. I said, you try and make a proposal to all the cement companies. See, without that, they will not able to make cement. To start with 25, 30 rupees, if we don't say, anyway, you're not charging, so let's leave it. I will say, at least we made an attempt, and anyway, we are not charging. And if they accept, and they have to accept practically, because without that, they will not able to manufacture the cement. Then technical director agreed. He said, okay, Chetan, you go and talk to tax and this valuation team. They said, okay, let's make an attempt. This suggestion I given 8 years before, and as on today, 35 crore is my saving year on year, and this has again become a norm for a company. We started with 25 rupees, then that plant, every plant has started charging 50, 100, 125. Today we are charging 265 rupees per ton of fly ash to all the cement companies. We are making 35 crore rupees saving at enterprise level year on year. So this is again a practical case study I thought of sharing with you. Yeah, I hope I made it clear to you.
Thanks, Chetan.
So sometimes we have to walk as an internal auditor little extra mile. So I think that's how, then business respects you.
So can someone tell me what skill set was required in this? So that is the biggest tool which we have. As an internal auditor, we have to use our human intelligence, our common sense. If we can question what is happening, I think there are many avenues where we can help organization. Just to add to Chetan's example, I will give one example of my client, and it was an auto manufacturing companies. And typically in auto manufacturing companies, you have just-in-time inventory concept, and all their executives have their pay and incentive based on that in terms of how low inventory they can keep and all. And this company was a subsidiary of a US car maker. And when we saw the numbers were very good, their inventory was very low. They were able to maintain inventory of 2-3 days and then run the plant with that. While we were going back from the plant, we saw a lot of trucks on the road. And we just inquired in terms of what are these trucks for. And then they told us this truck is for this plant. So what was happening is the inventory was not inside the plant. Inventory was outside the plant. The vendor was actually supplying the material. It was in trucks lying outside the plant. Company was paying for it. Vendor was paying the truck charges, detention charges, and all those which used to come. And that was inefficiency. Somewhere it will be getting passed to the company itself. So we raised the issue. The supply chain director and MD said, no, this is not how it works. And you guys don't know the business. We cannot have, so this is something done by our vendor because they want their sales to be there. So we still raised the issue. It went to their headquarters. And they sent a team of 3 supply chain experts from US to India. They sat here for 3 months to work on it. And after that, they renegotiated the prices. Their entire material cost came down by 10%. And it was not something that we did something in terms of going and understanding what material they are using. It was just something which we saw outside the plant. It was a curiosity. We wanted to understand what it was. And then as an auditor, we stick to our point. We say that, okay, it is not something which vendor is going to bear. Indian suppliers, whatever small they are all owner driven, and they don't like to lose money. So these are just examples. You just need a common sense. And if you can use that, I think all of us will have examples which we can,
Yeah, so we had this logistics company which had a CFS at New Bombay, JNPT. And what we saw is that with the increase in petrol prices, the transport price from the port to the CFA was not increasing at all. And that was baffling, you know, because if the petrol prices have increased by 5%, 10%, 15%, the transporter should have asked for a price increase, and he had not asked for a price increase. So we really thought that, was he making more money earlier and now he is squeezing his margin? Possibly. So you agreed for a higher price in the 3 years back, and after the 3rd year, okay, the petrol prices has increased, his cost has increased, but he has not passed on that to the company. Later on, we observed that these are containers which come, and there is a 20 TEU container and there is a 40 TEU container. Now, the rates are different for 20 and 40. And you can bring 1 TEU container in a truck, or you can bring 2 TEU containers in a truck. And the way he was doing it is he was bringing 2 containers in the same truck, charging separately for as if they have come separately. And this observation, again, when we confronted with the person, he obviously sensed, so he tried to push us off the thing, saying that you really don't know. And you know, when a fraud is caught, you obviously find hostility. They're trying to avoid you, not answering you, giving you vague answers, giving you explanation that what you have understood is not correct. But you have to keep on pursuing, then get the evidence, and that evidence we got from the security register at the gate, where it was shown that the same truck was used for 2 different containers which were coming in, and it is at a short interval, and because of that, he had taken 2 containers in the same truck for which the date was different, vis-a-vis 1 container in a truck where the rate was higher, proportionately higher. So, you know, sometimes, as you rightly said, if it's too real to be good, try to see that what was wrong in the earlier period.
Akhilesh, just a moment, just to benefit, say the examples what I given Akhilesh, or for this like Milan Mody. See, there are 2 prerequisites for this thing. To have those the cost savings were not difficult. It is we require 2 things to get into such cost saving for all the business we get into. One is most important, to a clear understanding of business. So we have to get a greater detailing of your business. Second most, so business understanding is not negotiable. You have to make your hand dirty and get into greater details. Without that, you will not get any good cost savings. Second most important, I'm sure I'm into leadership role for last 15, 20 years. I'm saying, and I'm sure most of us audit report, 50% of report says that, open PO, aging, open GR, open GRI, early payments to vendors. And then we just simply give aging table and we say monitoring is not there. There is a process failure. ये एक साल से review नहीं किया है, then it is aging more than 2 years, 3 years. इसको write off कर दो, write back कर दो. Are we doing? I think most of the 50% of the report contain this when you come to P2P. So what is required to do? Second prerequisite, walk extra miles. Just check if it is not paid for 2 to 3 years. Have you tried to make an efforts? First of all, what are these top 5 parties? What are those key material where this is happening? Which are this material where this aging is happening? Have you tried doing it? Which are vendor this is happening this year, and if this is happened in the past trend also? So just walk extra miles. That's my submission. Just get into get details. एक कौन से vendor में हो रहा है? Is it happens only and which material this is happening? And try to see the trend or go backward and see, is it the same vendor it is happen again? It is for the same set of time this happens? Or this is because of the timing difference sizzle? Or this is some problem is with few vendors or few materials? Then you go back to management and tell them, boss, this is happening in the XYZ vendors, this material or particular set of time. Then your observation will be really valued. You are helping them converting that data into decision making. Just don't give them MIS. They have a more expert and better than us, a good finance and analyst within the team. They don't look forward from us the MIS boss. We have not been paid for MIS. We have to give them something extra. So don't do surface audit. Please make your hand dirty and get into greater detail. Do extra. You are already walking up to, आप report निकाल रहे हैं, analyze कर रहे हैं, aging निकाल रहे हैं, बढ़िया report बना रहे हैं, but you are not getting into that. Who is the vendor this is happening? Which is the services this is happening repeatedly? And you go with those things, and the management, I'm sure it will help you out. So making cost saving is not difficult. You have to understand business. You would embrace business in the better, greater details, and make your hand dirty and do detailing. I'm sure each one of you will come out with the good cost saving next time when you will be here.
Yeah, please. Rachana, you want to add anything?
Adding to one more example of cost saving by going an extra mile, we had a client who had a wind blade manufacturing plant in Andhra Pradesh. Now they were expecting, because it's a energy consuming industry. So they had to the electricity board, they had committed a certain amount of load that which they will be consuming over all the months. Now they had applied for 8,000. Now we went back and saw the electricity bills checked the electricity bills for past 2 years, and nowhere it had gone beyond 3,500 of kilowatts of consumption. So because they were committing 8,000 of, they had an X amount to pay, and if they reduce it to 5,000, the amount of commitment was reducing by a huge significant amount. So we asked them to do it and approach the electricity board and do it, and as and when if their consumption is increasing, they can again go back and take a higher commitment. They were saving 1.5 crores every year since then. So this is what we are talking about, going the extra mile or getting our hands dirty or having a knowledge of the industry. See, and this, I think this commitment of electricity load will apply to all manufacturing or EPC companies or energy consuming companies. So I think we can go and do this exercise for many of our clients.
Thank you. See, as an internal auditor, we are expected to be superheroes. So, for us, audit is not cost center.
Yeah. We have to get converted into profit center.
Yeah.
Because we are a support and service team. If any measure cost comes, then definitely first person to be cut is internal auditor. If you are not really adding value to the management, it's very clear.
Yeah.
So I'll just add one more point. So this was a basis of asking for an increment in our fee. So yes, because whatever kind of amount of saving that I said, हमारा fee तो आपका एक ही साल में निकल गया.
Yes.
You can demand a
True.
good fees.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to first add value.
Exactly.
Piyush, you want to add anything? Yeah. I agree. In fact, board is expecting us to provide assurance that everything is going fine. I mean, there are no leakages. You come and say, okay, you have done procure to pay and everything is, good. Okay, thank you very much, right? They also want advice from you. Okay, if new things are coming up, how is it? Have you evaluated? They want insight from internal auditors, okay? Insight in terms of what business is, have you done benchmarking, what kind of, value we can look at, and they expect you to have foresight as well. So what new is coming up? How are you gearing up for that? What kind of new technology you are adopting to help the company? So, and that is where I said we have to be superheroes to meet the expectations. Now, my next question is related to this, and I would like all the panel members to just think about it. Do stakeholders perceive assurance finding as backward looking while expecting advisory recommendation to be forward looking? And is it fair characterization? And who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. Okay, I don't really think this question is a correct question in that sense. We spoke about it earlier also, that between assurance and advisory, what is more weightage? Obviously, the advisory will get more weightage. So by that parameter, the same question, whether a post-mortem, but understand that unless you do a post-mortem, how will you also correct for future? Yeah. So there is a relevance. This backward looking, I think as an exercise is definitely necessary, because that gives you the various cases where deviations occur. And then why those deviations occur or why there is an exception helps you improve that system. You cannot improve a system just in vacuum. So if you had not done the first activity of a vouching, a verification, an observation, you would not get instances which are outliers. And unless you get those instances which are outliers, you will not be able to suggest a system which is little more foolproof. Because otherwise, we are not all living in an idealistic world. So, but the perception, whether this is forward looking, backward looking, I think it again depends on who is reviewing it. Your internal audit report also goes to different people. It goes to the HOD, it goes to the CEO, it goes to the MD, it goes to the audit committee, and sometimes to the board. Now, each 5 of them may have a different perspective that whether this post-mortem is relevant, not relevant. I've seen directors who want to get into the depth of it, and there are directors who say, okay, come to the point and please share how do we correct this for future. So I think a balance, as the topic says, a correct balance is what is relevant.
Thank you. Any other point of view?
Internal audit reports to whom? Can somebody help me to clarify my doubt? Management? Now, functionally to whom and administratively to whom? Can somebody better clarify professionally? Yeah. Perfect, perfect. We don't report to shareholder like statutory auditors, right? And expectations are set by whom? Management, board? And it differs from company to company. Either you are a listed or you are NBFC, you are a manufacturing service. So we don't report statutorily, neither to, our report doesn't upload it to SEBI, RBI or like that. We are restricted to board and to management. So expectations are set by this set of 2 people. So it is again changed. There is no one answer fit to all. Okay? So it again depends how expectations and your understanding, expectation exchange between you and management and you between you and your audit committee. For me, it is as simple as that. And I told you, so for a scope may be decided or approved by the board functionally, but anything and everything come under sky, that depend on your potential, your skill set, what all you bring on the table. So it is all up to the skill set of the internal auditor per se as an individual and as a team.
I'll just second Milan Bhai's view. Without hindsight, there cannot be insight. It is as simple as that.
Just to take a view, Akhilesh, Reserve Bank of India does look at the internal audit reports very, very seriously when they are reviewing all NBFCs. So though you may say that my report is not addressed for them, you will have to look at the RBI's master circular, RBI's policies, and the compliance of those things when you are doing your internal audit. Otherwise, they do make a comment that there is a deficiency in internal audit. So sometimes, though you may not directly report to a particular authority or a particular body, but you may have to take care of it. Here we are talking about only mainly listed companies. But what happens if it's a private limited company with no audit committee, which is, let's say, 1,000, 1,500, and you're doing internal audit? There is no audit committee chair. So who becomes your boss? Obviously, the CEO and the MD does play the role, and then there are other stakeholders which are also relevant, where even the statutory auditor, though you are not reporting to a statutory auditor, he also has to make a comment that whether the internal auditor did the coverage which was adequate and proper or not. So though you are not reporting to a statutory auditor, in a way, indirectly, he also is one person who is going to rely and comment on your work. So all these things have to be taken care of. Yes, audit committee chair for a large listed group, fair enough, but there are these practicalities which you'll have to take care of.
Yeah, this is the new amendment in CARO. They are essentially, statutory auditor has to essentially comment on our internal audit reports. Earlier there was, during our day, Mao CARO in those days, whether PV has been taken care, whether controls are in commensurate with the size of the business. These were the two common comment in CARO, but now as per the new amendment, statutory auditor has to compulsorily go through all your reports and review. If he has any comments to offer, he has to make it very clear in his CARO report. So this is a mandate a couple of years before. So I completely agree what Mody bhai has added to verbatim.
Okay. Coming back to Milan bhai, how should internal audit prepare for AI-driven decision-making environment?
Yeah, that's a tough question because it's very, very evolving. My son is doing AI, so I asked him this question. And there are special roles for cleaners of AI. So lot of AI is used even for writing codes, wipe codes. And there are specialists who will do an audit of those output to find out whether the AI generated results are correct or not correct. So, I think new roles are emerging within the AI space, which would sweep through the AI results and look at the effectiveness of AI. I think this is a subject by itself. It's an area. One of the traditional way is to look at the input and the output and do it in a different way to compare the result which has been generated from the AI versus what you can mechanically or manually do. So that's a way through which people do. I think as chartered accountants, we may not be fully equipped to look at all AI agents. So we will have to upgrade, upskill ourselves, look at, I think the youngsters today are even doing vibe coding and they are learning Python and they are learning other skill sets. So your team compositions should be such that one person within your 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 member team is somebody who is competent on that, so that as a team you are able to add value. And as you started in the stated in the starting earlier, are you using AI or not? And now the question is, are you using too much of AI? Yeah, so that question definitely is there. But I think a proper ITGC and an IS audit would throw out certain areas where strengthening may be required.
Thank you. I think maybe we all do not have answer to this question actually, and we have to learn while we go on this path. And my next question is to all 3 of us, and this is more from a skill point of view. What skills are you looking today from internal auditors if you have to hire either in your team or as a service provider? which were not critical, let's say 5 years back?
Let it start from ladies first. Senior first, ladies first करके सबसे ज़्यादा
You are throwing me under the bus, huh, please. So since I've been thrown under the bus, I'll tell. So for me, if I'm hiring a resource in my team, the first and the foremost thing that I would look for is he or she should be very dynamic. He or she should be ready to understand the business, that inclination of, that knowledge is not required when I am hiring somebody, but that inclination to learn the new things has to be there, because then only he or she will be able to understand the industry that he is going to audit and will be able to give some value addition. Dynamic, because the common sense that we were talking about, that comes only from dynamism. Qualification, yes. Techno-savvy, yes, because the environment that we are auditing in right now, there is no scope for not being techno-savvy. So that is totally ruled out now. So yes, that is one skill that I would look for. And otherwise, he has to be reasonably intellectually high. That is the basic skills that I would look for.
Me? You always want to have the last word. So I think, again, let's look at it practically. If at least I belong to a CA firm, so one is also the inflow which is relevant, that what type of people are ready to join a CA firm. Obviously articles are one base, and you should select articles and ensure that they are well trained so that they can discharge this function. Second is, recently we have taken a lot of ACCA qualified people because they are available. And in terms of the cost benefit, I think it makes more sense to have ACCA qualified vis-a-vis a pure full chartered accountant. Third is chartered accountant. But what are the other skill sets? So that is as far as qualification is concerned. But what are the skill sets which are required? And over a period of time, you will have to put your staff to go through that training. IIA is one platform where you have a certified fraud examiner, where you have the other qualifications, CIA qualifications, which you should ask and sponsor your people so that they can get those. CISA is another qualification, ISA or CISA. So whatever is available in the market for a CA firm, you have to optimize from there, ensure that they get trained and go to the next level. And wherever the assignment demands, start an alliance with somebody. So if we had a real estate client, and in that real estate client, they wanted us to do like a project management review in terms of time, cost, budgeting versus actual and RERA compliance, we had to take somebody who had an expert in that area. So we tied up with that person for that particular assignment, where there is obviously a fee sharing. And that is how we executed that type of work where we did not have capability. Another was where we also had a separate consulting firm which is on the cyber security and the IT controls, where we tied up with them to deliver for a listed company the overall ITGC, because some of the areas in ITGC we were not doing. We were doing maybe 80% of the scope, but the balance 20 is something which we did not have the domain expertise. So you tie up with somebody. So I think we need to be open, what we have, what we can get, and what we should tie up for as partners with external consultant, and that's where the network is relevant. You should know the right people whom you can team up with so that the end deliverables are stronger. 1 + 1 is equal to actually 11 rather than 2.
Akhilesh, I will get answer from my audience for you. One poll question to all of you. What is the one aptitude or skill what every intern auditor should have? Just tell me in one word. Let me hear from you. I'm sure one of you will definitely able to answer you. A minimum one skill set or attitude to be have by a one successful intern auditor. Patience. Sorry? No? Listening is required, but I think I'm still looking at answer which I'm yet to receive. Yeah.
internal auditor should be jack of all
Piyush Bhai
trades.
has given the answer. Akhilesh, a simple thing. See, we are not an accountant, so we don't require to understand accounting standards, technicality. We are not income tax expert. We are not supposed to know GST, income tax, laws and sections and rules in detail. What is minimum thing required for a successful internal auditor? Answered by Piyush Bhai. Piyush Bhai, can you loudly say for the benefit of all, and you are rightly hit what Akhilesh is looking at the answer. Absolutely, you should have inquisitive mind, keep asking questions, and I'm sure you will get into greater details of each and every business problem. Just have an inquisitive mind, keep asking questions. This is minimum skill set one internal auditor should have. That is advice from me. Since I have little more knowledge in internal audit of 3 decades, I'm only doing this. So this is what I think Piyush Bhai hit the. And second important, wait, allow me 1 more minute. As Mody Bhai has already blacklisted me saying that Chetan taking more time. So what is the major most limitation of internal auditor, so that will help you out where internal audit has to work on. I'm repeating my question, friends. What is a major limitation for any internal auditor? No. Parul, you are not supposed to say. You have been trained under me now. Let others to say. Yeah, please. What is the major most limitation for any internal auditor, any age group, any experience? What is the most important thing auditor lack and major limitation? Can I hear from any one of you? Piyush Bhai, you are also open for answering this. Courage? No. I'm looking for the answer. What is it there in my mind? So I want to see that who is able to match my thought process, my mind, and would satisfy Akhilesh's question. Sorry, somebody has very clear. Absolutely. So that is the major most limitation for any auditor. Why technical? Anybody will explain me, or you want to make long story short? Otherwise, Mody Bhai is staring at me, Chetan not allowing us to speak more. Answer, why technical? See, if I am tomorrow, Parul is being sent from my team to review project insurance audit. Unless she understands what kind of project insurance are available, what products are available, how to value that project. Is it a market or replaceable value? She doesn't know how to take the insurance valuation. Do you think she will be able to do audit? She will complete miserable failure. So understanding technicality of that business is must. If tomorrow I send her to do audit of civil audit, the construction audit, whether she doesn't know how to check those drawings, what work completion should have been done, what is committed, do you think she will be able to do? She has no skill set. So major most limitation is technicality and understanding of those business lines. If tomorrow Parul, I have a business of derivative. If Parul is being sent for derivative review and she doesn't know ABCD of F&O derivative, do you think she will be able to do justice to the audit? She will not know. So technicality, how derivative options, how the F&O contracts are being run, how the pricing influence. So unless you know the entire understanding of the derivative F&O, she will not able to do that. So the limitation is you have to convert that into your strength. So make yourself strong on business understanding and technicality. And thank you, Mody, for taking your time.
So when I started this panel, I said we are dinosaurs, right? Because we think what we have done is the best thing. Today's time, I think there are only 2 things required: inquisitiveness and collaboration. Technical skill set can be learned from ChatGPT. People know how to use it now, so we don't need to teach them. I think, we are running out of time, but I will just, if there are any, I will have one more question before we open. Yeah. So just one thing, and I want one thing which we need to, which we should not do going forward, one thing which we should do going forward, new thing, and one thing which we should stop doing, which we should continue to do.
Yeah, I think adding more value obviously is one thing which we should do. So, and for that adding more value, we have heard different people talking about what are the different things which we should look at. So we need to increase the overall adding value. One thing which we should continue doing is to give the assurance, give the assessment in terms of the control environment, whether the controls are working properly, not working. So, you know, the overall effectiveness area-wise in terms of whether there are unaddressed risk or the, you know, the number of issues which are there, they are high, medium, low. So whatever we are doing, I think that we should continue doing, add more value for future. And one thing which we should not do is to look at petty observations, which is what also people spoke about, you know, OpenGR. And I mean, these are definitely issues which sometimes are relevant, but they distract from the overall internal audit activity. So you have to address that in a separate way, where you can bunch up all those 5, 6, 7, 8 type of observations to say that the housekeeping is not to the extent. You know, so rather than talking about each of them separately, what is the message which you want to give? The message is that the monitoring activity is not proper. So that monitoring activity is not proper. These are the 6 examples of that. So Akhilesh, to answer your question, continue doing the assurance, continue giving the overall assessment of effectiveness of controls environment, reduce the petty points or bunch them from a larger perspective or a macro perspective, and add more value and migrate from you know, pure assurance to consulting activity. If you look at the internal audit definition, consulting activity is one of the words which is used within that. Yeah.
In fact, ICI has added it this time. It was not there earlier. It was added, the consulting services.
I will add different flavor to the value we all discuss. I have given some example, team has given. What are the one thing, a last question from my side, either you pose a question to us, I want to pose before this closure. To a successful, we as an internal auditor, what is the one thing what your stakeholders looking at you? Be a successful communicator, internal auditor, what is the one thing which is the most important thing from we as an internal auditor? Any answer? Value addition, sir has already said, so I would not dwell into his area now. I have a different angle.
Chetan, you can just say the answer, people will run out now.
See, just by my experience, very important thing to connect with your any stakeholder at any level, may it be CXO, may it be HOD. What is important to a successful internal auditor is to speak to your, at any level stakeholder, be with empathy. My experience is, whatever communication happen with empathy, rather with the power or position, and if a same thing I ask or request by any stakeholder at any level with empathy, I have always win my situation. I could able to take them on the same table. There is always buying in from them. You just simply talk with the empathy. I think you just try this. If you are more demanding, more aggressive, try this empathetical way of communication. Your acceptability will be not only high, very high. So that's one more piece of advice from my side, my little experience into internal audit. So be empathy to your auditee.
You want to close or should I answer that very quickly? Okay, very quickly. The first thing that we should stop as being for us as internal auditor is we ourselves should stop treating internal audit exercise as a compliance exercise. We should continue adding the value that we are adding. The value addition part should continue. And moving forward, we should make our internal audit exercise a more organized form of assignment rather than the ad hoc and that we talked in our presentation. So we should make it more structured and more organized to make it more effective and formal.
Thank you. And we are open for questions. So if anyone has question, we are ready to spend some more time.
Hello. Good evening, sir. As a CA fresher, if I want to pursue career in internal audit, then from where I should start? Like it is CA firm or a big four or a industry or a banking? Like what is a good option?
I would advise to get into mid-size big firm, mid-size firm.
CA consulting,
Yeah.
CA firm.
Yeah, don't go for big four.
Okay.
It depends on your aspiration.
No, like.
So what you want to do in your career.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
You have to consider a lot of factors, the salary and other things as well.
Don't look at salary.
Yeah.
You should have hunger to learn. Only keep that in mind, hunger to learn.
Okay.
As much as you can.
Akhilesh,
Hunger has to be.
Akhilesh mentioned the.
Because I am an industry guy last 30 years, so I am advising other way around.
So Akhilesh mentioned that the internal auditors, you are expected to be a magician. And here I want to pose one question. Just think the plight of the statutory auditor. Yeah, I've done both statutory audit and internal audit. The expectation on the area of statutory audit is increasing at much faster pace, especially because of a lot of regulators and all that, where the amount of documentation which is required when you're concluding any assignment has become a very large area. So though we say that lot is expected from internal auditor, but that expectation is on rise from everybody, whether it is independent director, whether it is board, whether it is internal auditor, or whether it is statutory auditors.
Thank you. I think someone has raised hand there. Yep.
Hello everyone. So it is just a general question for you all, because I'm an article working under a domain of internal audit. So I just had two questions for you all. First is, for an FMCG industry company, the company which is under the FMCG industry, so what are the major audit risks and how those risks should be mitigated? So that's the first question. And second question is, when we do internal audit of a startup company, means who is just under the period of flourishing, okay? So when we propose them or when we give audit reports citing those risks, so whether financial risk area should be more focused or other areas of risk should be focused, because for the startup the main concern is finance, how they can generate their revenues rather than those compliance checks. So these are my questions, so I just want some of your guidance towards those points.
Yeah, for FMCG company, the largest area would be your inventory, and the second largest area will be your selling and distribution. Yeah, the selling and distribution, because there could be distributor, there could be retailers, there could be stockist. So the whole, end to end in terms of the inventory management and the inventory, the price at which you sell at each level and the discounts or incentives or rebates which you give, that would be a important area. Again, it depends on FMCG, whether it is very heavy on advertisement, influencers. If those are the areas, then you cover those areas. That should give the maximum value. Coming to the startup, I personally feel, and this is again my view, that one thing which a startup lacks is the focus on profitability. And there could be two schools of thought, where you say that the cost of acquisition of a client is high, but that's the way the game is. You burn cash, you acquire more clients, and then maybe even if you're loss making, you generate value. Again, as he rightly said, we are from the old school of thoughts, where we feel that some amount of visibility of profit, if not in the immediate future, in the near-term future is what is relevant. So I would definitely say that finance should be a critical area.
I will just add here. See, from old school of thought only I am talking about. And take the trial balance, look at the numbers, and start from there. You will get your answers, because numbers don't lie. Thank you. Yes, sir.
One of the things which we all require on the basis of our professional ethics and code of conduct, right? So I just tried to summarize it in few lines. Okay, अपने वकार को आसमान पर रखिए साहब, कहीं कोई अहमक आपके सफ़ेद दामन पर दाग न लगा दे.
So with this, on behalf of WIRC, I extend our sincere gratitude to our panelist, CA Milan Mody, CA Chetan Thakkar, and our wildcard entrant, CA Rachana, Parikh, and last but not the least, the moderator, CA Akhilesh Thakur, for their inspiring and engaging panel discussion. Your expertise, practical insights, and thought-provoking perspective have provided us with valuable takeaways that we can apply in our professional journey. We are truly grateful that you took out time of your busy schedule to share your knowledge and experience with us. Your guidance has been both motivating and enriching for everyone present. We wish you continued success and look forward to many more opportunities to learn from you. With this, we sign off from the first day of National Conference on Reimagining Internal Audit, and see you tomorrow at 10. Thank you, everyone.
Panel discussion. One was related to the AI, and the second was the advisory and assurance. So now I welcome our panel discussion for the today's speaker, CA Bhushan Sharma, CA Abha Sarda, CA Pulkit Maheshwari, and CA Satish Shenoy. I welcome them on the stage. And I also welcome Central Council member Preeti Savla, So let me introduce today's speaker, CA Bhushan Sharma. CA Bhushan Sharma is the National Head Risk Advisory Services with over 18 years of experience in forensic investigation, fraud risk management, enterprise risk, and regulatory compliance. Having worked with Big Four firms and leading consulting organizations, he specializes in white-collar crime investigations, whistleblower inquiries, anti-fraud frameworks, GDPR, DPDP, and ISO 27001 implementation. A trusted advisor across industries. He has led complex investigation for multinational and Indian companies, and is a regular trainer at leading professional and corporate forums. Please welcome CA Bhushan Sharma. Now we have a very dynamic personality, CA Abha Sarda. He is a Chief Internal Auditor at Tata Capital Limited with nearly 20 years of experience in internal audit, governance, risk management, and financial services. A former professional with Deloitte and BC & Company. She has been instrumental in building Tata Capital's digital-enabled, insight-driven internal audit function. She is as Chartered Accountant, CISA, CIA. She currently serves as the President of IIA, Bombay chapter, and championing governance excellence, innovation, and leadership in the internal audit profession. Please welcome CA Abha Sarda. And now the third speaker is CA Pulkit Maheshwari, is the head of internal audit at Aadhar Housing Finance Limited with over 15 years of experience in internal audit, enterprise risk assurance, technology, audit, and process improvement. A chartered accountant, cost accountant, company secretary, and law graduate. He has extensive experience in across the NBFC, housing finance, microfinance, IT, and media sectors. He is widely recognized for designing robust internal control frameworks, strengthening governance, and leading risk-based audit functions that enhance the organizational performance. Please welcome CA Pulkit Maheshwari. And I welcome CA Preeti Savla, a Central Council member. Everyone knows Preeti Savla, right? She's a very dynamic personality. She's like active in WRC. Earlier she was active, now also, and now that she's a like Central Council member. So whenever like she's just a call away. Like whenever you need any help, she can definitely reply back, and she's so helpful. So I welcome CA Preeti Savla. So I will request Preeti Savla to address.
Thank you very much, Parul, and good morning, everyone. At the outset, on this Saturday morning, we are gathering here for this Reimagining Internal Audit Day 2. And friends, I am sure the sessions yesterday and today will be very, very helpful. At present, I am chairing Ethical Standard Board of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And since last 3 years, we were discussing the revision in Code of Ethics. And now recently, we have published the revised Code of Ethics. Are you aware about it? Yes or no? How many are aware about revised Code of Ethics? Very good. So the friends, the process and the thought process for revision in Code of Ethics, we have to align with the developments going in the professional world, as well as what is going across world. And for that, we are thinking ki assurance service and non-assurance service has to be two separate things. And the professional service which are specific for the profession, that is audit and assurance. And however, non-audit services for which other professionals are also there, and that cannot be on the same page for the Code of Ethics. And that's why we want that bifurcation between two, so that we are on the same page with the other professionals who are providing these non-assurance services. And for that reason, we have opened up various things like advertisement or solicitation, like contemporary form of advertisement, and so all those things have been actually modified. There are about 60 clauses in which there are changes. These amendments are there, and all are beneficial to the members. For example, Bombay cannot audit if the fees for PI entities are outstanding for more than 1 year, and other entities are for more than 2 years. Otherwise, clients are not paying the fees for number of years together. So these are certain changes. We are taking the sessions online, offline. One must, if are in practice, understand this, so that how you can actually website related, which was earlier on pull basis. You can write the name of the clients in your website, subject to certain parameters. So all these are very, very beneficial for the members. One can actually go through this revision, can take, have these sessions attended. Today I am speaking in the evening at Borivali Central Study Circle, and regular basis some of the other sessions are there. As regards to internal audit, I was talking to SEBI last year, and actually we were discussing on some another matter, and I said for listed companies, I have been board on several listed companies also into the profession, and I said when SEBI is regulating listed companies, what about this internal audit? Internal audit can be done by practicing CA firm or other than practicing also. Some consultants can also do. Nothing is specified that internal audit has to be done by the practicing CA firm. And then, however, I said then these CAs are not on the same page with others, because This practicing CAs are actually regulated, and when something wrong is happening, and then there is a regulation and the disciplinary mechanism for them, and when others are there, they are not regulated, and if there is something wrong in the internal audit, nothing will happen to them. And that is why we have a meeting on a Monday morning with the SEBI also. So how can actually we be on the whether we don't know whether internal audit is assurance service or not. Nowhere it is clarified, right? You all are like practitioners in the internal audit, experts in internal audit. Can you tell, like Satish ji, I know since like more than 2 decades he is into this internal audit, served at various like recognized organization and having immense exposure. Or we have Abha, who is like contributing at IIA also, as well as at Tata Capital, and at Aadhar. Pulkit is there. 15 years I saw not only CA, CS, CMA, law graduate, like having immense exposure, and also Bhushan ji is also like into internal audit space since last several number of years. Also, I can see some very senior professionals. Parul is also there into internal audit. Others professionals, seniors. So only one question, just analyze that. And when I was vice chairperson of this internal audit standard board, whether auditing internal audit is assurance practice or not. If it is assurance practice, is a big question. Whether it is, if it is assurance, whether it is done only by chartered accountants, practicing chartered accountants. And if it not assurance service, then whether this disciplinary mechanism, this regulatory is like how much it is applicable. So in Companies Act, what is the space? Sir, if you can actually drive this discussion, I have given a food for thought on this Saturday morning, and let us see. And now SEBI LODR is also under revision, and they also require inputs. We have a meeting on 15th, and ICA is also invited for the same. On 15th of July, the SEBI LODR is also like meeting is planned because they are under revision. Let's see what is happening, and let's see how we can actually have this profession of internal audit to the next level. With this opening remarks, I welcome all of you to this fruitful discussion. I'm sure this regulatory, like when it is like NBFC, RBI is driving. Whatever RBI says, these compliances are mandatory compliances. There is no negotiation for that. However, as internal auditor's scope, when there is internal audit, then when there is an inspection of whether RBI or SEBI is coming, then the value addition is required by internal auditor actually. And when the inspection is coming, there should not be any comments or any findings by these regulators, and that is a role I pursue for the internal auditors, because they have to go into the depth and give the great value addition. There is no negotiation for the minimum compliances requirement, so that verification or the checks are basic requirement. However, with the value addition and with the technology changing so far, the role of internal auditor is also like very evolving, and lot of new things are coming, which I am sure this panel will consider that and give their input. All the panelists will give their inputs on the same. And with this, this internal audit profession is actually changing a lot with the new developments coming with the technology and the expectations from the regulators. And if this actually the fees which are to be charged by internal auditors is very important, and that negotiation, because otherwise we are not able to give the like proper commitments and the inputs and the value add. And this is whole, like sometimes I feel is a vicious circle. And if these inputs are good, then the regulators are also companies are satisfied, and regulators are also satisfied, and that is how the performance has to be evaluated for internal auditors also. And this all are, I am giving a food for thought for the panel also and for all of you. So I am sure with this, this profession will take to the next height, and you all will get this better inputs and value add in this entire day session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am, for your valuable time to be with us today. We truly appreciate your presence. So I request Preeti ma'am to felicitate our today's speaker by presenting a memento. So CA Bhushan Sharma. CA Pulkit Maheshwari, CA Abha Sarda. CA Pulkit Maheshwari. And our today's moderator, CA Satish Shenoy. Hi friends, can you guess Satish sir's age? He is sweet 16. To check in his LinkedIn profile. He daily shares one very short stories in LinkedIn. Please follow him. So we'll start with today's session. So Satish ji, now the mic is yours.
So good morning, everybody. Am I audible to the last person there if he's not, he or she is not sleeping already? I am. Yeah. So let's keep this session little light. We are not here. Everybody is looking so serious. I know the Asian Heart Hospital is close by, but we need not get admitted there. Point number one. Point number two, till what time I can go on? 90 minutes from now, so till 12? 11:45, good. So 11:45, I promise you I'll stop. Whenever there is a introduction of some speaker, no, they always say that, this person speaker doesn't require any introduction because everybody knows him. I think Parul today deliberately did not introduce me that. No connection with what I said before, but anyway, thanks to Parul, I don't know whether it was deliberate or otherwise. Second thing before I really start, I want to talk about reimagining internal audit. I think the title is fantastic. I worked in a company called Larsen & Toubro where we used to call it Imagineering. So you imagine the engineering and the output has to come out good, I always remember when they said Brexit, when the Brexit had come, exit was already included in that word, and therefore exits will happen. So reimagining internal audit means we have to re-image ourselves. And that's very, very critical and crucial for our profession, not only to survive, but to thrive. I think we are in that trajectory today where, and maybe I've said this a couple of years ago as well, that we are in a stage where I think we have to now go off in a different orbit. When we used to study the average cost curves, we used to say we are on one curve and we need to move to the next curve, the short-term average cost and all of that. So I think we need to get into, and for that, the imaging is very important, and therefore I am happy about talking about this. The other thing I want to say is, since Burzin also spoke about sports, and I have, if not equal, at least a little shade lower interest in sports, So the Wimbledon will start only at 4. The football is only at 2:30 tomorrow morning, okay, early in the morning. And what else is going on? The India-England match, India is 25-1 women's match at Lord's, first test match in Lord's, where women are playing at Lord's, which is quite an achievement. And so that starts only at 4 o'clock. So no tensions on the sports front. Today is a Saturday. You can leave our offices and practice. Just focus on what at least these 3 speakers are saying. I'll stop talking in some time, don't you worry. Thank you, Preeti, for a very insightful introduction. Very much required for a topic that we are proposing to speak on. Food for thought, she said, after a sumptuous breakfast. I don't know whether there was any space in the stomach. Therefore, she did not focus there. She focused on the mind, which is a good thing. She gave us ample of points for us to deliberate. One ability of Preeti, which I think even Parul doesn't know, is that she has the ability to read minds. And she read probably what's in this. I didn't keep this. I kept this paper with me only. I didn't leave it around. But she has some uncanny ability to, which is good for audits actually, for an auditor. But she's been able to read through some of the questions that I propose to ask. What else do I have to say? So coming to the point about assurance to strategic value, okay? There are 2 things that I want to say which should stay in each one of our minds. At any point in time as an auditor, I guess the role for us is to be like that policeman. You know, some of you must have heard me speaking earlier. I might have used this example of the policeman who decides whether he should stand at the signal or stand a few feet away from, a few meters, I think, away from the signal and catch people who don't comply with the rule, you know. And then after that, he has an ability to decide whether he has to increase his personal income, on which he doesn't anyway pay tax, or increase the revenue of the state government under which the RTO really operates. That choice is left to him, but he uses it very judiciously, just as we should use the role judiciously between assurance and strategic value, okay? So we have to be sometimes like that cop. If you stand at the signal, you don't get an opportunity to catch anybody because everybody is at their best behavior. Imagine the CEO of the company is sitting in the same floor as you are, you know, how disciplined you are, or think about the air hostesses in a plane. If the CEO of the company is flying, everything will be picture perfect, you know. So, but that doesn't last for too long. So you have to continually use the ability. At the same time, if all the auditors were to stand at the signal, just imagine, or all the policemen had to stand at the signal, imagine how many policemen would be required in Bombay. Sometimes even the signals don't work, that's a separate story. But, so, which these resources we will not get. And therefore, we need to be a little more open in our thinking whether we need to be at the signal or stand away from the signal or facilitate, you know, the process where people don't break the law and therefore you need to catch them. So it's a choice that we need to make. Nothing is static because things keep changing in an organization and we know the pace of change that is happening, and our profession as internal auditors, I guess, has to be living up, if not becoming faster than the change that we anticipate. The second thing is another good example of whether it has to be assurance or strategic value is the part about the brake in the car. So a brake in the car, which automatically the first thing that you talk about a brake in a car is to stop something. Actually, a brake in the car facilitates us to go faster. Imagine if there was no brake in the car. Do you think we would even be able to go, be able to drive the car? We couldn't, okay? Just with the assurance that the brake is there and I can speed a bit, not in Bombay roads, of course, but you can speed a bit, that really helps. So things are, we need to use these points judiciously in order to be effective. The third and the last point, because I know Abha, Bhushan and Pulkit are worried whether I'll only take the one till 10:45, but no, I'll stop. My questions are also going to be brief. The third point that I wanted to make, and I think I forgot what the point is, I'll remember very soon. The point about value addition, okay? Over a period of time, we always business partnering and value addition. Value addition is there, but there are times when auditors are called upon to partner business, you know, and then sometimes under the guise of partnering, there is an opportunity or there is a chance that we may not be, we are not in a position to do the work that we are supposed to do. So we need to be a little judicious about this, and I think as auditors, the word judicious is the most important thing. The words like balance, independence. Again, independence is a state of mind. I'm sure everybody talks about it. But we do need to be judicious about what we do. We should not overdo. Like most of the things in life, we have to be doing things within the control. So thanks, Preeti, for this. Thanks, Parul, for the introduction. And so we'll start off. The format is that maybe each one of the three learned speakers will give their perspective about just the way I did in my own small funny way, but they will do a much better professional job. They are very current, I must say, all of them. So they'll talk more about the profession and what they're doing. So maybe 3-5 minutes each on this, and thereafter I'll move on to questions. We will have questions from the audience. I could probably take it in between, or I can take it at the end, okay, depending on whether your eyes are open or closed, okay? So, Abha, over to you first, maybe your first few thoughts.
Thank you to ICAI for organizing this and inviting us, and it's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Preeti ma'am, for setting the context so wonderfully, and Parul for a very, I think, elaborate introduction for all of us. Satish sir, you made our job much simpler. I think everybody's very excited to hear more, thanks to the great context that you said. Just a little variation on what you spoke. While you expected us to speak on something more current, I thought I'll speak on something which is a lot more dated. And while the questions we will answer with some of our personal experiences and stories, I thought probably I'll begin with a story that dates back about 5,000 years ago. And the epic that I want to discuss is Mahabharata. I think most of you all, if you all could just raise your hands if you haven't heard about Mahabharata, it'll just help me set the context. You've not heard, or you've heard? Not heard. Heard, right? I'm sure everybody's heard about it in some way or the other. But I think for the benefit of the larger group, the story is largely about two, I think, groups of cousins, one the Pandavas and the other the Kauravas. And it's largely about a royal feud. But I think what interested me most, and I think what I would want to draw an analogy or parallel from, was a character called Vidur. I don't know how many of you all remember the character well, but the parallel analogy that I want to draw is in the city of Hastinapur, right, where the story is revolving. Vidur was the prime minister. He was brilliant, and I think one of the smartest guys the town had. He was on the side of the Kauravas, and there were two milestone events in the story. One was the game of the dice, and second was the 18-day war of Kurukshetra that all of us would have heard about while studying history at least. In both the events, I think Vidur, with his intelligence, had gone to Dhritarashtra, and he had told him that, there's a lot of risk in what we are doing. He had forewarned them that that's a path that should not be taken. The point I want to make is he was heard, he was acknowledged, but both the times he was ignored. So that left me thinking that I think in today's age, maybe being right is not good enough. And that's where I want to talk about moving from assurance to strategic advising. The other parallel that kind of struck me in the story was another character or another personality which was on the side of the Pandavas. And all of you all would have heard of Krishna, right? So Krishna again was neither the king nor the commander. And in fact, he'd said that he will not even pick up a weapon in the entire war. But I think all of us know how he guided, how he counseled, and how he challenged the Pandavas also at the time to kind of help them navigate this tough path. And I think that's the thought I want to leave you all with, is when you're moving from assurance to being a strategic advisor, take a pause, think about it. In the year, have you all been Vidurs or have you all been Krishnas? I think that's the thought I would want to leave. Thank you.
So good morning all, and greetings to delegates, panelists. So while I was just coming and I was just thinking through this topic, while Satish sir, Abha ma'am, while they elaborated this topic, my view on this is, first you need to be 100% sure ki you are an assurance function. First you need to deliver your assurance in a better way. The kinds of frauds or daily we listen through multiple things, multiple banks frauds we are coming through. Because I am from a NBFC or HFC industry, I will talk specifically about my domain. So first thing, we need to be very sure we are very good at assurance, what we are doing and delivering. Now, why we are thinking reimagining from assurance to strategic value addition? Because there are certain scenarios which are occurring whole throughout the world. I'll talk about AI. AI is coming very heavily. I'll talk about ESG. I don't know how many of you have heard about ESG adoption. Then there is this geopolitical uncertainties there everywhere. Lots of war is going on. Supply chain disruptions are there. Now growing the customer expectations. Nowadays, customers' expectations are very much, and the other thing is the competition is growing very enough. So with all these scenarios, continuing the department with only assurance, there is a thought we need to give it for. Because if we will not change, companies like Nokia also gone away if they have not transformed. I know completely due to regulatory landscape, one of the gaming company has gone overnight. So they are the companies, we are the department. So we need to think in a way while how we can transform according to the current scenario. Abhi, the next question is how will you transform? So I'll keep it short. I'll talk what I can think right now. One is what Satish sir mentioned, while the image is created of policing, of internal auditing, we need to change the strategy from policing to partnering. What he spoke is right. Policing is more of fault finding. Partnering is while you are partnering the business in terms of value addition, you are talking with them and you are in shoulder to shoulder, you are moving with the organization. Second is, while you do the hindsighting, you need to change the approach to foresighting. Now I'll just explain what is hindsighting and foresighting. Hindsighting is something you are doing the postmortem of previous controls which are there, were they effective, were they completely working. Foresighting is something where you need to come across ki what are the future risks, are the controls future ready, are we in a state to assure the management ki they are in a place ki they are future ready. Third is, while we talk about compliance checklist or controls, we need to think about the business resilience also. While business resilience, it comes about, it is more about the sustainability of the business. We never go across any of the reputational risk or strategic risk. We don't talk about this. So we need to actually think about this. We need to deliver this. And last, what I can think right now is this AI coming in, the whole gamut of internal audit will change, because now what we are doing the sampling. Now the data approach will change, the auditing approach will change from sample to 100% population we need to drive. So that's how we can transform. I think that is how we can assure from strategic assurance to we can move to the strategic value addition. So I think assurance remains the same, the basic functionality remains the same, but with the transforming world, we need to also transform ourselves and we need to move forward. With this, I will end my thought.
Wonderful. Yeah, Bhushan.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Wonderful introduction by Parul and Satish sir. I've heard Satish sir a lot, so I know he's always very in-depth. and pleasure meeting both of you for the first time. I'm a consultant over here, so I'm different from the industry people, and I wish to offer a different perspective. I do forensics, and I'm doing it for past 20 years now. I interact with management, promoters, independent directors, private equity guys, internal audit heads, compliance heads, and any function that is expected from the auditor, be it statutory or forensic auditor or an internal auditor, is what I've learned over a period of, I would have done at least 1,000+ investigations. And with MNCs as well as Indian companies, promoter-driven or for private equity investors, or with law firms or with SEC, DOJ, CBI, ED, पैसा तो नहीं जा रहा है. The leakages. Now, why that is the crux of everything? Because it speaks of the culture, it speaks of the control, it speaks about the mindset, it speaks about the ethics of the organization. We've, like Pulkit pointed out, people, organizations like Nokia have gone because they did not change. But larger organizations, unicorn startups have gone because of fraud. So a big risk from a fraud perspective is also there. Now I'm speaking of this because a lot I would say 80% of the companies where I do work, the stakeholding for fraud management lies with internal audit only. There may be a separate team for a compliance or a legal head or a CFO, but everything will fall, the weight will fall with the internal audit because they are the custodians of the controls. That you guys did internal audit routinely, there were indications of frauds, or why was that not rightly pointed out, or when there was something, controls were evaded, what was the countermeasures that you put across. So they become, I would say, a scapegoat or people responsible. People say that nowadays CFO needs to give a statement of fidelity, that everything is right, but I think a lot of reliance is placed on internal audits and their line is at stake very heavily. Much needs to be done in this space to re-engineer it. Assurance is there and will always be there, but nowadays the stakeholders do not ask what went wrong. They ask what will happen tomorrow. Are we ready for any disruptions? Are we aware of disruptions? And that answer is very dynamic. And for re-engineering anything, you need a purpose. For what you're re-engineering, as Abha has re-engineered a completely digitalized solutions over there. So she had something very much in focus, that what needs stakeholder answers, transparency. So those things are very important. Capabilities, doing, there are behavior analytics. How many of you have heard of behavior analytics? So, but not much is in practice of behavior analytics, and I'll speak on it more when we do that, and it's become very important to do behavioral analytics. I'm quite sure Pulkit would have put across those analytics in his, because there's a large portfolio his company handles across a big portfolio of loans and everything, NBFCs, so that comes across. And then there's collaboration. Whether you want to do it in-house or you want to get consultant, but re-engineering requires good budgets, and which Savla madam just said, big budgets require good ethical value from the management to spend it out. But what we hear usually, be it an in-house internal audit team or as consultant, कि सब करना है, AI लाना है और पूरा data analytics से करना है, पर fees last year से 10% कम कर सकते हैं. So and many times the people who are doing that are our fellow professional chartered accountants only sitting over there. So we do not see the reason. The budget is that can be done is with a few articles and a few fresh chartered accountant, but they want 5 years chartered accountant experience, 6 years chartered accountant experience. So what you give is what you take. So this whole ambit is about a 360-degree view, in my perspective.
So good. So I think that's the first initial thoughts as we pass the hat around for the comments. I'll now turn to Abha. Ladies first is what excuse I'll use, but she happens to be my most favorite mentee. And we do reverse mentorship as well. She mentors me on BFSI space, where I consider her to be one of the experts. So Abha, internal auditors, they act as strategic business advisors. And the role goes, I would say, not just reporting to the audit committee, okay? We consult on enterprise risk management, ERM. What's your best opportunity to be a strategic business partner?
Satish, I think as at least in terms of my experience at Tata Capital, I joined the organization about 20 years back. At that point in time, the company was just starting out. I think the earlier venture in financial services, which the Tata Group had launched, had not gone the way they had anticipated it to go. So they really wanted to make sure that the team is right, the processes are right at that point in time. So I've seen the organization and I've seen the internal audit function actually set up, evolve, scale, and largely transform in its current state. And some learnings that I bring from there in terms of my personal experiences is that early on in the years, I always thought that if an auditee said it's a good report, it's the best compliment one can get. And I think over the years, as I grew along with the profession, I think I've come to realize that I think the biggest compliment is when you are invited in the room when that decision is being made. And
seat on the table.
Absolutely. And what I learned the hard way was just because of your designation or your technical background, you're not going to get that seat on the table. It's something that you will have to earn. So I'll share about 3 learnings that I've had in this journey. And one of them has been that as auditors, we focus a lot on the audit plan, continuously visiting the audit plan, about agility in the audit plan, etc. But I think what needs to be spoken more is really understanding the business plan, understanding where is the growth, understanding what are the products they are getting into, understanding what is the strategy that's lying ahead, so that we really focus on where the risks are. And the reason why I'm saying, and it's not easy, is that despite all of us think that we do a fantastic job, and if you see surveys which are done globally, I think a very shocking figure that I saw was that in 62% instances, and this is not just India, where I think people reported management unresponsiveness to internal audit reports, right? So I think that comes because when business wakes up in the morning, the first thing that they're thinking about is not an audit report, it's a business outcome. And when you start understanding that and aligning with that, I think you've kind of solved half the problem. The second dilemma that I've seen and experienced also is that constant conflict between is this going to impact my independence and objectivity? I think there are no straight answers on that one, but I just draw inspiration from the word ODIR, from where audit has really been constituted. And it means to listen, right? There is no harm in listening to people. There is no harm in asking intelligent questions when things are getting rolled out. You're not expected to give all the answers in the room, but some of us can contribute by asking those pertinent, important questions, I think, when things are being designed. So that's another area where you can strategically collaborate. We do a lot of it in Tata Capital. I think whether policies are getting formulated, we're going to start off with gold loans. And you won't believe that, the audit team was part of each and every discussion that happened, right from the moment the product was getting evaluated, to the system getting evaluated, to the process being rolled out. And we were all in the same room. I think the way we were contributing was by just asking questions, hey, have you thought about this? What happens if something like this goes wrong? And obviously, I think the expectation is that we will anyways come later and do an independent audit. But the cost of control, right, is very cheap when it's built into the design, the same cost of control becomes expensive when we do it post go live. So that's the second area, Satish. And I think third one is capability. And why I say so is, it is easy to jump into a process and find that one small error, I think, which has happened or somebody overlooked. But I think when COVID happened and there were a lot of changes which RBI was proposing, I think the ask from management was, can you help us implement Morat? Can you help us implement the deferment norms? And I think that's when the team realized that the long hours, the in-depth thinking that goes in rolling this out. And I think a lot of people came back saying that, ma'am, I think from what I've contributed, I think I've learned much more. So maybe capability building is another area where we need to consciously kind of focus on. So I'll leave it with 3 closing thoughts. I think if you made a report, it's good. If the report has been acted upon, I think it's better. But if you've been invited before the event, I think that's the game changer.
Wonderful. I'm happy that you talked about agile auditing as well, because that's the way forward as we move along, rather than just sticking to audit plans. So good. So Pulkit is a person whom I just knew this morning. I hadn't kind of met him before, probably attended some seminars or together, but I think as I interacted with him in the past hour or so, I feel I know him since many years. I know he's an expert on technology, because he better be, considering the work that he's doing. So my question to you, Pulkit, is, what's your best experience been in evaluating cybersecurity, data privacy, and as Abha said, some IT implementation, even before they were implemented across the organization?
Satish, while internal audit is, one of the key components today nowadays is IT audit, because lots of thoughts go beyond the technology in business enabling. So one thing I always talk to internal auditors, or while I talk to my team, you need to have the knowledge of IT. So I'll share few instances, and I'll share in a layman language so that everybody will understand how IT has helped us, developing controls and how it has helped. So in the business lending, I'll keep it short so that everybody will understand, and then I'll just elaborate that one. So first part, I'll share my experience while we were into lending business. We were, doing the salaried loan, 90 minutes disbursal, quick disbursal, tele-PD, verification of the person on tele-PD. So a cartel comes up and they did like 10-15 loans in salaried loan, where what they did, they created a domain in ROC, and then what they did, they created a website, and they created the entries to the bank statement. Now this all happened, and this was the food for thought how to curtail this. How can technology help us in terms of doing this one? So lots of thoughts come ki we should not do quick dispersal, we should not do without physical verification, how can we do on tele-PD, how can we do? Multiple thoughts going on. So then while this was going on, internal audit team, IT team, all was sitting together, and a thought came up. Sir, why don't we see the domain age of the website through which it is coming? So what is domain age? I just explain you, if you see any of the website like www.amazon.com, www.flipkart.com, or any of the organization, www.aadhar. So there is a domain age which is there, like how long this ID was been made. So by building this control, if it is less than 5 years, will not process that case. In case if it goes beyond 5 years or 7 years, we decided this threshold. And then we built in the system only, we integrated in that way ki the domain age is reflected, and if it is greater than 5-7 years, then only we'll fund through this process of quick dispersal. Otherwise, we'll not fund. So this is the classic case where the IT technology help us in building the controls. Second case is we have built up the lending system, digital onboarding, and we were integrating our loan origination system. So what we did, actually, the task given to me was, me and IT team, they have also second line of defense, CISO and all. So what they told ki the system is ready, and we are ready with intrusion detection, intrusion prevention. All the controls are there, firewalls are in this place. Can you help us, assuring ki nobody can navigate through this system or nobody can pass through this system? So what we did, actually, that was my first time while I experienced, we engaged the ethical hackers in place. What is ethical hackers? So we ran through a bugs bounty program. Bugs bounty program is what? Ki we pay the ethical hackers, you try and navigate through the system. If you pass through or you find any of the bugs in the system, we'll pay you money. So, this is some way we are building the controls, we are testing our system, whether somebody can penetrate through our system easily, we'll pay them. So this is the way we, tried and tested our controls. So in short, while lot of things are coming, now also DPDP Act is coming on data privacy, while the customer consent should be taken, all your personal information should be, captured on need to know basis, data purging should be in place. So lots of regulations are also coming in place. GRC circular is there. If you governance, risk and compliance with respect to IT circular 2023 is there, where RBI itself says multiple things, how you need to do the IT audits and how you need to conduct this. So in the short, I will, with the closing remark, I wanted to say that it's not about the IT control anymore. It's about the cybersecurity, data privacy, innovation, and business objectives all moving together in a synchronized way to achieve the business objective and in a secured environment. That's what.
Wonderful. Good perspective. I just acknowledge the presence of Chetan Dalal, the next speaker, who's out here. Bhushan, coming to you. I have our professional relationship goes for a long time. I mean, we've done many forensic investigations together. When I say together means as an auditor and as a consultant as far as he's concerned. RPT, we say repeat, and I think off the field we've had lots of repeats. But related party transactions, I think, has been the bane of quite a few frauds that have got unearthed, either through whistleblowing or by audit or others getting into it. So good corporate governance framework manages these RPTs very well in terms of disclosure and arm's length and those typical words that one uses whenever one talks about RPT. As auditors, what do you see our role to be? And understand that Chetan Dalal is sitting in the audience, and be a little more careful about what you say.
Sir, I work under pressure, so...
Just convert the word pressure to pleasure and see the difference.
Definitely. Sir, auditors are always exposed to related party transactions in two categories. One which are known, मालूम है promoter का ही RPT, and this is open. Okay. Second is one which they have to find out. And that's a constant watch that's required. What I perceive as a related party transaction is not what is required to be disclosed. But even when there are key employees which are not governed under, say, statutory disclosures, say, for example, a procurement head or a CTO, if he is also operating something, those also needs to be calibrated to be found out properly. So, as you rightly pointed out, arm's length or disclosure, board approval, those are very generic, which goes as per the written norms and finding out things to do it across and tick in the box. But what needs to be looked into and where the fraud comes across is what is amiss. So when we do a real arm's length, for example, what we really do is go to the internet and check or whether the organization would have obtained, the first thing is whether quotations were obtained on routine basis to establish this or not. And I've seen listed companies also with good ethical standards taking quotes from even consultancy services from say a big four and us only for the purpose of setting that what is the benchmark that asking us to evaluate what is the benchmarking services that could be done. So the value addition or the additional position which I think every audit step should require is to conduct a market intelligence exercise, to obtain a free independent quote from a third party, asking them to go to the market and identify whether for the same price, same quantity, same price can be obtained, same quality of material. So that is one aspect where we need to do that well. These are for the known transaction which I would believe should be done definitely. For unknown, marrying all vendor master and employee master data and looking into these kind of things is very important to identify certain trends that would come across on those fronts, that those are coming out or not. Keeping a tap on a lot of whistleblow things that are going around, and what's been spoken of is very important to build a healthy RPT related coverage of our disclosure perspective. I have investigated a lot of companies where private equity investments are there, and there are a lot of things that comes across as related by transactions which the promoters were not aware because they were very tech savvy or they were really involved in business and they never knew about disclosures. But actually the weightage of the related party transactions on the full transaction volume of that company was 20 to 30%, which really, though they are genuine and they are may not be rightly priced because that study was not done, but that puts a dilemma in question whether we rely on the valuations or the control of the company in such a manner that those are there. There's no real right answer how it needs to be addressed, but in-depth study of say various databases from employee to vendor master, employee to customer masters, those are required. Also to see that what is the management position really on say the promoter's family owned tool manufacturing facilities with their relatives, and that happens a lot in pharma companies which I see that. Or it's also in say construction sector where certain things are manufactured by the related parties only and they have been sole supplier. And with time the organization has only helped build them that capacity. So but are they really beneficial to the organization, and whether it is a place of the internal auditor to take that question is different. But the disclosures should be completely made using market intelligence, robust third-party checks that are now very much enabled, and that should be taken up. So those are my summation for the ready-by transactions.
Absolutely. So Abha, let me come back to you. You know, in my work area, I got a lot of brownie points on doing regulatory compliance in terms of giving an assurance that the system is in place. More than just trying to find out what the compliance was and whether the company has complied with that, but trying to anticipate what could possibly go wrong, what could be the possible liabilities that have to come, as Pulkit also was mentioning about foresight, you know, by using our insight and hindsight, we use that for our foresight. So what's your take on it, Abha?
I think we've all been hearing and reading about how the regulatory whiplash is increasing. And I think more so in financial services, which is extremely governed and regulated. So I think, and obviously a lot of us say it looks like the line between the third line and the regulator is also blurring. Just want to quote, I don't want to take the name of the organization, but I think what we've experienced in recent RBI inspections is I think they've mandated 2 KRAs for the MD and the senior management. And one is, you know, timely action on past RBI observations. And the second is how many regulatory non-compliances were highlighted by internal audit. So I think it's from an NRC and a board perspective, Now these two have become, I think, mandatory KRAs. So that, I think, emphasizes the importance. But, like Preeti also spoke about, right, about what's written in black and white, I think that is baseline today. And at least coming from a large group like the Tata Group, I think more governance discussions are happening about the gray areas, or where there's a scope of interpretation. Because what's black and white is, I think there's no scope and leeway there. And as an organization and as internal audit, I think our endeavor is always to highlight and discuss on the gray areas. We also do an external benchmarking at times, because you may have a view, but it's also important to understand how the industry operates. You cannot be the only one in an industry performing differently. But we do actively engage with the regulator also to kind of seek inputs. And what, as a good practice on governance gray areas, is we upfront write to RBI, whether we get a response or not, saying that this is our interpretation and this is how we are going ahead in this matter. Most of the times we don't get a response, but we assume a no response is actually a concurrence. So I think that's a good practice that I've seen, where there's a lot of forward-looking discussion, at least that happens. And the regulation is not just followed by letter, but in spirit. Just to give an example, I think before even the VERNAC requirements came in, I think some organizations were more forward-looking to think that if I'm lending to an MFI customer, which is a very low income tier 3, tier 4 place customer, is it enough to communicate in English, or should I communicate in a language in which the customer will understand? And you all will not believe that, in this age of digital, from a, I think, compliance stick perspective, we were sending those customers a communication every time we were getting a receipt. We were sending it as a bit.ly link, and I think most of India accesses mobiles. I think the Panwala also now accesses a mobile. So we thought this is something which is adequate, only to be made realize a year later when RBI came in, saying that while you're sending a bit.ly link, it is good to also have a physical card being given, because that person may miss and not come back. And at that level, I think even that one EMI overdue will add a lot of pressure on the person. So I think while black and white is very clear, Satish, I think it's that gray area, keeping the customer in mind, I think that needs to drive whatever regulatory decisions we are taking.
Absolutely. So I'll just skip the queue and again come back to Bhushan. Quality of earnings, okay, is something that when I was auditing, I really couldn't get my hands on, to assess or be in a position to see how the earnings which have been reported, be turnover, profit, because lots of views have to be taken about costs and allocation of cost, apportioning, capex, revenue, deferred revenue. There's so many avenues. I mean, if I start talking about it, it's going to take time. Any take on how you perceive the role, or how do you perceive the role of auditors? Do we get adequate time to really look at the quality of earnings, or is it to be done through the 90 days rather than at the last minute? Or what's your take on it?
So quality of earning is, I would say, nobody can really crack it, sir. Statutory auditor would opine on the financial statement, but internal auditor function complements it with giving comfort on the controls and the occurrence of the revenues, right or not. So there's larger reliance placed on internal audit function for quality of earning. But quality of earning has multiple factors. I would say industry specific is also very important. See, for example, construction industry, where there are estimates or where revenue is recognized. It's a very gray area where any expertise will not suffice. What the client knows it much better. We have to rely on, or even in case of in-house team, they have to rely more on the engineers who would take that call. So, and we as a financial people will have to, even after placing a lot of reliance on or questioning it, we'll have to ultimately rely on the technical stuff. That goes same with pharma industries also. So in each industry, the experts or the domain knowledge people play a larger role in giving those forecasts perfectly, whereas we only review the underlying facts, the numbers that would come across that. Very difficult from that perspective to give that opinion that we can have a comfortable quality of earning. We see a lot of deliberate issues also, where I've been asked by a lot of investors or promoter or family offices that they have certain investment in certain company and tranche 1 investment has been done, tranche 2 will follow now. But suddenly they see a good spike in turnovers in the past 6, 7, last 3 quarters. They want to really assess now putting this was there because according to them, 1 year they had really eaten the brains and nothing was moving forward, and suddenly when it is coming, they want to really assess. So a lot of stories which I cannot dwell into that what really happens out when we do those assessments, but a difficult scenario to assess on the quality of earning. But yes, as what I would really think when we go for our assessments, we really look into a lot of things, and those are my questions which I will take ahead, but tone at the top is very important.
True. I'll come to you, Abha. Words like, I mean, Bhushan has talked about, blur, gray, uncertainty. I think these are good words for auditors because these words are existing not only in the Oxford Dictionary, but also in the reality. Poor Bhushan only spoke about pharma and he spoke about construction, both of the industries where I worked. But why blame only these two industries?
Sir, not
I
because
think
of
the
you.
whole
we love you,
ecosystem, the whole ecosystem today has so much of all this happening. And I think it's good for us. We have to look at, when we do a SWOT analysis, we look at risk. In one of the companies that I was working, a large company, the risk management used to come out with a quarterly bulletin, and the title of that, the name of that bulletin was called Take Risk. Such an epitome of, the various risk takers, risk management was supposed to be management. That word risk management meant take less risk. I mean, that's how you'll manage a thing. But here the outlook, forget about the outcome, but the outlook was that take risk, take calculated risk, of course. So, yeah, I mean, I do agree, but these words which look at, which seemingly, it's like the brake in the car that I spoke about in the beginning, which seemingly seems to stop us, actually work in our favor if we take a stranglehold of those words and use it to our advantage. Yes, Abha.
So I was just adding an example from the NBFC industry so that it doesn't get positioned as sector specific. I think just, and nothing to do with my organization, but generally what we're seeing in the industry is it's important but very easy to look at accuracy of numbers today, especially because of everything being available digitally and everything gets calculated at the click of a button. So really, what's the role of audit, right? I think the role of audit is not to confirm if that number is right, but it is to confirm and understand what is the strategy, what is the thought, or what is the process that drove the number. Just give you an example, and out of curiosity, there was a time when unsecured loans across the industry was not doing well. And we saw one particular organization as an outlier. And then when we reached out to some of the people within the organization, we said, what is it that you all have cracked and how come the numbers are looking so good? I think what we realized or sensed from within the organization was that we saw that there's and this was on a heart-to-heart conversation, where the auditor said, look, I don't know how to put this right, but I think the number of complaints are increasing, where customers are coming back saying that we've not funded the EMI, and it's reflecting in my SOA. So the numbers looked good, everything on the balance sheet P&L looks right, In most cases, a customer will not come back if there's a credit reflecting. So there is no ways to identify whether it's a genuine payment or not. And usually organizations will not focus on that because the money is coming in. I think they're more concerned on where is my provisioning increasing, etc. But I think what this story indicates is, these numbers will help you stand for 1 quarter and look good. But the true test will be, can the next quarter also stand on its feet? So what's important is to figure out, are there any outliers? And then deep dive. I think that's the one example I wanted to.
Absolutely.
In our
I'll only add one more thing.
marketing.
What I've seen, and based on experience, quality of earning, one should not look at as of today. It should be really evaluated what Abha was pointing out. Can it be sustained tomorrow?
Yes.
And that is that litmus test where we need to design procedures to do that, and that really helps across.
When a new product is introduced, you fill the distribution pipeline by the first order. But it's only when the repeat orders come that you really know whether the product is selling or not. Good. So Pulkit, I've not forgotten you. My point is that we talk about value addition in internal auditing, and there's so many things said about it, Now value addition, I just want to know, what is your criteria of adding value? Is it only financial? Is it behavioral? Is it ethical? Is it human? Is it operational? What is your take on this?
Satish, this is a very good question. While we talk about value addition, I'll share on a lighter note. I went to my boss and I asked, "Ki sir, aap bolte rehte ho value add karo. How will we add value?" So what he said to me, and it was really thought-provoking, ki in case you are as a head of audit of any organization. So he said ki this is mandated by law. This position is through company law, or RBI also mandates that you need to have position. So in case if this law is not mandated or RBI do not mandate this, how much is the trust through your management, or how is the confidence of your board on you? In case if this goes out, still they will keep you as an internal auditor, and will you be sufficed on the same salary? Then I think you have added value to the organization. That's what he used to say to me. This was on a lighter note because I always used to ask. But for me and my team, what I have kept this value addition criteria for my team and me, what I generally observe. First is, whatever business recommendations you give, how tangibly they are being implemented across the organization, how they are being, taken in a fair spirit, and how they are being implemented throughout. Second is, I generally measure, and there is a, metrics in my team to assess this one, ki how you are helping with the business outcomes. Now, business outcomes are what, how you are able to prevent the frauds which are happening throughout the organization, how you are able to justify the cost savings in the company, how you are able to identify the revenue leakages which are across the company, how you are able to analyze the operational losses, and how your team helps to mitigate it before it occurs. So this is the second part. Number 3, what I generally do, I generally assess on the quality of risk assurance. What is quality? So what is the risk which is emerging? Are we able to assure board or management that are the controls future ready to mitigate that risk? That is the quality of risk assurance, which we generally parameter through validation we can give. And through this, are we giving any complex suggestions, or are we making the process complex or making process more costlier? That is not the objective. That's what I feel. And lastly, we should be aligned to the business objectives. What is the objective of business? Always internal audit should be aligned to that. How it will be and how your value addition reflects. It is better governance practices, how it is being implemented. Enhance your compliance related management stuff is there. Better risk management practices. And obviously you need to increase, to help them increase the operational efficiencies. these are few of the parameters which I personally feel ki these are the part of the value additions which a internal auditor can do.
Wonderful. Abha, you need
Just wanted to add a little softer aspect to this conversation, Pulkit, and I think taking a clue from what Bhushan alluded earlier, I think if you've raised an audit report and it's acted upon, to my mind, it's a good contribution. I think next year when that doesn't happen again and you've put the right preventives, I think it's better. So that's even adding more value. But I think what we all should aspire for, and what I've seen in organizations that I've worked with and teams that I've interacted with, is a lot of them come back and tell me that, now when we are designing processes, I think what we always keep in mind is if Abha and her team were to come, what are the 10 things they will really ask for and look at? So when a business guy starts thinking like an auditor, I think that's the most satisfying experience, and that's where I think you can always, be proud that you've added value to the organization, because then you made a culture and a mindset shift, which is not very easy to achieve.
Wonderful, wonderful. So while I have been focusing on my left, I thought sometime it is also important to be right, So it was not part of the panel, but I just couldn't bear to see Parul sitting so quietly. I've attended many webinars of hers where she has been the moderator, I have been the panelist, and I don't know whether I really enjoyed that conversation because she asked tough questions. So let me return this favor back to her. You come from consulting and now into the large industry. What's been your experience of looking at internal audit?
So earlier I was like 5 years with the Glenmark Pharmaceuticals and then 6 years with the CNK and Associates, and now currently I'm with the JSW Group. So if I'm thinking from the internal auditor point of view, both sides I was doing the same work. Like with the CNK I was handling 5 to 6 clients. And currently I am doing like, I'm into the JSW infrastructure ports, and currently I am handling like 25 companies. Like we have so many pan-India, we have ports. So currently, when I was with the CNK, that time I was handling the 5 to 6 ACM meetings. And currently I'm handling the ACM of the JSW infrastructure. So we always like think from the point of view, so now the perspective has changed. So this is like, it's my own company. And earlier we used to like think from the client's point of view. So, and when I was with the CNK, I was handling like the 10 to 15 article staff was under me. And here there is a difference, like I have to do the execution from the starting to end. And there I was handling that I have to just give the instruction and monitor the team. And then I have to report to the partner. And abhi ye hai, boss hai mere. So my CNK partner, he is also here, Vipul Gosalia, sir. So there is always like learn, unlearn and relearn. Never stop learning. Always you have to learn something. So there are lots of things we have learned from the Gen Z. So we are not so much quick in the technologies. So, and they do the like tasks like within 1 or 2 minutes. Like they know the shortcuts, and so much of the AI technology they don't know. So these are the like two different aspects, is the consultancy and the industry. So I will prefer, and my keen interest was in. So my keen interest was industry only. So actually consultancy I choose because of I have delivered a baby and I wanted a part-time job. So that's why I prefer I was searching for this part-time, but industry it's not possible. So I'm enjoying the more of the industry. Lots of pressure is there, and it's fun also with working with such a big group, JSW. So thank you.
Good. Chetan Dalal, I just have to tell you that we started 10-15 minutes late, so you'll have to excuse me and be patient. Don't send a whistleblowing complaint to the institute. Okay? Yeah. So that's why it's 11:30. So I thought I'll just caution. I think we'll take some questions from the audience just to change the flavor of the questions that will come. You kind of know what questions I'll ask by now. So is there any question? Only thing, Chetan Thakkar should not ask a question, because motivated by Chetan Dalal, he went out and brought one book, which is some 200 pages according to me. And from there, both of them were discussing some questions. So both of you are not allowed to ask questions. You will ask the question last. Yes. Please be brief in your questions, because we don't.
There are no questions here. No way. Good morning. I just have something to say, that the role of an internal auditor. He should be ideally a person who should be completely immersed with the management like a business model. He is fully seized with the business model. What is my business model? Am I able to share with him? No, then forget him. Throw him out. Don't make him internal auditor if you are not comfortable of sharing the business model. Second, is he willing or is he capable of doing the peer views? Peer views, okay. And then what is the one which is that, is he good in the electricity cost or the manpower cost or the interest cost or the location advantage or the transportation? What is your niche? Or you don't have the niche, then be prepared to be out of the business in next 5 years or 10 years. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so first correction I'll tell you to do is that don't say only he, because lots of she's have come into internal audit. Just reflective of the percentage out here on the desk.
Okay, I want to tell Mr. Maheshwari that what you said is that hacker. I'm telling 26 years back, IBM had hired the hackers from Pakistan to protect their business from Oracle and all others. Wow. How I'll protect my business in 3 years? All these business will go off. So they hired the strongest hackers from Pakistan and the countries which are not understood by us. Which don't even consider worth of it. And those hackers were hired to protect the business of the IBM.
True. I agree with you. It is not recently developed. It is going from years and ages, and now it's an integral part of any of the business or any of the business model. Yes.
Question. Abha has told that very nicely, that we have to, being an internal auditor, we have to closely work with the management, we have to support them, we have to go through them whenever they need, we have to be with them. But in these roles, sometimes it feels that you are doing review. Again, when you will be reviewing the policies and compliances, that time, again your input why that was not given in that point of time will come up some or the other day. Or as an independent reviewer, we may not be able to give the comments formally. So yeah, so how it will help to draw the line?
So I think a very valid question, and that's why I spoke. I said it's tough to manage that balance. It's finally human beings. There's some bit of subjectivity that always comes in, but that's where professional skepticism and judgment is what comes in, and I think it develops with time. I think it also develops with relationships. So at a lot of times in the organization, while whatever I spoke does not mean that there are no conflicts. There are many times where, we respectfully agree to disagree. And I think that's very important. Just by being part of a process, I think management also does not expect that something will not go wrong. I just want to flip the question a little differently, and if that's what you're worried about, say you've been doing an audit for 3 years. There's still a possibility that you will find something new in the 4th year. And then it's the same question that will come to you, right? So you might as well enjoy some brownie points, partner with them so that there's more appreciation for one another, you know, and that's what I was trying to basically allude to. And one thing that I've experienced is that being inside an organization and communicating a difficult message is not very easy. And on top of it, if you want to succeed and grow, it is even more difficult. But what I've also learned is that if there's credibility in what you're doing, if you are factual and practical, and I think if the objective is not to embarrass, but the objective is to improve, then I think those difficult messages land well, and there's a lot of mutual respect. I hope I've answered that question. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take that and then we'll come to you.
Firstly, I would say the past 75 minutes have been very insightful. Now, my question is, as a young professional who has just started a career in internal audit in a banking industry, what is expected of us and how can we move beyond compliance to add strategic value and approach our work with more strategic lens?
So this is a very good question, you know, while I'll share this and, you know, in my view, what you are asking ki as a internal auditor, while you have started, I personally feel is ki you should have a ratio of 70-30 mix where you should focus 70% on your technical skills. Now, when we say technical skills are more of in terms of, while you speak of, you should not be ace of anything, but you should be jack of all. You know, while you are growing during the hierarchy, you require your IT audit knowledge, you require your compliance knowledge, you need to know the data analytics, you need to know the forensics also, you need to know the normal audit. So this is how a complete mixture you should do, and you should, you know, and grow yourself in the organization when you are at the starting stage. Now talking about your soft skills, how you speak about soft skill, one of the key skills, sir, what I feel is, you know, during this one, I'll just share an example since Parul shared in new generation age and, you know, how good they are. So two guys were under my team and they were working. So one used to work really hard. He was driving through data and doing lots of cuts and trying to, you know, convert that data into observations. Other was sitting relaxed. He was a Gen Z person. He was sitting relaxed. He comes, he have the snacks and he will go home. And in the last quarter, like last 5-10 days, he will work and he will, you know, come up with very good observations. Well, this guy is working for a quarter and this guy works for 5-10 days because he's a smart this thing. So while this other guy was leaving, one day he asked this guy, ki, how you are able to manage, you know, without having this, all these things, and you are able to deliver such good observation. So what he said, you guys are, you know, not applying mind, it's not about internal audit. So in my, this thing, because you banks and have 700, 800 branches all across. So what this guy did, he has very good connects or networking at the branches. So what he used to do, he just pick up the call, he speak to 5 of the area managers or this thing, kya chal raha hai, kaise chal raha hai, what is going wrong. What are the inputs are there, he'll just extrapolate on the sample data and he'll, you know, just put the report. So smart way of thinking, smarter way of doing the work, and smart way of networking. So soft skill is also important and as good as technical skill, but at the initial stage, it's 70-30 ratio. But once you grow in the hierarchy at the senior level, you need to have more this balance reverse. You need to have 70% soft skills and 30% technical skill. That is how it works, because at a senior stage, you need to interact with the board, you need to build relationships, you need to drive a positive impact, you need to influence decision. So this is how this culture works, and that is how you can, you know, positively add value to the, I think I am able to answer your question.
So just to add, sorry, one more aspect to it is, I think Pulkit covered it very well at a junior level, and I spoke about credibility. The more technically sound you are, the more credible your output will be. Second, I think Sir spoke about is, you know, while it's good to have purple skills when you're starting out, and by purple skills, I mean a combination of red and blue, right? That's how the colors combine to be purple. which is know your functional domain, but also know a little bit on the digital and IT side. So start participating in those discussions as well. But pick an area of specialization. And what is your niche? So become and try and become a subject matter expertise in one area. Also, invest in relationships. A lot of time, I think I've seen a lot of junior folks being restricted to talking and engaging within the internal audit team, even if it's an offsite, even if there is a meet across functions. So be out there. I think interact more with the business teams. I think the perspectives that you will get and the learnings that you will draw will be immense.
Absolutely. So basically, as Pulkiji mentioned in the start, basically that the policy change risk is too high in current scenario, because over the night gaming industry has to shut down their business. So in such case, what is the role of internal audit? How internal auditor would have protected that policy change effect or impact? Because nowadays we don't know what will happen in upcoming year as well, because of all these geopolitical issue, because always the gold industry is also facing the same issue. So as an internal auditor, where we can add value add to the all such scenarios?
So one good solution to this is, you need to be updated and you need to be relevant in the market. While you are not aware that this, updates or happenings are going through the government departments or whoever is taking this, and you are not updated, then this will impact any which ways into your business. So what my suggestion or what I do, what are the updates? We need to have been interacting with multiple peoples. We need to know what is going to happen. And that's where you need to suggest to the board or, you need to suggest to the management, you need to diverse your strategy in terms of business. If you feel that this is going to be stuck or this will be your bottleneck, then you need to tweak the strategy or change the strategy, what we call agile thing. And we need to shift to a different strategy if this is going to happen. But this happens not overnight. There will be lots of things which will be going 1 or 2 years back, which you are not aware, or you are not, in touch with people which you are not aware. So first is stay connected, have networking. In case if the emerging risk, you feel that this needs to be highlighted, then you advise the board. That's where the internal audit role comes in.
Internal auditor generally will be working on the internal policy and all the work, but they will not be going outside the market and all this meeting the stakeholder, because the role of internal auditor is not meeting the stakeholder or government agency or something to get updated what policy change or what is happening basically.
So internal auditor basic role, what we spoke about is true. What you spoke is right. Key first you ensure your risk assurance. This has been done. If this has been done, then you are 100% right. What you are saying, ki evaluating policies and all. What we are talking currently is more of reimagining the internal audit, what your role plays in. What the topic is, ki going forward, how will we transforming this internal audit into this function. Currently it's not the role, but going forward, you need to be indulged into this section to become relevant in this industry or organization. That's what.
Thank you, everyone. So if anyone has question, they can ask whenever the speakers will get down. That time you ask.
Just one last bit I want to add before. So I will ask all three of you, one by one. Or any one of you can answer it, but all three have to answer. We all know that we have a limited time, 24 hours a day, whether your name is Narendra Modi or Bhushan or Pulkit or Satish or Abha or Parul, it doesn't matter. If God gave you 30 minutes more in a day to do auditing, without counting travel time and reaching home and wife and husband and children and all that, what area will you focus on? This 30 minutes are free time. Free means not to be counted. You get that extra time. What area you will focus on in internal audit?
In internal audit?
Yeah.
I would really focus on the remediation plans.
Remediation part. Pulkit?
In this 30 minutes, I would like to learn more about AI, because I wanted to stay relevant and how I can use AI in internal audit, where I want to update myself. That will be the area.
I think I'll spend 30 minutes learning. The topic could vary, but I think read more and absorb.
Exception report, okay. Correct, very good. I would smoke a cigarette with some oddity.
So before I go ahead with vote of thanks, I have one question too. So in audit committee, different people have the different agenda. The secretarial team will have their agendas, then the financial reporting and the stat auditors will have their agenda, and then us, internal auditors. So I wish to know, basis all of your experience, that who all should be attendees for all these parts and who all should be explicitly excluded when internal audit is presenting their presentation.
So obviously the directors, I'm assuming, are present. The question is on behalf of management, I assume that. And we've done some benchmarking across industry, and with that know-how, there are certain organizations where only the MD COO sits, and the MD owns the entire presentation and answers on behalf of management. That also ensures that, you know, he's coming up on speed, and he has discussed this at length because there's nobody else in the room to support a discussion. There's another practice that is followed where other than the MD, all the DRs are present, so that the directors can freely wheel the conversations in the direction in which they want to, and probably emphasize more strongly certain points that they would want. So I think there's no one solution that fits all. In my mind, it depends on the organization and the constitution of the committee and the directors, but I'll request my other panelists to share their views.
Sir, he is demonizing you, so I'm pleased to know you. So I think there should be a very transparent involvement of a lot of stakeholders, whoever is involved. One question was, if there is any change, what would I know about it? A DPI internal auditor cannot be an expert, we are chartered accountant, but broader insights of DPDP is very important. Similarly, if something of fraud has happened or something very crucial change in a regulatory requirement has happened, I think it's good to have a larger audience. I think it should not be reserved, because I've seen board meetings where everybody, when the promoter walks in, everybody I'll not say start losing their pants, but that's also the scenario. Nobody wants to speak also. I think the cultural change in the boardroom needs to be should be much better for better professional organizations.
Not compulsory to answer.
I think both of them covered, and Satish sir and sir is already staring at us, so you can continue.
Okay, so thank you for answering that. On behalf of WIRC, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our respected moderator, CA Satish Shenoy, for steering this discussion with great insights and ensuring a thought-provoking exchange of ideas. My sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists, CA Abha Sarda, CA Pulkit Maheshwari, and CA Bhushan Sharma, for sharing their rich experience, practical perspective, and valuable insights. The diverse viewpoints shared today have undoubtedly provided all of us with meaningful takeaways that we can apply in our organizations. Your willingness to share your knowledge has made this session both enriching and inspiring. Thanks once again. With this, we take a short break of 10 minutes and then let's circle back for next session of CA Chetan Dalal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome you back after lunch session. And this second day of our well-conceptualized and well-thoughtfully organized this seminar on internal audits, Reimagining Internal Audit from Assurance to Strategic Value. So friends, we are starting our next session, and for that we have with us a very renowned personality, partner from Mahajan and Ibara, Vineet Jajodia sir. He is a regular speaker at WIRC and ICI level. Also, I'll recognize the presence of our regional council member, Jayesh Kala sir. And also with us, we have a coordinator for today's forum, Miss Forum. CA Forum is there. Friends, under various committees, we are organizing various activities for the chartered accountants. And as per our past experience, we conceptualize some programs and we come forward to you for giving the value addition to your professional life. Friends, it is humble request from our side that our practice scenario is ever changing, always changing. And in changing scenario, there are some other different needs of the professionals. I would like to hear from you on our website or through email that if you need something of a different kind of seminar or different kind of knowledge dissemination, so you can just aware us, and accordingly we'll plan some activities, different activities for you. Presently, I am heading a committee for members in practice. Also, I am vice chairman for the committee on direct tax. Recently, we did a direct tax conference as Yogi Sabhagrah. 4 days activity was there. More than 850 members attended it. Today also, we were at Vasai. We organized one national conference for students, and many renowned personalities attended it. Every now and then, even every week, around 10 to 8 activities are happening at WIRC. Sir, just now, sir, just informed me that activities are going on at WIRC, but every activity is not communicated properly. Sir, your advice and suggestion is noted, and at our level, we'll try to bridge the gap, and wherever we are failing, just guide us, because we volunteer to serve you. We are not big people, we are from you, and we volunteer to serve you. You accepted our application, and just guide us so that we can filter our activities, and wherever lacuna is there, definitely we will work on it. Also, I'd like to invite my colleague Jayesh Shah sir to share his views also with you. Jayesh Kala sir. Sorry, I'll tell why. Why Jayesh Shah came to my mind. You all know our past chairman of WIRC, Shah madam, Shruti Shah, her husband was Jayesh Shah. He was a chartered accountant. Last week we lost him. And I was there for his prayers also. So sorry, Jayesh Kala sir, please take the charge. Sorry for fumble.
Good afternoon, friends. We are tend to make mistakes. We are finally human. Everybody is human over here. तो अगर mistake नहीं करेंगे तो we have to make mistake by default.
Lot of mistakes.
You must all be knowing about that Supreme Court judge or High Court. Some judgments were given by the ITAT bench, quoting some judgment case law which never existed in the books. So AI also makes mistake, computers make mistake. हम तो क्या चीज़ है? So friends, आज के तारीख में I believe internal audit is one of the most important topic for the simple reason that अभी it's more sort of value addition and going beyond the audit perspective. आप लोग का attendance भी बताता है कि now we are more serious towards internal audit because statutory audit में although the importance of statutory audit is also there, but वहाँ पर आप limited time में मतलब maybe 1 month, 2 months or depending on how you are taking it quarterly basis. But internal audit is a ऐसा चीज़ है जो आप throughout the year you are going to do it, and the responsibility which has been casted upon us by Companies Act and by various other statutes, it becomes very imperative, very important for all of us that internal audit becomes the most, it becomes the ears and eyes of the management. Apart from the normal audit, आजकल we go one step beyond audit, which is precisely what Mr. Vineet Jajodia is going to take it. He's a partner at Mahajan Ibra with over 20 years of experience in internal audit, risk management, control transformation, and fraud risk advisory. A chartered accountant, a company secretary, and a certified fraud examiner. He has previously worked with Reliance Industries Limited and Godrej. He leads a team of around 150 professionals serving 130 clients and is widely recognized for his expertise in digital transformation, data analytics, and internal audit, while actively contributing to ICI, WIRC, and other professional forums. So we are indeed fortunate that we have speaker Vineet ji with us. Although it's a post-lunch session, but I am sure Vineet ji ka jo pace hai and the way of giving lectures will definitely make all of us active during this period. Thank you very much. We'll give, as a matter of token of appreciation and gratitude, a request giving a memento to him.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, please. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a post-lunch session. As mentioned, we'll try to make it lively. Lot of discussions. Please feel free to ask questions. And I have incorporated throughout the presentation only case studies. So no theories. All these are real-life case studies where we have encountered at some of the other clients or in my past organizations. See, internal audit, as was mentioned, see, apart from assurance, which is given, where we need to validate controls, processes and all, what the management actually looks at is, are we able to identify any frauds? Are we able to preempt or detect any frauds based on the analysis which is carried out by us? That becomes one of the feather in the cap. Second is, are there any cost optimizations opportunities which we have identified? Are we a cost center for the organization, or are we a profit center for any organization? That again is one of the KPIs against which we are benchmarked. Then various operational inefficiencies which may lead to indirectly various cost savings, and automation opportunities. Again, are the how many manual activities are there which can be further automated? So what I have done is, apart from the assurance function, which is critical, today we'll be focusing more on 2, 3, 4, 5. So various case studies which I have bucketed in various sections, and we'll discuss those case studies. Make it interactive. In case any questions, please feel free to ask. And if you want to share further on any of the case studies, that will be a good learning for us as well. Starting with the first one, see, conflict of interest is a common phenomena where during audit we try to identify whether a vendor and an employee, whether they are in collusion, employees ka koi business hai vendor ke saath, right? So normal check which we all do is vendor master liya, employee master liya, PAN details we validate bank account numbers, etc. and all. Further, this was 4 to 5 years back where we used to do these kind of analysis. Then it evolved, and we started looking at when employees ka PAN number hai, whether employee's PAN number is linked to GST. So you know that that employee is doing business, because agar PAN and GST are linked, that means he is doing business, and that we can do at a population level. This got further extended over a period कि vendor का PAN number है, employee का PAN number है, and then this PAN number is linked to a DIN, which is directorship number. That means a vendor is a director in one of the company. Again, that is again a conflict of interest. At least he needs to disclose. And if he is a director in a company who is also a vendor of yours, then definitely it's a big, big question. Yes, sir. Correct. Correct. Exactly. Correct. 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 Perfect. Correct. Correct. Perfect. So address, bank account, this is one check. PAN, GST, PAN DIN is one check. And as he rightly mentioned कि मेरी मतलब जो employee है, employee की wife is a vendor. How do you detect that? Right? So 2-3 ways through which we have discovered over a period to how to detect whether an employee's wife is a vendor or employee's relative is a vendor, direct relative. So 2-3 ways. One is, see, employee की wife का database comes in the form of mediclaim data. अगर corporate mediclaim if you have taken, then you need to show your dependent their PAN details and all. So one source is you have the list of all the dependent along with their name and PAN number. Right? In one of our clients, what we did was there was a transport vendor, Ajay Transport, and it was an individual. So now Ajay Transport is a brand. He was a sole proprietor, and his GST trade name was Ajay Transport. So in your vendor master, when he gets registered, it will appear as Ajay Transport with his PAN number and with his address and other details, right? So abhi Ajay Transport, you will never be able to correlate whether it is his employee's wife or not, because whatever checks you will do, that will fail. आप address check करोगे वो सब उसने change कर दिया. So what is the other way around is, there is a tool through which what you can do is, if GST trade name and PAN name, they are different. So then you will be able to identify कि कितने cases हैं जहाँ पे GST trade name and PAN name, PAN के हिसाब से कौन सा name, whether those are different. Then you will know that these are the actual names behind these trade names. This database you can do a VLOOKUP or with your nominee records, which he would have given at the time of employee mediclaim. So that data and this data you can correlate, and you will be able to find out whether there is a conflict of interest. Any questions on this? Clear? Correct. Exactly. So see, these are few of the ways through which you can discover based on master reviews. And definitely when you go to the negotiation documents and all, in case you find anomalies and you are able to find out are there any connect between an employee and vendor, is different. Moving on to the second one, this is with respect to procurement. Now normally in procurement, earlier there were negotiations which were happening across tables, and we used to receive multiple quotations. वो quotations को compare करते थे whether the handwritings are same, whether the mobile numbers are same, all those we used to compare. Now the things have changed. Now we have moved to reverse auction. Most of the negotiations are happening through an auction tool, right? And we believe that कि हाँ auction tool में हो रहा है, there are L1, L2, there are various bidders who will be bidding, and L1 is finally awarded the contract. What is important, 2-3 things which are important and which we have seen across our clients as well. See, this is a tool. Reverse auction is a tool. Now tool will behave based on how the access has been granted to the employees who is running this tool. So in one of our clients, what we saw, there were 15 transporters who were empaneled. So if you go to the tool, you will see that 15 transporter hai. And in the tool, there will be a display which says that RFQ has been sent to all the transporters to participate in the bid. When we did a walkthrough, what we came to know was, जब ये 15 का मैं RFQ click कर रहा हूँ, there is always a tab of exclude. If I want to exclude certain transporters. So we saw that he had excluded 6 transporters out of this entire list. So which definitely he didn't want to compete, because in other cases he knew that these had some relations and all. So first thing, very important to check in the master whether are there any cases where exclusions are there. What we also did was, now in case of auction, there is an IP address which gets tracked. So we extracted the data of all the bids which were made from which computer and IP address. And we found that there were 4 transporters who were bidding from the same PC, which definitely means that they were in collusion. Group, exactly. Plus, what we also saw in one of the case, बहुत बार क्या होता है कि when the transporters are bidding, the admin has certain rights. He can extend a bid because someone had some technical issues and all. So when we went into the system, we found that there were certain cases where the bid time was extended for a particular transporter. And when we went into further details, we could easily establish that this is the vendor transporter whom the business was given. So overall theme or the point is, whenever a reverse auction tool is happening, go behind the system to understand who all has the access, what access they have, and who all are bidding. Now with technology, it is good that we are able to get the IP address and we are able to track whether they are at least bidding from the same PCs or not. Yes, yes, yes. So, correct, sir. You are right, and I will directly move to the case which. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Now, the next again is on a freight. See, in a transportation process, how it works. If you are an SAP, then you will have a transport order, TO, which gets built, created in system. Based on the delivery order, when the dispatch happens, transporter will submit a bill. Bill में क्या रहेगा? Vehicle number will be there. This is a vehicle number, and from which to which locations, and then he will put a rate, and based on that, the bill will be there. और आप देखोगे कि master में 32 feet truck है, तो 32 feet का rate क्या है? And then you will pay the amount in the system. What we did was, ये पहले एक हमारे एक आर्टिकल ने क्या किया था, he went into the data. उसने देखा कि ये ट्रक नंबर है, and he was aware that M परिवहन में this ट्रक का मुझे डिटेल्स मिल जाता है. So he went to M परिवहन and he found a model number of the vehicle. कि ये नंबर से मॉडल नंबर मिला. मॉडल नंबर से there was a check कि ये मल्टी एक्सेल है या सिंगल एक्सेल है. Because multi-axle and single axle again has a rate variance of 20 to 30%. And he found that charge कर रहा है वो multi-axle का, but the vehicle was single axle. Now based on this, हमने पूरा master पे, wherever you have vehicle numbers, we did an AI run, and then we were able to detect कि कितने cases है, the rate what is being charged, and actually the vehicle which is being supplied are same or not. Because normally transport में audit में जब भी आपके पास bill आएगा, you will assume that what vehicle number is given is correct. But then again questioning that and using the data which is available in the external domain. This again a classic case, and in fact this got discovered last week only. See, in HR, normally employee onboarding होता है, so what we check during audit, उसका last pay slip का document है. We check at times companies also collect the bank statements कि उसके previous salary कितना credit हुआ वो bank statement. Then the past appointment letter again, right? So these will be available in hard copies or will be available in soft copies, correct? हम ये check करते हैं और देखते हैं कि हाँ KYC बराबर हुआ है, then it is fine. Normally this is a check which we normally do, or in fact we were also doing till last week. What one of the team member, what he discovered, he was inquisitive. तो उसने क्या किया, वो बोला कि payslip का document, appointment letter का document, bank का document, जो statement है. He went into the document properties and he found that all the 3 documents were created on the same date. How is it possible? कि मेरा बैंक स्टेटमेंट भी, ये भी तीनों चीज़ें एक दिन में तो नहीं हो सकती है. That means he has forged the document. And finally, when we investigated, we concluded that uska actually salary, last salary was 12 lakh and he showed 20 lakhs to get a higher pay. So, and when we went into further details of the bank account, there were many, many anomalies. Like UPI payment was around 1,20,000 in his bank statement, which is not possible because 1 lakh ka limit rehta hai and then there are various checks. So different red flags we observed. And based on this, we now have an AI tool which goes into the metadata of a PDF document, and it is able to detect how many changes has been made when the document was modified, all those details. And it is also able to check the font size, कि पूरे document में are there some places जहाँ पे font size mismatches है. So these kind of 80 checks which we have designed. And this was really a big breakthrough. Now, in various documents which we receive, we get QR codes, right? आप GST bill देख लो आप, या e-way bill, or your train tickets, you will get QR code attached to that document. So, one of our team member again, उसने QR code scan किया. Various, एक था train tickets थी. Now train tickets was of an employee. And employee had claimed everyone has approved अभी train ticket को, who will do that? So जब उसने scan किया, जो data आया, that was of his wife. So travel was of his wife, but he claimed as a journey and in the company the expense. Similarly, we did for one of our client who buys steel and in large quantities because of the capex. Now steel may, just for info, steel may there are two kinds of rates which are prevalent. Branded, like JSW and all, they have a premium rate like 20 to 30% higher. And then there are certain unorganized sector where the rate would be lower. So normally, and client has clearly mentioned in his work order that he will need these branded steel rates because उसने उसी हिसाब से negotiate किया था कि JSW का brand रहेगा ये. When the steel gets delivered at the site, along with the bill, there is something called inspection certificate. And this inspection certificate has a QR code. And through QR code, when we scanned, we found that the bill date and the date on which it was showing COA, which is the quality when it was approved and that document, the quality date was later than the invoice date, which is impossible. So someone had actually supplied non-JSW steel, but billed for JSW steel. और क्या होता है कि see, in the site, when the steel gets used, after a point of time, you will never be able to know that वो JSW है नहीं है, because that logo which is there, that gets either will be in the basement or somewhere, so you will not be able to see those logos. So this is one of the common practice. So coming to this, wherever you feel that there are QR codes which is there in a document, don't rely on, use that as an audit tool to see are there any mismatches. This was a common, yeah. And now you will find across many documents where we are using this. In fact, in HR, one of the things what we recently did was, जब भी employee onboard होता है, after this we learned from this case where we found the appointment letter and all were forged. We extended this to the KYC of the employee when he gets onboarded. So he submits his PAN card, he submits his date of birth proof and Aadhaar card and all, right? हमने देखा कि कुछ KYC documents were forged through this metadata analytics, and we found in some cases the date of birth the employee has shown incorrectly. Any reason why would he do that? वो date of birth क्यों forge करेगा? Perfect. So he wanted to change the retirement age so that he gets extended tenure in the company. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, yeah. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. Sure, sure. Point noted. Yeah. Yeah. This is with respect to dual employment. Normally, in case of field force like pharma, agro, you will find that there are field force staff which is there across rural areas. काफी जगह पे रहते हैं. Now they are given a mobile which has a GPS enabled, right? Navneet, who is there, he is from pharma, so he will know that. So they are GPS enabled device. Now this is a very good data point for internal auditors. मतलब gold mine है एक तरह से. So what we did was from GPS we were able to get the latitude and longitude of his entire movement. मतलब जब हम उसको देख रहे थे, in 2 employees we were able to pinpoint that he was in a month around 10 to 12 days he was at a competitor's place. We could use that data to see that where he is going, because during that period he need to have his GPS enabled because he was in working hours. We also found that कि उसने डाला है कि customer X के पास गया है, but customer X का वो location ही नहीं है जो उसका GPS दिखा रहा है. Similarly, travel claims. So we were able to link various data points once we got the lat and long for the employee. On Weybridge, for any manufacturing company, I think Weybridge is a location or area where maximum observations you will get, because it's truck, पहले security guards, then truck vendors, जो logistics vendors हैं, plus stores, plus materials का value and all, which is very tempting. So 2-3 things which we observed during our manufacturing audit with respect to Weybridge. Weybridge में you will always get there will be a tool, right? So Weybridge के सामने जब truck खड़ा होगा, तो there will be a camera which will be monitoring, 2 या 3 camera based on the requirement. जो truck number रहेगा कि गाड़ी खाली है कि नहीं है, वो पूरा monitor करेगा, right? At the end there will be there is a software, जो गाड़ी खड़ी है उसका गाड़ी number डालोगे, weight अपने आप आएगा, correct? And we assume that कि ये जो गाड़ी का जो उसने ट्रक नंबर डाला है और जो कैमरा से जो ट्रक नंबर डिटेक्ट हो रहा है, whether those are same or not. Normally during audit we assume that हाँ कैमरा का एक रिकॉर्डिंग है जिसमें ट्रक नंबर है और जो ट्रक नंबर वो बंदा डाल रहा है दोनों सेम ही होगा, because we never go through camera recordings to see that कि actually वो गाड़ी थी कि नहीं थी. तो हमने पहले कुछ मिसमैचेस देखे, फिर हमने अगेन थ्रू आवर टूल 30 डेज का फीड था वहाँ पे कैमरा का, तो 30 डेज का वी कुड ट्रेस ऑल द व्हीकल विच हैज़ कम थ्रू नंबर डिटेक्शन, एंड हमने सारे नंबर्स एक्सट्रैक्ट किए एंड वी कंपेयर्ड विद दिस डेटा एंड वी फाउंड एनोमलीज. देयर वर वेरियस गैप्स, जबकि एक ही गाड़ी खड़ी थी बट वो बार बार गाड़ी नंबर चेंज दिखा रहा था इन द पेमेंट स्लिप. Similarly, in the Weybridge tool, there are certain again access rights, or the user has certain privilege to modify the payments. For example, because at times क्या होता है, बहुत बार conversion करना पड़ता है, तो you are allowed to use formulas. So one of the guy, what he was doing was he had built a plus 20 kg formula. So अभी जो भी weight डालेगा उसके अचानक से 20 kg बढ़ जाएगा, right? And वो vendor को ज़्यादा पैसा जाएगा and he will then earn that. So whatever formulas or edits are being used in a tool, that going into detail and analyzing that is very, very critical. Similarly, we saw that vehicle अंदर आया, gross weight हुआ, खाली होगा, उसके बाद tail weight होगा, बाहर जाएगी. So there was a fraction of like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds में both gross and tear weight has happened, which again is impossible, right? 10 सेकेंड या 20 सेकेंड या 1 मिनट में भी गाड़ी खाली होकर वापस जाना is impossible. So these are various analytics which we did, and we found various frauds or red flags which we further deep dived into. I think this we covered. Moving on to various cost optimization opportunities where you can save cost, because ultimately, see, at the end of the day, आपने पैसे कितने बचाए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए वो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. अगर साल के एंड में आपका रिन्यूअल्स आएगा तो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आएगा कि वेदर यू विल बी एबल टू जस्टिफाई योर फीस. दैट इज़ द फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ एंड वी नीड टू. तो पैसे तो बचने चाहिए, and which gives us also satisfaction, हाँ मैंने कुछ नया किया है, right? So one of the companies where we're doing a procurement audit. Now procurement audit में see one of the approaches मैं देखूंगा कि 3 quotation है कि नहीं है, वो 3 quotation का approval है कि नहीं है, L1 को दिया, justification है अगर L2 को दिया, authority metrics follow हुआ है. These are various control steps which normally as an assurance we do, which is important, but at the same time going beyond and trying to reduce cost या save amount for the company. So this was one of the example जहाँ पे pet strap use होती है, जैसे cartons होता है उसको आप pack करते हो तो वो strap use होती है, right? Now this strap में plastic is being used, right? And जो plastic है उसका एक tensile strength होता है. So there is, and this is based on width, length, and the material content and all. Then it gets calculated as tensile strength. So in one of the in this client, the pet strap which they were using had a tensile strength of 1000. What we did during audit, we first challenged him whether you need 1000 tensile strength. The first question was, he said that हाँ हम तो 4 साल से, because this company में pet strap was being used for 4 years, बोला हम 4 साल से वो आदमी था वहाँ पे, तो मैं तो 4 साल से use कर रहा हूँ and it is giving good result. Our next question was, what if we reduce it to 850? What if we reduce it to 900? What if we reduce it to 700? Has this thought gone into his mind? नहीं सर, हमने किया नहीं है सब. फिर हमने pet strap के बहुत सारे vendors से बात किया. We spoke, we contacted them. We tried to understand, because this was in one of the renewable sector, तो हमने renewable sector में बात किया कि वो बाकी vendors क्या tensile strength का pet strap provide कर रहे हैं. And what we realized was this could easily be reduced to 850 tensile strength. And then we, based on the thickness and the length, and for that product weight, 850 tensile strength was good enough. So that we did, and the savings was around 6 crore. See, हम सीधा observation डाल सकते कि आपने tensile strength monitor नहीं किया, तो क्या होता कि वो credit हमको नहीं मिलता, वो 1 साल लगाते या 2 साल लगाते, वो vendor खोजते. We went extra mile to search a vendor and give to the company and get the quality tested. That may have costed us some man days, but trust me, it helped us immensely during renewal. तो वही extra जो step जाना है to identify the savings is very important in audit. In fact, अभी इसका हमने एक और version किया. So pet strap जो use होता है उसमें एक होता है raw plastic होता है और एक होता है मतलब virgin plastic, and then there is a mixed plastic. So we now are proposing them, which is under trial, to उनका था 100% virgin plastic. We are pushing them towards 90% virgin plastic and 10% mixed plastic, which will further reduce the cost, keeping the quality standard same. So we need to keep on innovating to see where we can suggest some cost savings. Yeah. This was for a stretch film. Again, pet strap ऐसा होता है, film भी पूरा आपका bound होता है, like a plastic, or you can say that. So see, in any factory setup, there will be 2 kind of materials. One will be bill of material, the other will be non-bomb. So जो आपके bomb के products है, वो तो अच्छे से monitor होते हैं. Bill of material है उसका, तो आप bomb versus actual analyze करते हो. You identify where there are gaps and excess consumption, उसका root causing, everything gets done. Normally the non-bomb materials get neglected, and ये non-bomb materials का भी at times the value becomes very significant. So we picked one of the non-bomb materials, which was stretch film. It was not part of their bomb. हमने देखा कि because देखिए stretch film ultimately आपके final product में use होने वाली है, right? So what we saw was we did a simple correlation कि आपका last time manufacture कितना हुआ था product और कितना stretch film consume हुआ और अभी कितना manufacture हुआ product और कितना stretch film consume हुआ. We found that though your output has not increased to that level, but your stretch film consumption has increased drastically. So definitely this was a red flag कि ऐसा क्यों? This triggered the question. Then we went to, पहले हमने overall किया, फिर we went to line wise. So वहाँ पे 8 line थे. Because now we got a problem statement at a overall level. We wanted to go now into further deep. तो वहाँ पे 9 lines थे different. तो हमने लाइन वाइज इसको ब्रेक किया कि विच लाइन दिस प्रॉब्लम इज देयर. वी फाउंड दैट देयर वर 2 लाइन्स जहाँ पे ये एनोमलीज आ रही है. फिर हम वो लाइन पे गए and we tried to understand कि प्रॉब्लम क्या है, because normally stretch film के लिए at least in that client there was a machine which was being used. मशीन उसको पूरा रोल कर रही थी. जब हमने रूट कॉजिंग देखा तो उस मशीन में क्या हुआ था, देयर वाज अ इनपुट विच वाज गिवन, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट इंस्टेड ऑफ 1 रैप इट वाज डूइंग 2 रैप, एंड इवन द क्वालिटी वाज नॉट ऑब्जर्विंग इट, बिकॉज अच्छा ही चल रहा है तो उसको कॉस्ट का दिमाग नहीं है, वो सोच रहा था कि क्वालिटी सही चल रहा है, तो इट वाज मूविंग हेड. सो in short, analyzing the output vis-a-vis your raw material consumption, and again doing the root cause, why analysis, why it would happen this, and zeroing down to area through which you can save the cost. This was an auto component industry. इसमें क्या हुआ था कि see, all these items, because auto component में क्या होगा, there will be multiple different kind of SKUs and in lakhs. So and then there was a carton in which these are packed. So when the team was at the plant, what they noticed, because normally हम इस डीप में जाते नहीं है, तो but what they noticed was कि जब ये टूल कार्टन में पैक हो रहा है, कार्टन में बहुत सारी जगह खाली है. So this was a good observation, because see, आप ऑडिट कर रहे हो, आपने लैपटॉप में ऑडिट कर दिया, सब कर दिया, बट एट टाइम्स व्हेन यू गो एंड यू आर गोइंग ऑन राउंड इन द प्लांट, you need to be very alert and see various anomalies. So one of our team member, he saw that कि यार ये component है, ये तो इतना छोटा है, कार्टन इतना बड़ा क्यों जरूरत है. He raised this basic question, and ये क्वेश्चन को आंसर करने के लिए फिर हमने डेटा एनालिटिक्स चालू किया कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट का साइज़ क्या है. पहले तो इतने कंपोनेंट्स थे, इट वाज डिफिकल्ट. फिर हमने क्लाइंट से लिया, इट टुक टाइम टू एनालाइज ईच प्रोडक्ट वाइज क्या मेरा डायमेंशंस होगा, एंड देन उसके हिसाब से क्या कार्टन साइज होगा. फाइनली बेस्ड ऑन वेरियस एनालिसिस एंड ऑल, वी कुड फाइनली प्रूव दैट देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी टू सेव कॉस्ट इन द कार्टन, बिकॉज अगर आप डेफिनेटली अगर कार्टन का साइज कम करोगे तो कॉस्ट तो बचना ही है. सो this was with respect to maintenance contract. So in many companies, at times you outsource the maintenance contract. आप एक एजेंसी को दे देते हो, उसके संग एक फ्लैट रेट रहता है. So two three things in the plant maintenance. आपने आउटसोर्स कर दिया एजेंसीज को, अभी डेफिनेटली दे ऑल्सो विल बी इंटरेस्टेड इन अर्निंग प्रॉफिट एंड एग्जीक्यूटिंग वर्क डेफिनेटली, बट वी नीड टू हैव अ वॉच. आपने एक फिक्स रेट दे दिया, and in this case 6 साल, I think 6 to 7 years तक they had not asked for any rate increase. So मतलब जब हमारा ओपनिंग मीटिंग हुआ, that plant maintenance head, he was boasting, saying that sir एक भी increase दिया नहीं है हमने, and because of the rate increase of labor and all, still we have been able to manage and we are doing efficiently. What we only did was कि इस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में देखा जाए तो कॉस्ट फॉर द वेंडर इज ओनली मैन पावर, देयर इज नथिंग एल्स. अभी मैन पावर मेरे फैक्ट्री के अंदर जब भी आया, आई हैव द रिकॉर्ड, एंड वी बेस्ड ऑन सिक्योरिटी रिकॉर्ड वी पॉपुलेटेड द मैंडेज कि टोटल मैंडेज कितना है, कितना टाइम के लिए आया, एंड वी टुक अ सैलरी ऑन अ हायर साइड एंड वी कैलकुलेटेड कि इस बंदे का मार्जिन कितना है, एंड वी कुड सी देयर वाज एन 120% मार्जिन विच ही वाज अर्निंग बिकॉज ऑफ द फ्लैट रेट. So no one had done the bottom-up costing to evaluate what was the right rate which needs to be given to a particular vendor, which becomes important, otherwise how you will do a price discovery. So that was one. And जब ये हमारा निकला ऐसा ये केस, तो we further deep dive into that, क्योंकि spares का consumption होता है. अभी spares ऐसी चीज़ है कि जो छोटा होगा, value भी ज़्यादा होगी, and it is prone to pilferage. एट टाइम्स प्लांट में आया ही नहीं है और बिल भी आ गया तो भी पता नहीं चलेगा. स्पेयर्स के केस में वेरी डिफिकल्ट. सो वेर एवर, लाइक इन दिस क्लाइंट इट वॉज SAP विच वॉज बींग यूज. नाउ इन SAP यू हैव अ प्लांट मॉड्यूल वेयर यू हैव द इक्विपमेंट लिस्टिंग एंड ईच स्पेयर्स आर इशूड अगेंस्ट अ पर्टिकुलर इक्विपमेंट, राइट. सो वॉट वी फाउंड, देयर वर सर्टन केसेस जहाँ पे मशीन हैज, देयर वॉज नो ब्रेक डाउन इन द मशीन एंड स्टिल द स्पेयर्स वॉज शोन एज कंजम्पशन अगेंस्ट दोज इक्विपमेंट्स. which definitely indicates that कि वो spares लगा नहीं है, वो आया है नहीं आया है, वो भी एक question mark है. Further we analyzed कि एक ही equipment में there were 3 spares which were used in a span of 5 to 6 months, which again is impossible because वो सब spares की कुछ warranty period भी थी. And अगर एक ही equipment में 3 बार spares 3-4 महीने में 5 महीने में लग रहे हैं बार बार, तो means there is some issues in using of these spares, and someone was pilfering those spares or the spares were never entering the plant. Yeah, yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Correct. Yeah, yeah. So see, in case in case you are talking about any infra or those kind of work, then see it is driven by BOQ, right? Now you will have the entire BOQ which is laid out. Now in those cases, what we need to do is we need to do a cross telling of the BOQ. For example, हमारे client में क्या हुआ था? Excavation हुआ, तो vendor का rate was to excavate. अभी आप नीचे गड्ढा खोदोगे तो आपकी मिट्टी निकलेगी, तो गड्ढा का वॉल्यूम हुआ, राइट? तो और वो मिट्टी निकलेगी. तो एक काम हुआ कि मैं गड्ढा खोद के मिट्टी निकाल रहा हूँ, इसका एक रेट. फिर दूसरा एक रेट था कि ये जो मिट्टी निकली है इसको मुझे बाहर फेंकना है, वो दूसरा रेट, राइट? अब आइडियली जितना गड्ढा से जो मिट्टी निकली है और ये जो मिट्टी का वॉल्यूम है जो बाहर गया है, आइडियली इट शुड मैच या थोड़ा बहुत होना चाहिए. नाउ दीज 2 data points when we match, we found a big difference. That means either of one of them is different. Similarly, जो भी अगर आपके BOQ items है, like tiling और painting, तो आपका क्या surface area है? वो surface area में are there any mismatches amongst 2 line items? And if these are like a lump sum contract, then lump sum contract के against में there would be some costing which it would have been done. If it's a material and labor, see normally labor होता है तो you will be able to do a zero-based costing. If it is material and labor, it becomes difficult. You can't go to consumables, but at least top items you can correlate and put in the costing. Was this the question or something? Okay, so okay, sorry. So in that case, see, when you are on a retainer kind of persons where you are hiring for a full-time basis, but from an outsource agencies, right? तो अभी आपने तो एक पूरा टाइम के लिए ले लिया. उसमें 2-3 चीज़ें हैं कि वन इज़ व्हेन यू आर हायरिंग हिम, आपने उसको मैंडे बेसिस पे हायर किया है, तो वो जितने दिन आएगा उसके हिसाब से बिलिंग होगी, करेक्ट? बट व्हेन यू आर हायरिंग हिम, यू विल हैव सर्टन क्वालिफिकेशंस. यू से दैट कि ये इंजीनियर होना चाहिए, बीटेक होना चाहिए. यू विल से दैट कि उसको 6 साल का एक्सपीरियंस, 10 साल का एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए. वी हैव फाउंड कि वो बोलते हैं कि ये डालेंगे लेकिन एक्चुअली होता नहीं है, तो यू विल गेट दीज काइंड ऑफ मिसमैचेस. प्लस सिंस ही इज ऑन अ रिटेनरशिप, ही शुड हैव अ KPI कि वो क्या काम करेगा, बिकॉज आउटपुट नहीं है तो आप मैंडे बेसिस पे देते जाओगे, उसको सैलरीज पर आउटपुट नहीं है. तो दैट KPI इज हाउ दे आर मॉनिटर्ड एंड वर्सेस दैट एक्चुअली उतना आउटपुट आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा, एंड वेदर यू नीड 8 people on retainer or you need only 1 or 2 people, right? Yeah, this was interesting, and see how it got triggered. It was interesting. Actually, Bombay mein, I think 2 months back or 2.5 months back, in the Times of India, there was a big article which said that ki Mumbai-Delhi expressway is getting built, which will reduce transit time by this much percentage, right? ये normal info था. In fact, to be honest, I also took that as a normal info and पढ़ा कि हाँ भैया अभी मुझे अगर मुंबई से दिल्ली ड्राइव करने जाना पड़ेगा तो मेरा टाइम बच जाएगा. I consume that much. One of the person in our team, he wrote a mail to CFO of the client which he was handling, saying that this transit time is reducing. आपका जो मुंबई दिल्ली का freight cost है, that is around 15 crore. So you should be able to, because now the transporter will not spend that much time on the road, so 10 to 15% of your freight you should be able to negotiate and get a reduction. And that happened. Because अगर आपके highways improve हो रहे हैं तो definitely transporter के लिए beneficial है, he will give on the benefit to you, right? And now through web crawler, you can do that कि last one year में which are the highways which have been built and उससे कितना transit time reduce हुआ है, and you can then compare with your freight master कि आपने whether you have corrected your rates accordingly or not. And it actually saved. And after that we have circulated to other clients. In internal audit, at times where we get maximum findings is where 2-3 departments are getting involved, because wo cross communication mein there will always be certain gaps which happens, and this was an interesting case. The stretch film which we discussed initially, तो stretch film जब आपके पास आती है तो बीच में एक गत्ता होता है, मतलब there will be a round kind of holder जिसमें वो wrap होगा, right? अभी purchase वाला when he is negotiating, he will negotiate for the material. Now value of my material and value of gatta will not be same. Gatta will be like a scrap, right? So when the procurement guy he negotiated for this film, right? And he said that this is the rate per film per kg. जब मेरा material आ रहा है factory में, weighbridge में material आ रहा है, it will be along with gatta, right? So now if it is along with gatta, तो जो आपका जो cardboard है, उसका भी price will get considered as stretch film, right? Which ideally you should not pay. So हमने ये audit में निकाला, and then there was a recovery from the vendor of 60 lakhs. They were able to raise debit note on the vendor. हाँ वो total weight है, वो भी मौका का फायदा उठा रहे हैं. हाँ sorry, हाँ light and the rate, like गत्ता का market rate is what? It's scrap, and film का rate is definitely higher. अभी stores वाला, मतलब stores वाले के mind में अगर आप just सोचो कि the person who is handling warehouse, उसका काम क्या है? He is receiving the material, उसने receive किया, जो gross weight है उसने डाला laptop SAP में और वो pay हो गया. He never knew that कि यार किसी ने net weight करके negotiate किया है और वो net weight के हिसाब से pay होना चाहिए था. So telling these two details is very important कि procurement person whenever he negotiates, उसके negotiation documents के जो fine terms है, that ideally should get captured in the purchase order itself, so that person who is at least passing the bill is able to see these terms and able to recover amount or hold the amount of the vendor. Exactly. See, ये तो out of BOM था ही, you are right, तो पकड़ में नहीं आएगा. But BOM item भी होता है ना, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि see, BOM में भी there is a tolerance level, right? 0.5%, 0.7, that is low level of bleeding. अगर उसके अंदर वो खेलेगा तो कोई को पता नहीं चलेगा, and at times 0.5% could be in crores. So this was an interesting case. So one of our client, see again this is non-BOM. जो अभी कोई भी organization में आप लोगे तो Pareto apply करोगे तो 98% I would say would be 90 to 98% would be top items where promoters and everyone will be fully involved. वो पूरा negotiation वगैरह में they will be involved and they will have the good hold of the topic, material rates. जो balance 10% or 2% है, that is the real problem, जो again will be substantial amount in many companies. That is the area which is completely neglected, and at times it becomes very difficult for us to benchmark those prices. As a consultant, we have various access to database and all, we are still able to do that. But if you are part of, like I was earlier in Godrej and I was in Reliance, it becomes difficult क्योंकि मेरे पास कोई outside knowledge नहीं है. I have to restrict myself, my analytics to that data only. So for few items, what we did was we went into India Mart. India Mart में हमने वो product का descriptions डाल के उसके rates निकाले. See, false positives बहुत आए. But उससे हमको क्या मिला कि हमने एक tool हमारा AI tool में ये फीड किया, प्रॉम्प्ट फीड किया इन टर्म्स ऑफ थिंकिंग टोकन्स, एंड एक्चुअली इट वाज गिविंग गुड रिजल्ट, जिसमें हमने बहुत सारे स्पेसिफिकेशन दिए कि ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा डिस्क्रिप्शन रहेगा, ये डायमेंशन रहेगा. वी वेंट इनटू ग्रैनुलैरिटी and then we found that our AI tool was able to give almost 80% correct result, and 80% is a big accuracy अगर आपको उसमें rate benchmarking मिल जा रही है तो. That really helped us in identifying where the gaps are, and at a population level again. एक होता है कि मैं एक आइटम जाके इंडिया मार्ट में डालूँ फिर निकालूँ, but if you are able to do at a full database, then you will be able to identify various gaps, and we could see certain cases जहाँ पे even the rate difference was around 1000%. Because ये छोटे आइटम्स है, people, हाँ, exactly. But then these are the places where the बोलते हैं ना frauds are born, क्योंकि यहीं पे है जहाँ पे वो किकबैक ले रहा है, धीरे धीरे बढ़ के वो दीमक की तरह पूरी जगह खा जाएगा. हाँ, so this was one of our textile manufacturer जहाँ पे बॉयलर में ऐश निकल रही थी, and they were selling it to the nearby scrap dealers वगैरह, rates आ रही थी. What we did was हमने इस ऐश के ऊपर रिसर्च किया, कहाँ यूज़ होता है, क्या होता है, फिर then we actually helped them in tapping the brick manufacturer where they can sell this product and get a better rate, because for brick manufacturer they will be able to pay more, and we were able to give them that, and they were able to save the amount as well. So जो भी आपके scrap products हैं, we should keep on exploring ideas through which you can get better realization. See, in a manufacturing setup, so see, particular price of a material, how to discover the price. One way is to take a competitive quote. आपने 3-4 quote लिया market से, rate determine कर लिया. Second could be the underlying raw material price, right? आप जो material जो है उसके पीछे कौन है, and trying to understand कि वो उसका market कैसे fluctuate हो रहा है. If the steel is being used, steel का क्या trend है, right? And try to get the price. And at times you do a bottom-up costing through these items. Now, in this case, what we saw was, this was an agrochemical company. They were buying, I think, sodium bicarbonate. They were buying that material. और वो material, वो raw material मेरे production में भी use हो रहा था, right? तो मैं उसको use कर रहा था to bring out the material, and one of the byproduct was getting generated. And this byproduct was of no use to me. So I was selling it in the market, correct? अभी मैं जब मार्केट में सेल कर रहा हूँ तो उन्होंने 2-3 जन से कोट लिया एंड दे हैड द रेट. सो व्हाट वी डिड अ सिंपल थिंग वाज कि ये जो मेरा बाई प्रोडक्ट है उसके पीछे कौन है, तो वी फाउंड सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट वाज द मटेरियल. अभी मेरा बाई प्रोडक्ट का रेट विच आई एम गेटिंग फ्रॉम कस्टमर इज सेम इन लास्ट 3 years, एंड द सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट विच आई एम बाइंग फ्रॉम द मार्केट द रेट हैज़ इंक्रीज्ड. तो मैं जब खरीद रहा हूँ मेरी रेट बढ़ी हुई है, तो जब मैं बेच रहा हूँ तो रेट तो मुझे ज़्यादा मिलना चाहिए. बट दीज 2 data points again to correlate is very important, and we could save the amount again here. Yeah. So in SAP or in any ERP, you can always blacklist a vendor because of उसने कुछ fraud किया रहेगा, कुछ भी किया रहेगा, right? You can blacklist a vendor, and once you do a blacklisting, वो vendor block हो जाएगा, and ideally there should not be any payment which should be made to that vendor for bill passing, payment and all. इस केस में 2 चीज़ हुई. एक तो in SAP when you blacklist a vendor, there is a concept कि आप जब blacklist किया vendor, उसके बाद जो भी transaction trigger होगा, that will get stopped. अगर आपके कोई open purchase orders हैं, that will never get stopped. That is a separate flag which we need to activate. So in this case, मेरा vendor blacklist था, open POs थे 3 crore के, उसने वो use करके the payment was made, and later on they realized, because see volumes इतना है उसमें very difficult to identify 3 crore but उसी vendor का है, finance team के पास आया, approval होके payment हो गया. That is the beauty of the automation. हाँ बस correct, exactly. we also did one analysis in this case. ये जब निकला हमारा कि ऐसा payment हुआ है, what we also did was कि जो भी मेरे past में blacklist हुए हैं vendor, उसका मेरे पास I had a PAN number. So through PAN we identified the common directors. Through PAN we identified उस particular company में कौन directors हैं और are there any other vendor with common directors. And we found 6 cases जहाँ पे वो वेंडर को मैंने ब्लैकलिस्ट कर दिया बट वो दूसरे वेंडर वही प्रमोटर वही है दूसरे वेंडर के नाम से एंटर लिया और ही इज डूइंग वर्क. द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज एट रिस्क बिकॉज डेफिनेटली देयर वाज अ रीजन व्हाई आई ब्लैकलिस्टेड बिकॉज ऑफ सम पास्ट मिसडूइंग्स. Again, this is one of the critical check. See, when we are making payments, and any large corporates, this there is an SAP and there is a bank portal. दो websites है, right? So आपके SAP में there will be PO, invoice सब हो गया, फिर payment के लिए approval आएगा, payment approve होगा, and आगे बढ़ जाएगा. अभी ये data जो flow होता है, that is through a bank portal. Because ultimately आपका जो भी चीज़ होगा बैंक पोर्टल के थ्रू ट्रिगर होगा एंड पेमेंट वहीं से निकलने वाला है, राइट? तो देखा जाए तो वी assume that our control should be only in SAP, but it is important that these controls get extended to your portal as well, where you are logging in to make payment, right? So in few cases what we did was हमने यूज़र को बोला तो हमारे सामने लॉगिन कर कि what access you have. So we found that he had the access to add a payee. So normally दो चीज़ होती है, एक तो होस्ट टू होस्ट होता है जहाँ पे डेटा आपका पूरा इंटीग्रेट हो जाता है, या फिर आपने डाउनलोड किया, डाउनलोड करके अपलोड किया इन अनएडिटेबल फाइल. Both this process was being followed, but in case of one bank out of 6 banks, one bank they had the access, they can directly add a pay. Now you assume that this person, आपने सारे checks लगा दिए, but if he wants to pay someone or himself, he can easily create a payee in the bank, and bank में जो भी approvers होते हैं ऐसी इतने सारे payments है, they are not going to check each and every cases, so it will pass through. Similarly, we went into the admin rights which the person has when he is logging into the portal. Again, in one of the bank, we found that he had the right to change the authority limits. The bank had given him that rights. Various bank had not been, but one bank में, एक bank में there was a right which was giving him to change the authority limits. So, in short, extending whatever is being done here to the bank portal becomes very important, like amount changes, bank account number change, all these should be completely restricted, which we need to do walkthrough. And one or the other bank, we found these kind of anomalies. Sorry? Exactly. So see, in this case, there was a board resolution, as you rightly mentioned. वो board resolution क्या होता है? एक document होता है, जो आप बैंक को देते हो. Now, ideally, the bank, based on this, he will update all the authority limits in the portal. So that's what happened. That's what we were checking. Now, अगर suppose मेरे पास जो access है, right है, login का, उसमें मैं जाके change करूँगा तो this BR is तो hard copy document will have no significance. So in this particular bank, that approval mechanism was missing. So he could change, and there was no trigger of any approval there. So in one of the bank, it was there. I would say out of 8 to 10 banks, 6 to 7 had no problem. एक बैंक में जैसा आपने बोला creator है, but bank was approver. That was still fine. कि मेरे पास बैंक के पास approval के लिए जाएगा, he will check a BR, and then he will reconcile. But in case of one bank, nothing was there. In their system, there was no approval mechanism. Yeah. Exactly. Correct. Agree. Any questions so far? Yeah. Moving on to the next one. In this case, there was this assignment particularly was to analyze the material shortages. Again, this was a textile company which was also into retail. So they were delivering the products. And जो कस्टमर है उसके पास अगर शॉर्ट आएगा मटेरियल तो ही विल रेज अ डेबिट नोट. ऐसे कर करके उनका कुछ 12 करोड़ का डेबिट नोट एनुअली आ रहा था. एंड द असाइनमेंट वाज गिवन अस टू ओनली डू द रूट कॉज एनालिसिस. सो हमने स्टार्ट से एंड तक पूरा प्रोसेस वॉक थ्रू किया. वी बेंचमार्क डेट एंड ऑल. सो फर्स्ट वी स्टार्टेड विथ कि पैकिंग कौन कर रहा है, पैकिंग करते वक्त कार्टन में वहाँ पे कैमरा है क्या, कैमरा में कुछ निकल रहा है क्या. फिर देन डिस्पैच होते वक्त ट्रक प्रॉपर सील्ड है, दोज थिंग्स. एंड देन फाइनली व्हेन it is in transit, luckily we were able to get the GPS tracking of the vehicle. So हमने GPS tracking गाड़ी की ली. Yeah, yes. हाँ. Exactly. Correct. Yes. Exactly. So वो किया था कवर. हाँ, उसमें एम परिवहन से यू कैन डू दैट. यस, एग्जैक्टली. यस, एग्जैक्टली. बट इन दिस केस टेम्पो हो चाहे ट्रैक्टर हो चाहे जो भी हो, इस केस में क्या हुआ था, देखिए आपका छोटा गाड़ी हो चाहे बड़ा गाड़ी हो, दिस गाय what he was doing was, when we studied the route, we could see that there were certain routes where he was taking a diversion, and that was a place where he was putting his vehicle on hold and he was trying to get the materials out and packing it in the similar fashion ताकि कोई को कुछ पता ही नहीं चले. So then we went into that detail क्योंकि पहले हमने देखा कि टोटल मेरा 12 करोड़ का है रिकवरीज. Then we zeroed down it into कौन से कस्टमर्स में, फिर कौन से कस्टमर से भी आइडेंटिफाइड इनटू कोई पर्टिकुलर ट्रांसपोर्टर्स है, फिर कौन से ट्रांसपोर्टर से वी वेंट इनटू द रूट, कौन से रूट में है, एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड ट्रैकिंग जीपीएस एंड ऑल. तो काफ़ी टाइम लग के देन वी वर एबल टू गो टू द बॉटम ऑफ द थिंग्स एंड वी वर एबल टू गेट दिस केस सॉल्व्ड. हाँ, दिस वाज, सी एट टाइम्स इन मास्टर्स, वेंडर मास्टर अपने सबके पास रहता है एंड वी हैव ऑल द डेटा विच इज़ अवेलेबल, राइट. What we did was, PAN number is there in the vendor master, correct? And PAN number, government has designed it beautifully कि हर digit का कुछ ना कुछ relevance है, right? So what we used was the relevance as an individual, as a firm, or as a company. आपको पता चलेगा अगर P है तो personal है, right? हमने खाली एक analytics किया कि आपके जो total vendor है, 1000 vendors हैं, 2000 vendors है, उसमें कितने % of vendors are individual, कितने % of the vendors are firms, and we could see that there were significant portion of your vendors were individual. Then there is a scope for further getting a better rate for moving on to manufacturers. So हमने फिर ये देखा कि अगर individual है तो total procurement size कितना है, over a period how it has increased. So different analytics which you can do to see if there is a possibility to reduce cost based on a PAN number analysis. And then through MSME database and through ChatGPT we were also able to identify whether it's a trader or a manufacturer. So that really helped a lot. This somehow got captured, but something different. See, in logistics, we normally enter into a contract, annual rate contract, कि मेरे साल भर में ये rates रहेगी, right? And we say that कि, and there is a diesel escalation, the escalation clause, 5%, 10%, whatever is there, right? Now, if I am a smart transporter, मैं एंटर करने के लिए एंटर कर लूँगा कि हाँ भाई ये जो आप रेट बोलो सर मैं तो रेडी हूँ, मेरे को बस आप काम दे दो, एंड मैं रेट एंटर कर लिया. नाउ व्हाट वी सॉ वाज, कोई भी कंपनी लो, देयर विल ऑलवेज बी स्पॉट ट्रांजैक्शंस वेयर द कॉन्ट्रैक्टेड ट्रांसपोर्टर इज नॉट एबल टू सप्लाई द व्हीकल एंड यू हैव टू टेक द व्हीकल ऑन एन इमरजेंसी बेसिस. ये दिस इज अ रेगुलर फिनोमिना, नॉर्मली इट रेंजेस बिटवीन 10 to 30% कॉस्ट में स्पॉट रहता है, एंड स्पॉट रेट्स आर ऑलवेज हायर. So what we saw was this particular transporter, we analyzed the entire trend. उसने contract ले लिया. अब अभी spot अगर वो खुद ही spot में देगा क्योंकि उसने तो मना कर दिया मैं नहीं supply कर पा रहा हूँ सर, ये तो last moment है. हाँ, तो फिर वो दूसरे transporter के through he was giving the vehicle on a spot basis. How we detected was the vehicle number which was being used by him and in spot was same. हाँ, वो vehicle number was common. Through that we were able to detect कि both these are linked, and we said that कि ये contracted transporter है but spot में दे रहे हैं. And then the amount also got recovered and he was blacklisted. These are, yeah. This is more from a system perspective. In SAP, normally when you do a PO, you do a GRN, then there is an invoice booking, then there is a payment, and then finally the bill gets, vendor gets paid. What we saw was, ideally the entire cycle should get reversed in the same order in which it was done. So आपका पहले invoice reverse होना चाहिए, फिर GRN reverse होना चाहिए, फिर सारे activities. What we saw कि, and all these are different persons, क्योंकि आपका GRN warehouse वाला कर रहा है, invoice booking finance वाला कर रहा है, purchase वाला PO बना रहा है. Yes, exactly. तो system में integrated है, but individually all are different. अभी finance वाले ने तो bill book कर दिया, pay कर दिया क्योंकि GRN था. Now the warehouse team member, he reversed the GRN because उसको material return करना था. So he reversed the GRN. Now whenever you reverse the GRN, it will go into GRR account. Now someone has to analyze that GRR account, because GRR account आप कोई भी company में देख लो, it will be in running in so many entries and reconcile नहीं होता है. तो उसमें कोई ना कोई एक entry ऐसी छुपी होगी जो आपकी actually vendor से recover करनी है but recover नहीं हुई. And in this case we were able to recover around 5 CR. In one client it was 1, and then there were other clients. I think this we can skip. मैं आगे करता हूँ. This duplicate invoice I think we all are checking. हाँ. Time हो गया. हाँ. Yeah, just quickly. Yeah. In this case, in SAP, see, as I mentioned, everything is linked PO, GRN, invoice, booking, sub, right? Standard SAP functionality is that आपने PO बनाया vendor X के नाम पे, suppose PO बनाया Vineet के नाम पे, GRN बना उसी vendor के नाम पे, जब मैं invoice book कर रहा हूँ, there is an option. I can change the vendor code to Chetan. Standard SAP allows that. Because आपके बहुत बार क्या होता है कि आपको अगर costing maintain करनी है तो आपको material cost में freight को load करना है. So at that time you have that option, but actually that option should be available with a tolerance and with certain restricted codes, with certain restricted groups and all. So we found there were certain cases जहाँ पे the vendor code were changed to make the payment to a vendor who was actually not providing the service. So that is an important functionality in SAP which should be restricted. Sorry? PO GRN आया, but मैंने vendor code change कर दिया, तो वो दूसरे को payment किया जिसको मुझे payment करना था. हाँ. Then these are various SAP related controls, which is very critical. See, we all feel that three-way match SAP में होना ही है. PO, GRN, invoice booking, and then as an auditor, हम कभी ऐसा नहीं सोचते कि यार ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि तीनों match ही नहीं हो, तीनों process follow ही नहीं हो और payment हो रहा हो. We normally think that way. One of our expert in SAP, he told, and we tested that as well. Vendor master में there is something called IV tick, GR based IV tick. अगर आप उसको disable कर दोगे, तो आपका जो three-way match है ना, that will go for a toss. So वो vendor के case में आपने PO book किया, direct invoice book करके payment भी हो सकता है. Just think what it can lead to. So these, at a master level, these control checks are again very important. This is, next again, we saw in one of our client, self-life. अभी मुझे books में adjustments करना है. देखिए कोई भी material है, normally in chemical companies, expired material का you need to create a provision, right? क्योंकि expired है तो provide करना ही है, unless you are revalidating it, right? And as a management, I need to show higher profit, suppose. So मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? जो material master है, उसमें मैंने self life के संग changes किए, so that my expired product doesn't remain no more an expired. You will never come to know because आपने masters में change कर दिए तो expired का पूरा category classification ही खत्म हो गया. So it is important that we go into material master, see what are the changes which has been done self life के case में, and these are real cases which we have seen people playing around. Sorry? Exactly, pharma, chemical, everywhere. So that's why these things are very, very important. Next was payments. Payments in SAP also get triggered based on the document date which you entered. So many organizations, what they do was कि document date के basis पे they have certain formulas. जैसे MSME है, 45 days का tension है तो मैं उसको 5 days early payment कर दूंगा तो document date -5. And so what we saw was there was certain cases where for a group of vendor where there was a default setting that it needs to be paid -10 days. So to those vendors, always it was being paid 10 days earlier. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think these were the things. Last slide. Thanks. Thanks a lot.